Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the fourth and final day of action here at the 2020-2021 IWWF Under-17 World Waterski Championships here at the Pecos Waterski School in Santa Rosa Beach. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company for the remaining hours of this particular competition. We're going to start with the U-17 girls slalom final on the second and middle lake of this beautiful facility right here, not too far away from the beach that is adjacent to the Gulf Shores here in the northern part of Florida. We have 12 skiers in the under-17 girls slalom final. Then we'll go on to the under-17 boys slalom final. And then we got two more finals to go after that before we round off the championships, deciding not only those individual events, but also the overall and the team competition. So the girls slalom final, which consists of 7 American skiers, by the way, features Michaela Todd going out first, followed by Alexis Micheler, then Elena Jones, then Daniela Kritzmer, then Anne-Marie Roblowski, then Sage Pop Becker, Nelly Ellard, then Alyssa Drake, Dominga Gonzalez, Kennedy Hanson, Julie Fay, and Luisa Jaramillo. So, all right, so those are the skiers that will be taking place on the water next. We anticipate a start time of 8 a.m., which is in about 14 minutes from now. But in the meantime, we'll step aside and get ready for the concluding action in the girls slalom final in the 2020-2021 IWWF U-17 World Waterski Championships.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right then, folks, we're within 5 minutes away of starting the U-17 Girls Slalom Final. My name is Tony Leifert. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. We're about 5 minutes to 8 in the morning here, Central Daylight Time on the Florida Panhandle. We're in Santa Rosa Beach, not too far away from the resort locations of Destin and Pensacola and the like. And here is our final women's starting order. Michaela Todd will take to the water first, followed by Alexis Micheler. Then Elena Jones will take to water, followed by Daniela Kritzmer. Then Anne-Marie Wroblewski, followed by Sage Pop Becker. Nelly Ellard, then Alyssa Drake, Dominga Gonzalez, Kennedy Hanson, Julie Fay, and then our final skier is Luisa Jaramillo. Now, some of you are wondering with the elimination rounds past us now, so far as the girls' competition is concerned, what are the implications so far as the overall competition? Well, so far as that is concerned, for all intents and purposes, that would be regarded as pretty close to being a done deal, because Kennedy Hanson is in the lead in the overall competition by 2,865 points, which is about a little over 600 points ahead of her nearest challenger, who is Alyssa Drake, with 2,248 points. And currently in third place in the overall competition with 2,200 points is Augustina Vara. Now, so far as the team classification is concerned, there could be a little bit of room for movement between the United States and Chile, because as it stands right now, the United States is in the lead with 7,850 points. Chile are pretty hot on their heels with 7,784 points. So any significant movement from our Chilean, one Chilean team skier in this event could be critical. Canada currently lying in third with 6,767 points. So it essentially comes down to a two-horse race between the United States of America and Chile. And obviously, if the United States, with their team skiers in the mix, of which there are three of them, if they can come through with bigger scores, they'll help widen the gap and alleviate the pressure on the remaining events, which will come afterwards, which will include the boys' slalom final, and then the girls and boys jump finals, which will conclude these championships later on in the day. Just a quick reminder to you good folks that that when we do conclude the U-17 World Waterski Championships, this player will terminate, and then we will have a brief pause, a quick break, before we start the 2021 U-21 World Waterski Championships with the first events in that particular championship. We anticipate starting at around 3 p.m. with that. And when the U-17s come to a close and when the U-21s commence, we will be transferring over to a new webcast player. It will still be easily found on the same playlist, but just a reminder to you again that when we switch from the U-17s to the U-21s, we will terminate this player that you're watching the webcast on and go to a brand new player, which is later today under the moniker of the U-21 World Waterski Championships. So that will be that'll be taking place in the middle of the afternoon. But in the meantime, just grab your favorite chair, grab your beverage, and we will be making a start in the first of our 4 final events for today. Our first skier out is about to take to the water. Her name is Michaela Todd, an independent skier from the United States of America.
Ready to go, Martina Font, 16 meters, 1-6 orange.
Okay, coming in on the opening pass for the start of the girls slalom final, and coming in on the 16-meter line, which is 22 off. This is Michaela Todd. From here on out, the speed is 34 miles an hour. I don't anticipate any of our finalists going in on a sub-max pass. And Michaela Todd puts the first 6-buoy pass under her belt. Looking in pretty good shape. Don't see too much wrong with this opener as she just rolls that ski into the edge change and then just hooks up on the back end of that turn. Now, as is common with most boats, the 16-meter line does present one or two challenges where the rooster tail tends to throw the skier up into the air, and and lighter skiers are especially susceptible to this. But Michaela Todd, a skilled enough competitor to actually make it as far as 12 meters. She got through 3 at 12 meters to make it through to the section of the competition. And I'm sure that the 16-meter pass is a walk in the park. And guess who we have here? Coming to us out of the great state of Kansas, it is Cole Kalkbrenner.
Oh, Tony, I'm just excited to be here. We're kicking off this U-17 girls event. Look at Michaela, just looking the goods out there. And it's just awesome to see her competing and doing her country proud. So we got Michaela coming back in second.
All right, 14.25 meters or 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line. For those of you who aren't particularly skilled mathematicians, that means that she has 47 feet of line to get round a course that's 37.5 feet wide. 9.5 feet of room on each buoy, in other words. So there you go. Good effort.
Well, I'm glad you're doing that math. Plenty of time to practice on that, haven't you?
Yes, indeed. And good skiing there for Michaela Todd, the first of our American skiers on this running order. There are 7 altogether. 4 independent competitors, 3 team skiers, and those 3 team skiers from the United States are significant in this girls slalom final, because if the team wants to pull away from Chile enough to where any kind of fight back is highly unlikely, then this is one of the events that they can do it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to step up their game. The Chileans are all skiing incredible. It just seems to be their tournament. You know, you see young Martin Lambra just absolutely throwing down in each and every event. So I'm excited for them and those youngsters, the talents that are and will be for sure.
All right, here comes 30 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75 line. At least 43 feet to get round all 6 of these buoys. 30 meters against a course that is 11.25 meters wide. 11.5 meters wide, I do beg your pardon. There we go.
Tony, you see her face just light up there over on the 2-4 side of the course. Mm-hmm. Luckily, she navigates through all 6 buoys without a problem there at the 13-meter line, but that is going to be an issue here coming to you from this end of the lake. You're going to have a bit of sun and glare to deal with at the 2-4-6 buoys.
Okay, so in this instance, so what you're saying is they're kind of skiing a little blind.
A little bit, yeah. You see her, everything looks good over here, one buoy here, and then coming over to the 2-4-6 side, you see her just light up like a pumpkin there. And hopefully with that, well, it was no big deal for her at that particular pass, but I think as this sun just comes up over the next 15 minutes, maybe 15 to 25 minutes, we're going to deal with a little bit of glare issues. Obviously, athletes of this caliber, not a huge deal. It looks to be no problem at all for young Michaela Todd.
Wow. Some great skiing there. No worries for Michaela Todd. Now comes down to the 12-meter line. Now, she got halfway through this pass in order to make it through to these finals. And I tell you, I mean, she's been looking pretty good this morning. The sun is going to be behind her, but so's the wind.
Yeah, but this is the money pass, really. I mean, Michaela ran 3 in the prelims, the elimination round, and so I think she's looking to get deep down this course. And sometimes a little bit of tail breeze, not much, can just keep that width throughout these tough passes. The 12-meter line, Michaela Todd out of the US of A. Oh, and just unfortunate early fall. You hate to see that. Looked to be, maybe like you said, Tony, just dealing with a little bit of tail breeze, pushing her in with a little bit too much speed there at 1 ball. Unfortunate early fall, but nonetheless, she is at the finals, the IWWF World Championships, competing on the biggest stage in the world, taking all of this experience in and knowledge, and I'm sure you're going to see her at many more international competitions to come.
All right, then. So this is Michaela Todd. So good. Oh, and handle up a little bit higher, dropping towards the back. So that is going to be half a buoy on 12 meters. Half a buoy at 35 off for Michaela Todd as we work our way through these championships brought to you by Nautique and their range of fantastic water sports towboats. You can go to nautiques.com to find out more. Also check out South Walton Tourism and Development Council. They'll steer you in the right direction for one of the best vacation experiences you will ever find. And we got a whole load of great sponsors that I'll mention during the course of these events. And coming in on 16 meters is our next competitor. It'll be Alexis Micheler.
Well, the youngster Alexis Micheler coming out of the Midwest, you know, a native from where I hail in the country, and she actually is going to be coming out at 52 kilometers per hour, 14-meter line. So let's look here.
16 meters for the opening run.
So changes it up a little bit from her prelim round. She went 52.14, but now deciding to go 16.55 here. Not a problem for young Alexis Micheler. Spends plenty of time training with the world record holder, Nate Smith. I'm sure he's watching with bated breath, wishing he could just whisper a little bit of tips and tricks into her ear here, but it was no big deal on this opening pass. She looks calm, collected. See her working her way over to 2-ball. Not an ounce of movement, just backsiding that buoy. Not an ounce of movement in her chest there, coming through these beautiful wakes that the Ski Nautique presents.
All right, then, and looking here, and it's interesting that you mentioned that she went in on 52K, 14.25 meters in the previous round. Obviously, the conditions allowed her to do that with the sun being up a little bit higher in their round of skiing. So I see where she's coming from, going in on 16 meters at 55K, because obviously she wants to give herself a little bit more room just in case she was, as quoted by Manfred Mann, blinded by the light, you know. But yeah, I mean, the zero-based scoring gives the skiers plenty of room in order to do something like that.
So you can use zero-based scoring in a competition of this magnitude?
Obviously.
Wow. Okay, so that's awesome. And what you said there, I think, giving herself a little bit more room. We've got Alexis coming in, 14.25 meter line. Light, no issue from this end of the lake. Around 4-ball. Early waiting on 5-ball. A little bit of left shoulder dip there, but no hill for a climber. Alexis Micheler out the gates.
Wow. Good effort. Good effort there on that pass of 14.25 meters. And now things start to get a little bit more intense with 13 meters coming right away. As we continue to roll through this competition, brought to you by Panama City Mazda, our local Mazda dealership, and I understand that Adam and Alexis still have their Mazdas after 10 years, a highly reliable vehicle. So if you're in the market for a vehicle, can't do much better than the Mazda line of sedans and SUVs.
Yeah, I have a couple myself, and it just seems to be a reliable car. Never has let me down. So continue to support our local Mazda dealer.
All right, looking at Alexis Micheler on the water. So I assume she comes from Indiana.
She does. She does come from Indiana. I tell you what,
Hoosier State.
I'm the Hoosier State. That's right. And do you know where that all comes from?
What, from the basketball program?
No, there's a bunch of people that they're floating down the river and they say, "Who's your dad? Who's your?" No, I'm just kidding. That's a bad joke. But
fair enough.
Nonetheless, 13-meter line. Alexis Micheler, I'm sure all of Midwest is watching right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that sun is still very much in her face, so to speak. So now she's going to have to pull a little bit longer off the second wake, which in itself presents one or two problems. But so far as Alexis is concerned, not too much of a problem there. The line tightens up on her at the end of the turn where it needs to, and she's still on top of the water.
Yeah, Tony, that looked pretty easy. I didn't see much there. 5-ball, a little bit of a left shoulder movement scared me a bit, but she's a strong athlete. This girl takes her skiing very, very seriously. Also an avid swimmer, if you will. I know her father does a bit of coaching, and so she's a bit of a water baby, if you will.
All right, continuing to move right along in this competition, brought to you by the Electric Kart Company. The Electric Kart Company coming through with all the transportation you will need on site here. So we thank those folks very much indeed for their help there.
Yeah, Tony, you mentioned this area in South Walton, just an absolutely beautiful place to visit, the Emerald Coast, if you will. Never ceases to amaze me. In fact, last night went to North Shore Social House, I think that's the name, but I've been coming here for 2 decades and continue to find these incredible spots that present an unbelievable ambiance. It's right on the bay, the sunset. I think we kind of missed the sunset with being here late into the wee hours with those incredible trick finals. I didn't get a chance to call those with you, but I was watching and it was amazing. Well, here it is, the 12-meter line. Gonna need to get deep down here to challenge some of our leaders.
She scored 3 in the previous round to make it this far, a handle up a little high, and now she's really going to have to work off number 2. Can she still stay on there? Or it's going to be 2.5, unfortunately, there for her, but it does take the lead in this girls' slalom final.
Well, hey, look, I know the whole Midwest contingent is very proud of her. Obviously, you could tell by her face not what she wants, but really the way it starts, it would have been tough to get much further down the line than this. So 1 ball, just a little bit more speed, maybe dealing with that tail breeze that you talked about, and she has some slack there, has to wait on the boat, and gets around 2 ball with little slack, but I was surprised that she wasn't in bad shape right here. Maybe one last-ditch effort. Looks like the tip of her ski gets caught by the rope, and unfortunately that's all she wrote, but nice wave to all her fans watching at home, and we're very proud of this young lady. We know that this is not the end of her illustrious slalom career.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I don't think this is going to be the last that we'll see of her as we look forward to our next competitor who will take to the water in these championships brought to you by Eagle and Masterline, providing the best equipment for all of our skiers. Masterline, the official tow rope for the 2020-2021 IWWF U-17 World Waterski Championships. All right, then. Coming to us out of Scott in Louisiana, this is Elena Jones. Boat accelerating up to speed. 16 meters is going to be our opening run. Actually, 14.25 meters. This is a step up.
That's right. Turn up the dial a little bit. Miss Elena Jones of the U.S. is going to take to the water here on the 14-meter line or 28 off. Not an issue for this young lady that is tall in stature.
Yes, indeed. Not looking too bad on 14.25 meters, although she kind of put herself a little bit in no man's land on a 135 side turn. I mean, she looked balanced. The ski rotated round and the line got tight on her exactly where she needed to be, but she was looking down a little bit on a couple of the turns, but drooped her shoulders a little bit. But I tell you what, she's had plenty of experience out there on the slalom course and knows exactly how to react and how to reestablish her form going across the course. Elena Jones, who skis at a parent's facility just outside Scott in Louisiana, and Scott itself is a small little community just outside Lafayette in Louisiana. Her parents, Scott and Linda Jones, built that facility along with their home on the lakeside, and former team managers for the UL Lafayette Raging Cajun water ski team. And here we go. Elena Jones, this is 13 meters now. Round buoy number 1 gets a good strike off that turn. Round number 2. She too scored 3 at 35 off, or 3 on 12 meters to make it this far in the competition. And not looking bad for all intents and purposes on 13 meters and getting ready for 12.
Yeah, you know, it wasn't the cleanest 35 with the most width that I'm sure she's accustomed to. But, again, not much of an issue there. You'd think with the connection to the Raging Cajuns, she's a lock for attending the ULL, would you say?
I'm not too sure of her college plans as yet, but I mean, I would definitely say that she's considering going to the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. It's only just down the road, but for a lot of these skiers, they are being heavily recruited by a number of colleges within the NCWSA.
Yeah, I saw the ULM coach running around. Obviously, a lot of the athletes from Alabama, ULM, courting these young superstars. But heck, ULL had a heck of a football team this year.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we ended up in the top 25 in football for the first time in history.
In history, that's right. Yeah, so that's going to help their cause, I'd say. You know, tailgates Saturdays are...
Yep, Cajun Field will be a hopping.
Yeah, to be right.
All right, so here we go. Elena Jones approaching the course now. This is 12 meters.
Could this be our first athlete through the 12-meter line, Tony?
No, our third athlete there to make it onto the 12-meter line, getting round buoy number 2. Look at her go round buoy number 3. She's past the point where she qualified from yesterday. Oh, getting broken over off number 4. She establishes the lead with 4 on 12 meters and deciding to take that pass from the opposite end and skiing into the light. So she obviously felt comfortable enough to do that.
And as you mentioned, you know, just with that little less rope there, maybe not being able to see as she comes into 2-ball, has to wait a little bit, comes down course, but not much of a problem here. She just
skis long into 3.
Yeah. But it seems like we spoke about in the prelims that that's kind of where it separates the girls from the women, if you will. You know, it's getting past that 3 buoy is no joke, and surely I know she's capable of running that pass, but
getting rather high up on the boat though with the 12-meter run.
Yeah, respectable score here, and she's set a bar for our ladies to come.
Looks like.
I think it was right there. I think she couldn't see 2-ball, maybe waited just a little bit on it.
And, you know, I mean, there are several ways of getting through passes such as these. And in my mind, I mean, right there on buoy number 3, she might have, if she'd have waited a split second longer to allow that ski to roll up under a ski, she would have provided enough resistance against the boat. She might have actually clawed back more of that distance that she lost on that particular run.
Yeah, I think, like you said, it's that right hip. Just kind of that boat, the line came tight and didn't allow her right hip to come under and get the angle necessary to get over to 4-ball in time to make that turn. So,
and there's your leaderboard right there. Elena Jones with 4 and 12 meters, your leader, against Alexis Micheler with 2.5. Michaela Todd with half a buoy on 12 meters, bringing up the rear at the moment.
Well, to be honest, it's pretty good day for U.S. slalom skiing. You see all 3 of those youngsters from the U.S. of A.
All right, then. Looks like at the helm of that towboat is Scott Greenwood, one of our fine drivers in our cadre of great international drivers. Our next competitor on the water is Daniela Kretsma of Chile, an independent skier. Because
so we're going to try to grab Elena, see what she felt out there. She is our current leader, 4 at 12 meters. If Elena Jones is in earshot, we'd love to have a word with you here at the commentary box.
all right, then. So here we go. We got Daniela Kretsma.
All right, Daniela coming in around 1-ball. Looking very good here. I got to believe this is the 14-meter line. Very, very comfortable there. Not a problem. But we've got Elena Jones here.
All right, then. So we got Elena Jones here. What up?
All smiles.
It was great out there. I really enjoyed it. It was a little bit sunnier than I thought, but it was very enjoyable.
Now, describe your performance here, because you were skiing a little bit into the sun here, weren't you?
Yes, I was. I didn't end up noticing it too much on my 246 side, but I could notice it on my 135.
All right, then. A little bit short there on what was that? That was number 3, and you got a little bit further down course on number 4, but. A good little performance out there, and we were speculating as you were skiing about your potential college plans. Where will you actually be going to college if you had your choice?
I have no idea.
Oh, she dodges the bullet. Hey,
Sorry.
listen.
What does it come down to? What's the short list here?
I don't know.
You're not too sure?
I think it kind of depends upon who's there at the time, because I want to surround myself with people who are enjoyable to be around.
Yeah.
Well, excellent.
And that's what's so cool about the Ragin' Cajun team. It seems to be a bit of a family at the moment, so I'm sure wherever you go, you'll be welcomed with open arms, and congratulations to you. Right now, we've got Daniela on the water. Do you think that 4 at 12 is going to be enough?
I have no idea. All I can do is hope so, and just skiing for the glory of God. So.
Amen.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, Elena Jones.
Of course.
And we wish you the best of luck with your future endeavors. All right, then. So we've just seen Daniela Kretsma get through the opening 2 passes. I believe they were at 16 and 14.25 meters. And so great to hear from Elena Jones, and she's still open to offers from colleges across the nation. I'm sure that she'll consider Louisiana Lafayette among her plans, but the future's bright for her, and indeed for all of our finalists.
Absolutely. And, it seems that skiing is going to be a big part of her college plans anyways, wherever she decides to go. But this is my second time with the opportunity to interview her, Junior U.S. Open, obviously taking out that title. And here she is at the top of the leaderboard yet again, looking to bring home gold to the U.S. And I know with the likes of the names that are on the dock, it's going to be a tall order. But right now, we've got Daniela coming in 12-meter line.
All right, so starting out on 14 and coming back on 13. This is now 12 meters. Now the last 2 skiers really up in the ante. We saw saw Elena go in on 14.25. This is the second skier that's gone out on that particular line length. Here she comes on 12 meters, getting a good start. Now, she got 3.5 on the previous round, and oh my word, that was a spill and a half. How many times did she spin before she has settled down in the water?
Yeah, that was three and a half spins there. I think that's a degree of difficulty of 3.2. No, but
wow.
Honestly, you see her come up smiling, and thank goodness, because it was a horrific crash here. You see what happens, Tony, around one ball. Looks a little bit back, maybe pitched back to the back of her ski, but okay, and then just deep and wow.
Oh my word.
Freddie
so Winter would be proud of that.
That was reminiscent of young Freddie Winter, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I was texting with him last night. Always entertainment, for sure.
Oh, wow. I mean, she got the number one that she needed to, certainly. And, I mean, she got across the wake. And I kind of feel that she brought herself in narrow. Then the ski tip bit on her. And then she just got catapulted out the front of the ski. So before she swims into the shore, she's got to find her ski first and then come back to the shore. But, hey. So that was going to be 1.5 buoys on 12 meters. 1.5 buoys on 12 meters. So, got there the hard way. As we look along dockside for our next skier, Anne-Marie Wróblewski. Got that pronunciation right, Anne-Marie? Oh, okay. I'm trying, sweetheart. All right, then. So, who else do we have coming up? We got Sage Pop Becker coming up pretty soon. Then we got Nelly Ellard, then Alyssa Drake, Dominga Gonzalez, Kennedy Hanson, Julie Fay, and Luisa Jaramillo.
So I stepped away from the booth just a minute. Was that Anne-Marie that I said was giving you trouble about her?
Yeah.
Anne-Marie Wróblewski.
Wróblewski, huh?
Wróblewski.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was schooled up on her name there. I apologize. Announcing it wrong for apparently 2 years. So it's always great. If we do make a mistake, we can poke a little fun at ourselves, but we appreciate the help from around the world. Obviously, the messages are flooding in, and we appreciate all of you guys tuning in. And hopefully you won't need to give your ears a rest too much. We'll keep it to a minimum. But what an incredible sight we're taking in here. The Waterski Broadcasting Company bringing you all these amazing angles. You see Anne-Marie down there on the dock getting ready, going through her warm-up. She's entering the water here. We'll get her hooked up. And she's a Conley skier. Out of the Carolinas, I know she's done quite a bit of skiing with April and Chris down there at one of the largest water ski schools in the country and maybe even the world. I don't know, Tony, you might know a little bit more. That's from your neck of the woods a bit.
All right, then. So, next competitor to take to the water, I suspect she'll be coming in on the 14.25 meter line. It is Anne-Marie Wróblewski.
Daniela having a bit of a laugh at her own expense. So it's good to see her smiling after that little tumble. But 28 off, 14.25 meters. Tony, I was mentioning during her prelim run, Joel Halley, the world champion that he is, taking a second to put her in side-by-side parallel against another world champion, Masters winner, Manon Costard. So I thought it was a little bit unfair to give the youngster of 16 years old, put her up against Manon Costard. I mean,
yeah.
Obviously a veteran in this women's open slalom event. But still, I think it actually speaks to her talent that you can even make that parallel at her age.
Mm-hmm. and riding that Conley DV8, a rather new slalom ski to the market, and has something called a Versatail, which allows you to change the tail profile of the slalom ski, affecting the turning radius and the traction across the course from that ski.
Well, there you see the brains behind the operation. That is the Waterski Broadcasting Company.
We're talking about Alicia, yeah?
Oh, ouch. Tony, there's no love lost between Tony and Vince, and it's fun to be a part of because they're always poking fun at each other. They don't let each other get away with much, and that's why they have such a great broadcast, and they bring you guys these incredible U-17, U-21 Open World Championships. The Waterski Broadcasting Company is changing the face of water skiing, and a big thanks to them. We cannot do it without you guys, and it's a pleasure right here. You're seeing Anne-Marie on the 13-meter line.
Here comes Anne-Marie Wroblewski in the course here. This is 13 meters. Oh, nice. Going down course as far as she needs to in order to allow that ski to finish off the turn and then go cross course. And like I said, riding that Versatail slalom ski, the DV8, and I wonder what kind of tail configuration she has on that ski.
Well,
whether it's a rounded tail or a square tail.
That just speaks to the technology and all of the effort that goes into these youngsters skiing, but not just the youngsters, the whole industry in and of itself. Just taking the time to give these incredible athletes an opportunity to perform at the highest level. But this, much like Elena, was not the best 13-meter that young Anne-Marie's had. As you said, it went down course just a little bit at the end. I don't know what that is, maybe a little bit of nerves. We are at the largest stage that some of these athletes have ever competed on. I mean, we are at the World Championships, Tony, and it's obviously they have to deal with that or factor into their preparation, the nerves that comes into play. So great job for her. She's on the lead line length now, 12 meters.
Okay, continuing right along with this competition, brought to you by the Grubs family, along with Dutch Brothers and the Balaqua Lake water ski community. The Grubs family was so generous in filling up all the athlete bags. Dutch Brothers donating so much swag.
Yeah, you see the Dutch Bros fanny packs walking around. The kids love them. And
I love that
I want
coffee
one.
drink, though.
Oh, I would go for a Dutch Bros right now. But 12-meter line, big one ball. Look, she's very capable of running this pass. A little bit of a tip rare. Let's see what she does with it. Equaling Elena.
Look at this. And our first pass at 12 meters. Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
Put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing our first skier into the 11-meter line, or 38 off. This a respectable score at any level of women's water skiing, but equally as impressive at the U-17s. This is the 2020 World Championships, and that's right, 2020. We had to put it on ice for a bit with our unfortunate events going on throughout the world, but we're competing right here at beautiful South Walton, Florida, 2021-2020 World Championships right here. Look at Anne-Marie. She gets stood up just a little bit, but stays calm, collected, cool as you like, out the exit gates, and she's going to set down, recompose herself. We got a mandatory 45-second sit down to let the lake settle and give these athletes the best opportunity to perform. But, Tony, 11 meters coming at you.
And already a student at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. She just started her studies off just this past week. That's got a 15-hour load on her first semester of studies. 3 of those on a virtual online class.
That's no joke.
Uh-huh. All right, then let's have a look. Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Entrance gates, buoy number 1, handle up high, and so was the ski. Round number 2 has no hope of getting outside number 3, but a best score out of this competition, and a score which would have put her in the top 3 had this have been the elimination round. This is Anne-Marie Wroblewski coming into the shore, originally out of Toledo in Ohio.
Put your hands together for the Midwest native. I am sure people erupted as she cleared that 12-meter line, and then that full 2 buoys, Tony. I think that is key to call out right now. Every quarter buoy and this event is going to be crucial, especially with the names of Luisa Jaramillo and Kennedy Hanson on the docks behind her. I don't want to count out all the other athletes to come, Sage Pop Becker and all the others that will come follow her, but 2 buoys at 11 meters.
With that kind of improvement, one could say, dare I say it, Holy Toledo.
Tony, we appreciate all your one-liners. Somebody ought to write them down.
All right, and using that ski to great effect, and maybe we'll get a word or two with her, and she's very personable, very outgoing, and we'll get a word or two with her, I'm sure.
Yeah, as soon as she gets toweled off and dries off a bit, let's see what she thinks about her run out there. But hooked up to the end of that beautiful ski nautique, we've got Sage Pop Becker out of the U.S. She's riding that Syndicate ski.
And Sage Pop Becker, significantly, the first of our U.S. team skiers, which means that if they hope to separate themselves from Chile in the team overall battle, it starts here.
Wow, did you see her face light up? What was interesting about Elena's interview is she told us that she could see just fine over at 2.4, which is where she lights up. Right there, she lights up. But then over here is the struggle at the 135 buoys. So, again, just shows we don't know what the heck we're talking about. We're just bringing you the action the best we can, and she clears that 14.25 meter line. All right, Anne-Marie, if you are in earshot, if you can come on up and have a word with us. I know that a lot of your fans viewing back at home would love to hear from you. But right now we're watching Sage Pop Becker on the replay. Plenty of angle over there at 1 ball. Wow, what a beautiful 2. This is an opening pass for you, right? So what it should look like.
14.25 meters, very much on her game. And just looking in very, very good shape out there, and just looking relaxed, and just feeling out the slalom course, one side to the other. Not putting too much beef behind the boat or doing anything in the turn to upset her balance and equilibrium.
Yeah, an incredible slalom skier she is. You saw her talent in the jump as well. Tricks, I think, mainly for an overall score, but still it was respectable. Obviously good enough to make the U.S. team, and we're hoping that she gets deep down that 11-meter line for the hopeful of the team event for the U.S. But I see Anne-Marie, and I see her coach, April Coble-Eller. Right now we've got Sage on the water. Working her way down the course, round 4 ball over to 5, easy 13-meter line. We're going to let Sage take a bit of a rest. We're going to get Anne-Marie mic'd up. Anne-Marie Wróblewski, folks, leading the event here. We're going to re-rack her replay. We're going to walk through this with her because it was an incredible performance. And I'm sure a training partner, good friend, maybe Jamie Bull is watching. She's probably watching nervously as Anne-Marie.
Hey, Anne-Marie, how you doing? What's up?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. And we're re-racking to see your attempt on the last pass, 11.25 meters. You're the only person so far to get through 12 meters. Tell us a little bit more about this.
Well, my 1 ball wasn't amazing, but I think it was good enough to run it. And I kind of panicked at 2, and I pulled long, and it didn't really end well.
All right, then. And also,
Sorry.
And, when I was watching you skiing through the initial 2 passes, I was looking at that ski, and I was seeing if it was rolling or if it was holding up in the turn and waiting for it to come back. And, that's the thing about the ski that you're riding right now, which is the Conley DV8. And the conclusion I made? She's riding a square tail, and guess what?
I am.
There you go. So Yeah, you can look at certain techniques and see what we got going on. But let's have a look at Sage Pop Becker. Give us your assessment of what she's doing so far. Uh-oh.
Okay, has a little bit of trouble going to 6 ball. Let's make sure she's okay real quick. She does give us a wave. That was another Freddie Winter-esque crash. So, sure, Freddie's tuning in and thinking, man, these girls are taking plays out of my playbook, but Anne-Marie, your teammate here, going for it, laying it all out on the line, didn't look to be in bad shape, but maybe you're obviously much better slalom skier than either of us, so you can tell us what happens here. Good start, but what do you see, Anne-Marie, as she works her way down this 12-meter line?
So far, it looks really good to me.
But then as she gets round buoy number 3 and crosses into number 4, things start getting a little bit pear-shaped right at the end of that turn and forced to pull along into number 5. And she's out of position off buoy number 5, takes the slack line, gets broken over, and then, and just no angle off number 5, was really stretching hard to get round number 6. So it's actually an improvement for the United States, which is good. But she really wanted to get into 11.25 meters, your fellow skier at Louisiana Lafayette.
Going for it, always.
That's the Cajun way.
Absolutely. So, plans for the future. You're from Toledo, Ohio. You're skiing at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. It's going to be an immense culture shock for you. That much I can tell you. I mean, I was in England. I went to the UL. I adapted pretty quickly. But what are some of the things that you've noticed in South Louisiana that kind of are taking you aback?
It's really hot and really humid. It's not hot or humid in Toledo.
Have you had a crawfish étouffée yet?
No, I'm not really a fan of seafood.
Oh, seafood. Notice that crawfish? Crawfish is seafood. I love it. Maybe creek food. But anyways, you are going to be in for an incredible experience at Louisiana Lafayette, and we just appreciate you coming up and taking the time to talk us through what is currently good enough for first place. So, Anne-Marie, I am sure all of the Midwest erupted as you ran that 12-meter line. Congratulations to you. Let's see if it's enough for a medal here at the U-17 IWWF World Championships.
Hopefully. I'd also like to thank Conley and April for helping me.
You're such a sweetheart, and I know April was excited and proud of you. She taking some pictures of us up here talking with you, because right now you're the leader of the World Championships, and I'm sure we'll see you at the top of the podium many more times to come. So,
all right, thank you.
All right, then. That's Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Finally got that right.
Yep. Sorry about that, Anne-Marie. Yeah, took just a few years to get the name right, but we got there at the end, didn't we? And that's all that matters.
Okay, coming in on the 16-meter line, this is Nelly Ellard. So not looking bad at all there with the opening pass. So what do you see here there, Cole?
Well, I noticed that Conley Waterski, first and foremost, so represented well in the finals. Nelly making her way. I mean, this is a bit of an academic pass for her, obviously. This is no problem at all. Look at the space, time, width. Just waiting on 4-ball there. Absolutely backsiding every single buoy. If this is any indication to how the rest of the set's going to go, I'm looking very forward to seeing where she ends up. Maybe even challenge Anne-Marie.
Okay, so she went on 16 meters and is now coming back on the yellow loop, which is 14.25 meters as our officials look on from our center tower. And Anne-Marie Wroblewski looking out at the other skiers with her Raging Cajun flask.
Oh, you are eating this up, aren't you, Tony?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, so right now here's the stage. We've got young Nelly on into that ski nautique at 14.25 meters. It's a bit of a nervous wait yet for Anne-Marie. Yes, she is leading the event, but I don't know that it's going to be enough. You know, you've got the talents of, obviously, Nelly, you're watching it right now, but Kennedy Hanson, Luisa, whom else have we got in store for us, these viewers at home, Tony?
And just looking at the tail end of this pass for Nelly Ellard from Canada, the related, I believe, to Dominique Grandin Ellard. I believe they're actually cousins.
Yeah, I think we got corrected yet again. We appreciate the information, but how could I forget one of my favorite skiers, Alyssa Drake, coming up. We've got Dominga Gonzalez, like you said, Julie Fa. And I'm excited to see all of them compete. This is going to heat up here very quickly.
All right, so with a score of 4.5 on 12 meters to advance out of the round previous to this one, it is Nelly Ellard from Canada.
So a little bit of trouble here at the 13-meter line, but luckily there's enough time and space with that rope length that she can navigate successfully around all six and out the exit gates. A little bit of heart and throat mouth kind of stuff there at three ball, Tony. I'm not really sure where it came unstuck.
Yeah, skiing a little bit into the sun, which will do one or two things to you. It will actually force you to kind of pull along a little bit into the run. Trying to find the buoy off the second wake, just searching for it, just trying to reestablish a vision, and that does take a little bit of time, takes a few split seconds out of your run. But that was 13 meters or 32 off, and doing a fine job with that run. Now she's going to come back in on 12 meters. The buoys are going to be lit up like Christmas tree lights.
That's right. Yeah, she's not going to have to contend with the sun. Sorry there, my eyes were averted to that beautiful C8 Corvette that just drove by. I couldn't even... Typically, in a situation like this, I'm just fixated with the water skiing, but a car of that magnitude, Tony, just had to catch my eye. But there's young Alyssa Drake on the dock cam. Always keeps it light, just a fantastic young lady. Also out of the Midwest, so I've had the pleasure of watching her grow up. But right now, we've got young Nelly Ellard up Canada on the 12-meter line. It's a must-run pass if she wants to challenge our leader, Anne-Marie. Decent start. It's a little bit of a rope problem there. She's working through this pass. A bit of a fight. Late as you can be almost. And unfortunately going down at 5 ball. And she knows that right now it's good enough for third, but she's upset with herself, and she shouldn't be, because it was a gutsy performance into the sun. Well, I guess not into the sun, out of the sun, but still, nonetheless, the largest stage, good enough for third place right now. That young development program of Canada is just continuing to pump out incredible skiers, and you're looking at the talent that is Nelly Ellard. Just a bit late, a bit of a fight, a slugfest throughout that whole pass, and just can't get it done in the end. Around 5 ball, and you can see the screams of agony right there, unfortunately, but heck, hell of a score if you're asking me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, she got the ski out nice and wide on number 1, just a little bit off position at the end of that turn as she went cross course into 2, was driven down course. But I tell you what, she got some decent angle into number 3. just rearing up a little bit on her 135 side, which was a strong side pull. Then number 5 just brought the handle up, tried to get back in on it again, and
well, see, there we go again with the full buoy situation. That was what looks to be 4.5, and it was. You know, Sage, that full buoy at 5, I mean, that's going to be, that half buoy incremental increase is going to be huge in the end, I believe.
Okay, so that's that score. What was it at 4.5 on 12 meters there for a skier from Canada. Now we've got Alyssa Drake of the United States on 14.25 meters. A native of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. Skiing over at Stillwater Lake.
Round 6 balling out the exit gates. I was just going to say, Tony, don't miss your opportunity to say Oconomowoc.
Oh, I love Oconomowoc. I went there once before last year. A beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, the Stillwater Pro-Am.
Yeah, exactly. And stayed in a nice little village nearby called Welsh. And they, you know, they're really, really proud of their Welsh heritage there. And
oh, this is serious. This isn't just a Tony. This isn't a Tony anecdote that I thought you were joking me here, but this is real.
Yeah, it is real. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, now I would have to go and visit. Maybe
Well,
next year at the Stillwater, I'll poke over to your Welsh heritage.
Well, I'm not Welsh, but I mean, you
sorry.
could see examples of the Red Dragon, you know, all over the village, and you know, there are these types of really quaint villages that are dotted all around Wisconsin. You know.
That's awesome. There you're seeing young Reed Meinhardt just absolutely exploding onto the youth scene, making a finals at the ripe age of 14 years old. Watching his teammate right now, Alyssa Drake. He's also a Midwest skier. So it's pretty interesting, the caliber of some of these youngsters that are skiing in very cold climates. I'm obviously Reed spending a lot of time here with his coaches, Adam Picos. Alyssa, obviously, in Orlando at Matt Reaney's ski school. Nice one ball there at the 13-meter line. Oh, this is much better. She gave me trouble about tearing up her 13-meter line. Let's get her around 5 ball and over to 6. That is more of the Alyssa Drake that we are used to. Congratulations to young Alyssa Drake. Absolutely smashing that 32 off pass. So.
Oh, beautifully executed there, 32 off, starting in on 14.25 meters. And, yep, that you can see that radiant smile there at the end of that run, and exuding a bit of confidence there after the first couple of passes. Is well used to these kind of conditions, as skied here on plenty of occasions before.
Absolutely. You know, it's been a pleasure to watch this young lady grow up in the Midwest and see her talents blossom, and you know, just to see where her determination and grit and will has gotten her to thus far is, if it's any indication of where this could end up, I think you've already seen her in a trick final. She's stamped her ticket into the jump final, and so she's made all 3 finals. And I know Tony is obviously very proud, and so am I. So congratulations to Alyssa. She's already done an incredible job this weekend, but she's looking for more here, Tony. She's capable of running this. She has a personal best into the 11.25-meter line. Midwest hopeful, Alyssa Drake out of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
Okay, and this tournament brought to you by the Toy snack bars. We thank the Fonts for providing us with those during the course of these championships.
They are delicious. Where are we at, Tony? We're in a little bit of issues here.
12 meters.
Is she going to fight her way through this? No,
and inside buoy number 5.
Coming up short. You know, it's not a bad score for Alyssa, but just didn't really start the way she wanted. Let's go through this replay here.
Yeah, kind of was a little bit tall on the entrance gates, though, a little bit straight-legged, and didn't achieve all the angle that she wanted to across the wakes into number 1 to bleed off the speed.
It's a great 1 ball, though, still, and then that 2 ball right there, I think takes a little bit too much and just gets out of rhythm there, and She's fighting. She's staying in it. I thought she had done enough, but it's right there. Little back of the ski, wouldn't turn, and just inside 5 balls. So she'll be disappointed. She'll be disappointed, to say the least, but she shouldn't be because she's at the largest stage. She's made all 3 finals. She's already competed in the trick final. Here she is in the slalom final, and you're going to see her talents later on the jump lake.
Looked in pretty good shape on this particular run, but her offside turns were letting her down a little bit, especially number 2, and this one coming in, number 4. Handle up a little bit high and skiing inside buoy number 5. So it's 4 buoys on 12 meters.
Is that good enough for 5th place at the moment?
I believe so. Third, fourth, or 5th at this time, but you know that she scored 5 on 12 in the round previous to this, which means no movement in the team scores so far as she's concerned. She is a team skier for Alyssa, and so still in the lead with 2 on 11.25 meters is Anne-Marie Wróblewski. And now we've got 4 skiers remaining, starting off with Dominga Gonzalez of Chile. All right, so now our next competitor is going to be Dominga Gonzalez. We're down to our final 4 now. And the current lead score is 2 at 11.25 meters. That is the score that these competitors are all chasing down. In respect to the team competition, there has been some movement courtesy of Pop Becker with an additional 1 buoy on top of a previous round score. That will help Team USA score as they try to distance themselves from the next best challengers, which just so happens to be Chile, and their next team skier is on the water right now, Dominga Gonzalez, opening past 14.25 meters.
Well, 7 U.S. competitors have made it through to this final. So this is the event that they're going to have to capitalize on, if you will, to have any chance of holding off the Chilean team.
And a nice little position there into buoy number 1. She is right foot forward, so she wants to try and take as much off the 2-4-6 side as she can, whilst giving her plenty of opportunities to gain some good cross-course traction.
You know, Tony, all weekend long I have been so impressed with this young lady's skiing ability. I mean, it's not just in the slalom event, but you saw her last night in the trick event. I mean, it's just so balanced, so calm, collected, wise beyond her years. We talk about the ski IQ, and you see things that pros are doing, and she does them effortlessly, efficiently. It's just incredible to watch her move on a slalom ski, and I think this is one to watch for sure. She definitely has the capability. There you see our very, very illustrious judges panel. But this one right here, Dominga Gonzalez, 13-meter line, absolutely in rhythm with that 0 off, just beautiful as she navigates around 2 ball. Love that offside turn, all the work she does before. And then again there at 4. I mean, was there ever a question there? I mean, it's just consistently never looked, whatever line length it's at, it just looks beautiful. And she just does it efficiently. She looks like she's out for a walk in the park. It's incredible.
Yeah, looking in very, very good shape on the entirety of that pass in these championships. These championships are brought to you by Point Washington Medical Clinic, who have been the medical provider on site for the athletes and federations to get proper testing, etc. Please consider donating to this free medical clinic who provides for their local community. And just look at that counter rotation there into buoy number 4. It's incredible stuff. Very self-aware on that slalom ski, and aware that by employing that kind of technique, she can get the most out of that slalom ski once it's thrown onto its inside edge.
It's incredible. Most of her work is done. I'd say 90% of her work is done before she even gets to the buoy, and that's at every line length. It's not just her opening pass, okay? You're going to see it here at the 12-meter line. It's just it's imminent that she is going to be taking the pro tour by storm, and looking forward to watching her as she develops into an incredible water skier, and she already is, for that matter. Dominga Gonzalez, 12-meter line.
All right, let's have a look and see. Buoy number 1 for Dominga. This is 12 meters. Oh, a little bit loose off number 2 and even looser off number 3. She's good to go for number 4. Can she make it outside 5? No. So that score, our only score into 11.25 meters by Anne-Marie Wróblewski, still going unchallenged at this time.
Yeah, holding on. Look, and one more skier doesn't eclipse her, and young Anne-Marie guarantees herself a medal at a World Championships. I would believe that's probably her first hardware.
Yeah.
And just an incredible feat. So she is biting her nails right now. She's on pins and needles. Just excited to see this unfold for young Anne-Marie.
And let's not forget, let's go a little bit further down this list. We've got Sage Pop Becker with 5 on 12 meters. She's currently in second place at the moment.
Absolutely. And again, I talked about that half buoy. I mean, these girls are all going to have to go for it, right? So if they get into a bit of trouble like Dominga did here, which is unusual, unprecedented, they have to make it up. They have to go for a turn at 5 ball. So Sage is sitting in a pretty good spot, even though she probably has a bit of a headache after that horrific tumble. But honestly, if anybody has an issue at the early part of their 12-meter line, they're going to have to go for it at 5 ball to complete that pass. So not going to say it's a guarantee by any means, but it is a good spot to be in. And if you're going to be on the outside looking in, that's where you want to be. So wow. Sage.
So now it comes down to our final 3 competitors. We've got Kennedy Hanson, who's about to take to the water next. Then we'll have Julie Fay from Switzerland, and Luisa Jaramillo from Colombia. So
look at the nervous wait from young Anne-Marie. You just got to think the message is flooding in. Look at, there she is. Say hello to all your fans back home. You got to believe all the messages are just flooding in right now. People are saying what an incredible job she did, obviously. It looks like she's fighting back tears as she's just so elated with what she's already accomplished. And I'm just, again, could not be more proud of all of these young ladies. But our U.S. contingent, 7 skiers in the finals. What an incredible feat, really. And testament to our youth program here in the U.S. and all of our coaches and managers. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank April Coble-Eller, which is our leaders coach, and of course my beautiful wife, Erin Kalkbrenner, who has tirelessly worked on this to give these athletes the best opportunity to perform. Not only are they taking care of our U-17 athletes, but they are going to stay for another 4 days and complete the mission that is the Under-21 World Championships. So right now, world champion Kennedy Hanson on the water, a local favorite, a favorite in the overall event, but she is already taken 1 gold. Let's see if she can do that again here in the slalom event.
And yes, she is chasing history, folks, because not only is she the world tricking champion, she also has the top seed going through to the girls' jumping final as well. I believe.
Augustina, I would think, has that.
Augustina, yes, you're absolutely right.
47.9. That was just an absolute smashing of a jump, but we'll get to that in a bit.
Yes, and you're absolutely right. Augustina holding the top seed, but Kennedy Hanson certainly has plenty of opportunity there to move up. But I mean, let's think of this for a moment. I mean, the possibilities are absolutely mind-boggling because the only female skier, actually the only skier that has won the World Overall Championship, having won all three disciplines. I mean, you have to go back to the open ranks, to way back in 1969, with double-checking on that. But you're talking about the likes of Liz Allen, who achieved that feat. And Kennedy has the possibility of matching something like that.
Well, not only that, Tony, but how many under-17 competitors have repeated as a world champion in the overall event? I mean, because think about what she had to accomplish at such a young age. I mean, she won in Spain, right? Mm-hmm. And a beautiful Cessna,
yes.
The Botas Arena there. I don't know the exact name there, but just incredible watching her take out that title. And now here we are, nearly 3 years later, with what's happened and transpired with COVID. She has actually put herself in an incredible position to win the overall title. So 13-meter lines, Kennedy Hanson, a local, a native of the Midwest. Boy, I tell you, just another Midwest skier in this final. I bet you that's got to be some sort of a record.
Certainly has plenty of opportunity ahead of her to move up. Where it currently lies right now is 2 at 11.25 meters is the lead, and that's the score that Kennedy Hanson used to make it through to these girls' finals.
Yeah, I've seen her. I've personally seen her get deep down that 10.75 line. In fact, I don't think she's cleared it yet, but, you know, what better day to do it than today at the World Championships. She knows this site. This is her home site, coached by Corey Picos, of course. Just an unbelievable talent. It very reminiscent of the world champion that is Regina Jaquist. I mean, everything that I see here, it's just consistently atop her game at every elite level tournament. I mean, she's just mentally as tough as they come at such a young age. It's the career that is sure to be is going to be something of the ages to watch. I was talking about this as she came into the trick event. Is this, Tony, is this something as an announcer you get to call these incredible athletes? This could be something that we look back on for years to come, just an opportunity to relish and watch this talent that is Kennedy Hanson.
All right, let's see what she's got. She's run through 14, ran through 13, now 12 meters. Only one person has gotten through 12 meters at this time, and that is Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Round buoy number 1 takes a good strike on that one. Round number 2, keeping everything in check, moving out away from the boat and allowing that ski to fully rotate before she goes cross course. And that's the best 12-meter pass we've seen so far.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't get much easier than that. I thought that was an opening pass for young Kennedy. What an incredible 12-meter line pass. And if that's imminent of what's to come, I think you're going to see the 11-meter line go down. And she's very capable of it, obviously. Chasing her training partner, Luisa Jaramillo, who is our top seed in this women's final here, or I should say girls U-17 final. It's hard to think that these young ladies, these scores would be atop the leaderboard at any pro event. You know, Jamie Bull is obviously coming fresh off a win at the Hilltop, but you think she's watching these young ladies thinking, I better get to training.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the likes of Kennedy Hanson, who's been an absolutely prodigious talent over the last few seasons, you know. So let's have a look at where we are right now. I mean, 2 buoys, 11.25 meters is the lead. And if Kennedy Hanson obviously exceeds that, she will obviously establish the lead and put herself on the podium in the slalom event for absolute certain. But should she get 2 and no more, it goes into a potential runoff.
That's right. Right. So is Anne-Marie going to be the first looking out at a medal, or is she going to retain that bird nearly?
Round number 1. Or gets round number 2, and we have a tie for the lead.
So I'd like to see a replay here, Tony. I was just about to make the call, and all of a sudden I saw a white flash go by her head. I don't know if I'm seeing things or not, but let's see what we have here. Maybe it was behind her, but here's the replay. No sight of any bird there, but around 1 ball, just a little ski tip raise, and comes up narrow into 2, so that's all she wrote. So it doesn't increase her score or overall, but you know what it is good enough for?
First place.
At the moment. A tie at the moment. So, Anne-Marie, I would say, hopefully you're staying nice and fresh and getting mentally prepared for the possibility of a runoff. Obviously, if young Julie Fa or Luisa Jaramillo have anything to say about it, that 2 at 11 is not going to be enough.
Well, I know that having seen the pictures that Anne-Marie Wroblewski not totally changed out of her skiing gear quite yet, because she's an experienced campaigner. She knows what's going on, and she is well aware that there's always the possibility that someone can tie a score and force them into a runoff situation. And right now, between Kennedy Hanson and Anne-Marie Wroblewski, they're tied with 211.25 meters. Now, if that came down to a tie for second or third, then Kennedy Hanson would actually have the advantage because of her previous round score used as the highest backup. So 16 meters for Julie Fay from Switzerland, who actually participated recently in the San Gervasio Pro-Am in the junior competition, where I suspect she did pretty darn well in that one. And a lot of Swiss competitors actually train in other nations aside from Switzerland. Switzerland probably has among the most restrictive environmental laws when it comes down to boat skiing. Matter of fact, their national championships actually took place in Bourg-en-Bresse in France, which is just across the border. It's not too far away from Geneva, but it's certainly not Switzerland. And, despite all of that, the Swiss do come through and dominate on occasion.
Yeah, that's incredible. I didn't know all that. So tough luck for the Swiss. But as you see right here, Julie Fay doesn't I'm sorry. Yeah, Julie Fay has no issue with the technique, if you will. Tony, it'd be interesting, obviously, Swiss Ski School, it'd be interesting if they would ever hold a national championships here. I mean, most of these competitors travel internationally anyways to do their skiing, like you just said. So how cool would that be to host a Swiss national championship right there in beautiful, is it Kissimmee, Florida?
Kissimmee. And actually, the Swiss Federation actually held a world championship at Swiss in 2003.
At Swiss Ski School?
Yeah.
Wow, so it's already been done. That's incredible. Right now, we got Julie on the water, clearing this 28-meter line, 28 off line.
Okay.
Trying to go back and forth here and interchange these different languages, if you will. And it sometimes gets to be a bit of a chore, but it's...
6 buoys à 14 mètres de corde. 6 buoys at 14.25 meters.
I thought you just cursed at me again, but you didn't. I think. I'd have no idea, really. But Julie, right, you're looking the goods. Look at that counter rotation. Continuing that ski all the way through the turn. Really, they can't even tell where the turn ends and the pull begins.
And there you go, and just allowing that ski to run wide on her buoy number 5, and beautifully executed run.
So she'll be coming back in at 13 meters.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to take note of what ski she was actually on. I couldn't tell in that pass. I'm not sure what it is, but nonetheless, you see one of our sponsors there, D3 on the dock, Luisa Jaramillo, your top seed, getting loose and limber with her brother Fed there.
All right, so the situation that exists right now, we have a tie for the lead between Anne-Marie Wroblewski and Kennedy Hanson with 2 at 11.25 meters. Here's Julie Fay, round buoy 1. Excellent round number 2, keeping the ski out ahead of her, then dropping that ski on its inside edge and allowing it to whip round. And a decent-looking 12 meters. She's definitely set herself up well, and her effort, that was actually 13 meters, I beg your pardon, because
she started at 16, that's right.
Started in on 16. I thought it looked a little bit easy there for her, but yeah, just reconfirming that this is 13 meters, not 12.
So she's got some work left to do, but I mean, the level of skiing that we're seeing here is just incredible, and again, if it's any precursor to what we are to see, I think she's going to be challenging for a leadership spot here.
All right. And now here's the situation. She's going to come back in on 12 meters. She's coming into the course away from the sun, which will illuminate the buoys a little bit more for her and not totally blind her. But the wind is still very much behind her, which means that she's really going to have to work on completing each turn, even if it means going down course. Once that ski comes around the buoy, just be patient enough to allow that ski to roll up under the line, wait for the line to go tight, and then allow that ski to continue its speed and its turn and its cross-course angle, which she is capable of doing on 12 meters. Here she comes, Julie Fay. Buoy number 1, little straight into buoy number 2, but I tell you what, she more than recovers on that one. She's a right foot forward skier, which means that she can turn the heck out of buoy number 4, a little bit exposed. Oh no, what happened there?
Let's get that boat back to her right now. I don't know if everybody can see that at home, but looks to be okay, thank goodness. Wrapped the rope around her body, and maybe she isn't. Let's just make sure
more annoyed
here.
Than anything, and she's going to swim into the shore, thanking the boat crew for their conscientiousness.
Well, here's the situation right now. Right now, we have, again, Sage Pop Becker back in the hot seat here. With that skier not clearing, getting a full 5 buoys, young Julie Fay, it puts Sage right now squarely in 3rd. So she is still in the medal hunt with 1 skier to go. Obviously, Luisa Jaramillo, if she has anything to say about it, it's not going to be a matter. But let's watch right here, because this gets a little bit scary right here. Look at that. Gets wrapped around her neck, and thank goodness.
Oh, my word.
Thank goodness.
Was just plain flat out dangerous.
Yeah, well, what happened is she stuck her hand into the handle into the water and actually accelerated in front of the rope and the boat. My goodness. I mean, I'm just so thankful that we didn't have something.
That was almost a situation last year in one of our pro tournaments with Brooke Baldwin.
Yeah, I've had an athlete do this before, and it did not end up as well as this did, so thank goodness for that. Julie's okay. Obviously not the score that she wanted. It looks like 4.5 at 35 off. But right here, you're going to see her stick her handle in, then she tries to take up the slack, and look at this. I mean, has the wherewithal to, oh, man.
Oh, ouch.
Okay, so we're going to make sure that she's okay. I know she said she's okay. Obviously, she's a little bit upset with the score, but situation is okay. Let's get all right, so Thank goodness Julie's okay. Unfortunately for her, she's on the outside looking in right now as far as the medal contention goes. We've got Sage Pop Becker on the hot seat. She is obviously waiting nervously. But if Luisa Jaramillo has anything to say about it, I have a feeling she is going to...
they're actually watching the instant replay of Julie Fay right there, just judging by the reaction. And,
even Anne-Marie is thinking, good gracious. And there's teammate Alexis Micheler coming over to say, how you feeling? You keeping cool? You know what's interesting? I just saw Luisa chumming it up with her brother and sister and keeping it lighthearted on the dock. It's incredible to consistently see her not only perform at the highest level, but have a smile on her face and keep it lighthearted and fun all weekend long. I don't even know if she knows how to not smile. You know, it's like she could be crying and have a smile on her face at the same time. It's like a thunderstorm with the sun out, taking a look at. So she's an incredible athlete, and we are excited to see her take to the water here. She is your top seed in the U-17 2020-2021 World Championships.
And the top seed by a country mile. I mean, her score at 10.75 meters, a full pass more than the next skiers that were actually tied for second place, Kennedy Hanson and Julie Fay, with 2 at 11.25 meters. So it's all for her to chase now. More than 2 at 11.25 meters will give her the world title. There's Frederico along the dockside, and
he's got a tutu on. I mean, World Championships, why wouldn't you wear a tutu down to the dock to wish your sister luck?
Yeah, they're certainly a unique family, I can tell you that.
I had an opportunity to ride out a hurricane here one time with the Jaramillo family. We had to unfortunately go away it was a Category 5 hurricane, so we had to get out of here pretty quickly. And as we evacuated, we all decided to go together to to Memphis to make sure that we were out of harm's way. And I just tell you what, you learn so much about that family, spending any amount of time with them, because we were fast friends, obviously, and just know that mom and dad are very proud of young Federico and Luisa, because they continue to surprise even us. You know, it's that we talk about this Waterski family here at the Pico Ski School, and it extends all over the world, all over the country, if you will. Just we're excited she is a Corey Pico skier, if you will. I'm not sure you've seen those. It's just awesome to see her taken to the water in her backyard, really. Pass 14 meters.
Okay, Luisa Jaramillo now chasing down the score of 2 at 11.25 meters, which is tied with two competitors for the world title. Now 14.25 meters. Oh, very precise style from one side to the next. And working against the sun and doing a fine job with the opener of 14.25 meters. So,
absolutely. As she sits down here for this 45-second, Tony, you probably know the answer to this with the wealth of knowledge that you are, but do we run off for a second-place medal?
Nope.
Or do we go to... Okay,
the only instance in which you would run off is for the gold medal. The other medals are settled by backup score.
So that favors Julie Fay?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so... we may not have a runoff situation if Luisa can better or even tie her score from the prelims, which was incredible. It was 2 at 10.75 or 39.5 off. We're gonna get our leaderboard up, and we're gonna show everybody where we are, because this is turning out to be an epic battle atop the leaderboard, fighting for a medal at the U-17 Girls World Championships. Here is that young lady on your right, Anne-Marie Robleski. Of course, young Kennedy Hanson, another American, and our sole Colombian that's left in this event on the water, Luisa Jaramillo. So let's not forget Sage Pop Becker, also of the USA.
So far, because Kennedy actually has a higher backup score, that is the tiebreaker between herself and Anne-Marie Robleski. Both of them skiing with 2 at 11.25 meters. They're currently tied for the lead right now. But if past form is anything to go by, those two competitors might be sharing a medal other than gold, or at least be relegated to silver and bronze. But I tell you what, one pass after the other, one at a time. She can't afford to be complacent here from here on out. She went through 14 and 13 meters there in successive passes. And short setup there from that bottom end, but working that out very, very nicely indeed. And she skis here on a consistent basis, so she knows every nook and cranny out there on the slalom course.
Yeah, this is definitely, if you want to say, home field advantage going into this this finals here. Not that Kennedy doesn't have that as well, and obviously everybody has the opportunity to come to beautiful Pecos Water Ski School. So it's not a what you would say. It is a home field advantage for sure for young Luisa, but this next pass, this 12-meter pass, no gimme for sure. It's a must-run pass if she wants to challenge our leaderboard right now. We've got Anne-Marie Rubleski as well as young Kennedy Hanson at the top of the leaderboard, all tied up, all knotted up there at 2 buoys at 11.25. So this is a must-run pass, Tony.
All right, Anne-Marie Rubleski and Kennedy Hanson still in the lead with 2 at 11.25 meters. We got Luisa Jaramillo now into the course on 12. 8 buoys away from tying, but she wants more than 8 buoys than in this instance to take the world title. Here she is on 12 meters. Oh, just look at that. That is just poetry in motion.
Wow.
Magnificent skiing.
That was equally as impressive as young Kennedy Hanson's 12-meter line pass. That puts her in third for sure. So we've already given away all our medals. Now it's just going to matter of where they're all going to sit. So we've got Kennedy Hanson. We've got Anne-Marie Rubleski. And, of course, you're watching the talent that is Luisa Jaramillo on the water, has every capability to climb the podium, if you will, to the top. She is going to look for any part of 3-ball. But how do you prepare, sitting down there, waiting your mandatory 45 seconds? How do you prepare here? Because you know you have to have a good start. Okay, you can't just go in safety turn 1 and pull on over to 3-ball or 2-ball, because then everything is equal again, and when we're going into a runoff situation, which is very possible. So I think she's going to have to charge here. I think she's an incredible water skier. She needs any part of 3-ball to take the gold medal.
All right, then. So here we go for the World Championship title. If she scores more than 3, it'll be a done deal. Round buoy number 1. Getting across the wakes round buoy number 2. She makes a play on 3. She's got the title. She's round number 3. But I tell you what, she is still on course. She wants to pass.
Look at that.
She'll settle for 4 and the World Championship crown. Ladies and gentlemen, from Colombia, it's Luisa Jaramillo.
Elated she is, and elated she should be. She joins her brother as world champion of the slalom event. I'm so proud of that young lady. And look at the smile. Like, it's not uncommon to see that smile, but what an incredible feat to take out the gold medal here in her backyard. It just, again, it couldn't happen to a nicer young lady, and she was all over that pass. I think once the emotions came into play, Tony, and she knew that she had done enough, I think it was just really a matter of coming back to celebrate with her Colombian team and obviously family that is watching on. I'm just so proud of her. Look at that. 1-ball wasn't great, but it was good enough. I kind of already knew at this point it was over here. I knew she was going to make her way to 3-ball. Luisa Jaramillo, your world champion of the 2020 IWWF World Water Ski Championships. I mean, what an incredible event. Look at this. I mean, just so happy for her. And I'm sure everyone around the world understands what the personality, what a big personality and how sweet of a young lady she is. It could not have happened to a better young lady. So, again, a very decorated family, the Jaramillos, they are in the water skiing world, and couldn't ask for a better ending to yet what has already been an illustrious career for the family and for young Luisa. I'm sure Coach Corey Picos is very, very proud of the efforts of both Kennedy Hanson and Luisa. It's looking more and more imminent that young Kennedy Hanson is going to stand atop the podium in the overall event anyways. So both of his athletes gets the best of both worlds, really.
Yes, absolutely. And if she is within earshot, let's bring Luisa up and a brother and other members of her immediate family, because this is very much a medal for all the members of that family that have been involved with. Well,
there it is,
Luisa.
folks. Tony, tell the world what we already know.
Wow. World champion Luisa Jaramillo ahead of Kennedy Hanson in second place, who takes that medal ahead of Anne-Marie Wroblewski with 2 at 11.25 meters. And there is your full leaderboard. Sage Pop Becker with 5 on 12 for fourth place. Judy Fay with 4.5 on 12 ahead of Nelly Ellard. Again, backup score determining those positions. Then Dominga Gonzalez in 7th ahead of Alyssa Drake, ahead of Elena Jones. Again, same method to break the tires that are for 7th. 9th, Elena Jones. Alexis Micheler in 10th. Daniela Kretsma in 11th. And Michaela Todd in 12th. And those are your 12 finalists. So, our next final will involve the U-17 boys final. And this is the continuing coverage of the 2020-2021 IWWF U-17 World Championships here from Santa Rosa Beach. And we'll return with more coverage and hopefully an interview with Luisa Jaramillo in just a few moments.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Of course.
Cheer it up.
We've got the whole Colombian contingent here, the Jaramillo family. Congratulations to all of you, but especially young Luisa.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. I don't have any words right now.
I bet you are elated, and you're sure you're at a loss for words, but tell us about your performance and how it was out there. You were done. You know you'd done enough. You know you were world champion, and you continued to ski. Did it finally, the emotions come over, and you said, what am I doing here? Walk us through this.
Okay, so that's 38, right?
Yeah, it is.
I went in, and my legs were shaking, and then I got around one ball, and I just safety checked, as you can see. Then went to two ball and also safety check because I was like, at least I'm in a runoff. And then I just pulled to three ball, and that's my good side. So I was like, okay, let's go. And by then I was already like celebrating. So I got to four ball, and I don't know, all my emotions took over.
Look at that. Luisa, it's been a joy to watch you train, and now to join your brother as world champion. I'm sure he's proud of you. Look at it. It's like he's fighting back tears, but incredible. And I'm just so proud of the young woman that you've come to be. And then, of course, I'm sure there's plenty of people you want to thank. So,
yes, I want to thank, of course, my family. They've always been there for me, my siblings, my twin brother that's about to compete, because he's like always there with me. Like, whatever happens, he's there, even if it's like good or bad. The Gonzalez right there watching me. The Picos family, they're incredible. Like this tournament, all our 4 years since they started training us, they've always been there. D3, incredible sponsorship. And then just, I don't know, like absolutely everyone here supported today. The broadcasting company, you guys are just incredible to all these like webcasts and everything.
well, Luisa, you are such a big personality, and I know Mom is sitting in the background here just so happy for you, and so are we. Tony, what do you even say to someone that their career is imminent to be illustrious, and both the brother and sister? So.
Yes, indeed, and their entire future ahead. I mean, you're going to Arizona State University, I believe, coming up for pretty soon, and along with your brother as well. So, I mean, the prospects for your future are very, very bright. But you need to answer me this one question: what's the deal with the tutus?
Because I don't know, they really like to shake their butts and.
And we saw that in Spain, didn't we?
Yes.
But you know what? Oh, here we go. If we got anybody, there we go. It's shaking the booty.
Yeah. I don't know. They have an incredible spirit, and I couldn't do it without them.
So it's time for you now to put on your tutu and get ready to support your brother. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, they're absolutely incredible family. They certainly deserve everything that's coming to them so far as world titles, and the latest one, Luisa Jaramillo. Congratulations to you. You are the World Junior Girls Slalom Champion. How does that feel when I say that?
Thank you, Tony. Thank you. It feels amazing.
All right, then, ladies
Wow.
and gentlemen, we're going to go into the Under-17 Boys Slalom Final. This is continuing coverage of the 2020-2021 World Championships. Vince says thanks.
So we are doing a bit of a simulation pass, but you know, Tony, one more thing we didn't mention is, can you imagine how the Jaramillo family could feel? I don't mean to put any pressure on young Frederico. I don't know that he even feels pressure, but there could be a brother-sister world championship sharing the title in the men's and women's event. Like, what? How do you even?
Absolutely. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's hard. I mean, it's hard to imagine you going back in history, not only in these championships but also in the elite world championships as well. I'm not too.
Has it ever happened before?
I'm not even too sure. I mean.
We've got our analytics team.
You're looking at maybe the Duvals, the Roberges, you know, and some of those are families. I mean, probably about the closest was probably 1985. Camille Duval,
wow,
and Sammy Duval.
And it probably could have been. You know, they obviously are very talented skiers and force to be reckoned with, the Duvall family in the water ski world. And it's incredible that Luisa and Federico could be, we're working on this right now, could be the first brother-sister tag team to win a World Championships in the same year. I'm at a loss for words, really, but both of which are incredible humans, and we're going to be seeing them for years to come. It's just great to see. So it's pretty interesting. We've got coming through our headset here, Luisa took second at the World Championships in Spain, and Federico, obviously your world champion. But now Luisa takes to the stage first and gets the job done. Can Federico follow footsteps and bring home yet another gold medal for the Jaramillos? I got to believe that he's a favorite, being the world champion. And then what we talked about as well, young Kennedy Hanson having the opportunity to repeat. Federico, I'm not sure that that's happened much in the slalom event. That usually takes a little bit of an older young man in that division to take out the title. So we may be looking at history all around today. This is an incredible day of water skiing. It's been an incredible World Championships thus far, but I think we're in for store for some more twists and turns, aren't we, Tony?
Yep, and we just saw some scenes on the dockside. Our first competitor out, 14 years of age. Can you believe that? We got Reed Meinhardt taken to the water along. We've got Evan Krauss coming up next, Lake Jones, Camille Bamra, and then Garrett Reese. All of those competitors tying with the score yesterday of 3 at 11.25 meters. Then Nicholas Andenson follows on along with Juan Luis Pawanka, then Jaime Palomino Blanche, then Florian Paff. Danny Texador Jr., then Blaze Grubs, and then finally our 12th and last skier in this boys slalom competition is none other than Frederico Jaramillo. So here comes Reed Meinhardt. He's coming into the course right now. I believe that he's coming in on 14.25 meters and joining me here in the actually in the 16-meter line. And joining me in the announcing position is Glenn Williams. How you doing?
Yeah, good morning, Tony, and welcome along to all our viewers, wherever you may be in the world. We've just seen an exciting under-17 girls slalom final. Now we begin the under-17 boys slalom final with a young guy out of the Midwest of the US, just 14 years of age. Solid slalom and trick skier. Skied 3 at 11.25, 38 off in the qualifying round to make it into this final. He also tricked, I think, close to 8,000 points yesterday in the trick final. So he's a very, very accomplished young man with a big future. And he opens up here on the 16-meter line, 22 off.
And I tell you what, not loading up particularly hard on the opening pass at 16 meters. It is relatively straightforward for the majority of our competitors in these championships, So, just taking it easy, getting around all 6 buoys on 16, and then he'll continue on from there. Obviously, he does have the option to opt up through a particular run if he feels that the wind conditions or anything else that's playing on this course could necessitate that kind of change. But I think with Reed, he's going to go with the standard schedule of passes.
Yeah, so he's from Alpena in Minnesota, I believe. Is it?
Yeah, he's from Minnesota, all right.
Yeah. Well, that's not the warmest place to water ski, I would think. A very cold winters up there.
But it has 1,000 lakes.
Yeah, exactly. The land of lakes as he completes this 14.25 meter line.
All right, nicely done. Great skiing there for Reed Meinhardt on pass number 1 of hopefully many. That was 14.25 meters, and we're going to take a brief look at that again before we bring him in for the 13-meter line. And I mean, there are differences in intensity behind the boat between passes, but I don't see too much of a difference here. And 16 meters and some great consistency, having now run his second pass, so he's had 1 pass in each direction. And now we'll see what he can do with the third pass coming up, which is 13.
It's interesting, Tony. Reed scraped into these World Championships. He qualified as an independent skier because he's ranked in the top 15 in the world, but only just there. I think he was ranked 14th or 15th in the world, but he's improving so fast as he grows as a youngster that he's actually skiing better than his ranking would suggest. Made his way into the slalom final. He's a big improver, and I think, geez, watch out at January of 2023 and the next under-17 Worlds in Santiago, Chile. I think this guy will be one of the favourites by then, I think, for the slalom event.
Alrighty, that to look forward to, but the here and the now here in Santa Rosa Beach. This is Reid Meinhardt. Oh, just look at him go, keeping some good water speed up in the turns, allowing that ski to just flow underneath the line. Gains cross-course traction almost immediately upon setting his tip towards the wake, and looking extremely strong out there.
Oh, absolutely. Most of the competitors in this event will start, I think, on the 14.25 metre line. Now, Reid has opted to start 16 metre, which means he's got an extra pass before he gets to the medal passes. So he's just warming up nicely. This was the 13 metre from the start dock end, pass number 3. He'll be coming back on the 12 metre line very shortly, and the 12 metre is the crunch pass. Absolutely must-run pass to be anywhere near the medals. The podium, I would think, Tony, is going to be mid 10.75, I would think. I think even to get a bronze medal, I think you're probably looking at needing to run maybe 3 at 10.75 here today, Tony. I think the calibre of the skiing we saw in the elimination round suggests that.
Yes, indeed. The top score from the elimination round was 5 at 10.75 minutes from Frederico Jaramillo, and he's actually a skier who's capable of getting through that pass and about midway through 41 off, or 10.25 meters. So that's the potential that we have in store for us. But let's concentrate on Reid Meinhardt, who's gone through 16, 14 now, and 13. This is now 12 meters. Oh, good start here. Gotten halfway through 11.25 meters in the round previous to this. And don't forget, this is at 36 miles an hour, 58 Ks, so he's at max speed and doing a fine job there on 12 meters. Like what I'm seeing out there thus far.
He makes it look easy. He's not a very tall competitor yet. He's still growing, just 14 years of age, but geez, he's very well balanced on a slalom ski and seems to give himself plenty of time out there on the course. So 12 metre line goes down for Reid as he now shortens onto the 11.25 metre line.
Yeah, certainly see plenty of potential for Reid Meinhardt going forward. I mean, he got a little loose off number 5, but he realised where he was on the slalom course in relation to that, and just continued to roll along very, very nicely indeed. That was Reid Meinhardt, and having that self-awareness, it's not an easily acquired thing whenever it comes down to skiing. It's something that you either have or you don't.
That's right. You can improve a lot by hard work, by training, but certain people have certain things. They're born with certain gifts that set them above the rest of the field. Here we go, Reid Meinhardt now. This is 11.25 metre line. Let's see how many boys he can pick up on this pass. Round 2 he goes. He's looking pretty good at the moment. Round 3. Oh, geez. Oh, I was about to say he's got a crack at running it, but he couldn't quite take the hit there on 3 ball. He didn't manage to hang on to the handle. So I think 2.5 at 11.25. Still a solid score from this young 14-year-old. But I think, Tony, there was a chance here he was going to get a little bit more, and he might be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, you can. The level of disappointment there was. The level of disappointment there was very, very clear to see, very, very palpable there. But I tell you what, in his first Junior World Championship, to make it through to the finals, age 14, mind you, skiing at 58K and getting to 11.25 meters. I mean, this kid's got a future.
Absolutely. Absolutely got a future. So we move now from the US to Canada. We've got Evan Krauss out of Canada. He also scored 3 on the 11.25. Just watching another replay here of Reid on the 11.25. Pretty good start on one ball there. I think about now he's starting to think, geez, I've got a crack at running this pass. He's confident and just really didn't get the 3 that he was looking for, but wasn't too far away from hanging on to that. And you can see the disappointment. He knew he'd had a good start there and he had a chance of possibly running the 11.25, but finishes up with 2.5.
Now the wind direction, just for those of you that are curious, it looks like it's a bit of a crosswind coming in from the right-hand side for the odd-numbered passes, such as pass 1 and 3 and 5 and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, which, given that this Lake 2 here at Picos is so narrow and there's some big trees and high banks around it, it's really not going to affect them too much, I don't think, with the crosswind. Down at lake level, I don't think they'll notice it much.
Yeah, not so much as a ripple on top of that water for the majority of our skiers going out there, you know. So now we focus in on our next competitor. He qualified in this slalom final with a score of 3 at 11.25 meters. He is from Canada, Canadian team member, as a matter of fact. He is Evan Krauss. Evan Krauss, on occasion, has been known to ski up at Shalom Park, just outside Edmonton in Alberta. But also been known to train down in the Lone Star State of Texas as well. So a well-traveled young man out there about to take to the water. From Canada, Evan Krauss. So, for those of you getting a little bit confused by all the noise and the boats and all that kind of stuff, the U-21s are in the final phase of their familiarization on the other lake with the jumping event, while we've got the under-17 boys slalom event taking place, continuing to get from one side of the course to the next, very much in control on this opening pass. I believe it looked like 14.25
Yeah, I think
meters.
so. I think we'll see almost all of these skiers from now on start at 14.25. A possibility some of the top seeds towards the end might start at 13, but I think we'll see them all at 14. Yeah, that's right, Tony. We've got jump for Mill going on behind us for the under-21 Worlds, and I'm not sure who it was, but a bit of a spectacular crash right behind us. It caught the attention of the crowd momentarily, but I'm sure the athlete is okay. We've got some people looking at him, and all the attention moves back now to the slalom lake. And we watch Evan Krauss from Canada complete the 14.25 meter. So we'll shorten down to the 13 meter line. Here we are, Kus. Final day of under-17 World Championships. In fact, we're going to finish with the boys jump final at about 2 p.m. And then we're going to actually move into the under-21 World Champs. We've got some of the trick prelims this afternoon, so there's no resting here. We're right into it. 8 days of fully packed water skiing here at Santa Rosa Beach. So here we go. This will be 13 meter line for the Canadian athlete, Evan Krauss. Team Canada. See a little bit of movement on three ball from that end of the lake. Of course, it's been a little bit of backwash there at times. It's been there for all our skiers. It hasn't really worried anyone too much. But you do notice that little shimmer on the water, especially when we've got the glassy conditions here at the moment. So the 13 metre line goes down for Evan Krauss. He's going to shorten out to the 11.25. He's getting some words from the Canadian coaching staff there on the start dock. One of the great things about this site is that when you shorten after your second pass, you are literally only probably 10 feet away from the start dock area. Oh, it's always a fine sight. Our Dutch Bro coffee has arrived for the morning. Thanks very much to Nicole Grubs, looking after us here with this fine product from Dutch Bros. Bit of cold brew. There you go. You can hear the can opening in the background there, sound effects. It's coming up to 10 a.m. in the morning here in the panhandle of Florida, and it's definitely time for a ice cold brew coffee.
All right then, whilst Glenn gets himself situated with some ice cold cold brew coffee, courtesy of Dutch Brothers, we're looking at our second competitor out on the water, the tall figure of Evan Krauss. 12 meters. Oh, look at that. Taking a good hard snap off buoy number 1. Tries to control everything into buoy number 2 and 3. And a good bit of confident skiing out there. 1 or 2 errors, but able to react effectively.
Yeah, a couple of minor errors, but I don't think he was ever in trouble here. Almost looked like he pulled out for the gates a little bit early there. He had a second take out there to edge away. But yeah, there's a couple of issues, slight issues in this pass, but I don't think he was ever in any trouble of missing it. He's just getting it done, skiing buoy to buoy. And he will be back in on the 11.25 metre line. There was a few of these skiers sort of mid-pack in this final that weren't super happy with their slalom. You know, there was a few guys that skied sort of 3, 4 at 11.25 that normally run the 11.25 metre line in the elimination round. They were, you know, I don't know if it was a case of nerves or pressure, but now's their opportunity. The pressure is off them, really. The nerves are off them, and now's the opportunity to get out there and complete that 11.25 metre line and hopefully put some real pressure on the finalists as we move our way down the seeding.
And these World Championship finals being brought to you with some great support from a whole bunch of people, including Brad Smith. And if you love this area, reach out to Brad Smith to find you a perfect home on the beach.
I'm considering it, Tony. It's pretty nice, I got to say. This is probably the nicest beach I've ever seen around here. Anyway, back on the water, 11.25 metre line. Evan Krauss out of Canada. Rears up a little bit on 1. Round 2, he's gone. Oh, that's devastation. You know, I guess he needed to get a big 2-ball to keep himself in the game after not a perfect 1, not a great start. He was looking to try and run this pass. He knows you have to run 11.25 to be anywhere near the medal, so he was giving it his all. But unfortunately, he's found a big hole around 2-ball here on the 11.25. Yeah.
So it looks like the score of 1 1/2 buoys at 11.25 meters. That currently puts him in second spot after 2 competitors. And Reed Meinhardt will move up the rankings 1 spot, it would seem.
Yeah, correct. Reed Meinhardt for at least another few minutes will be leading this under-17 boys slalom final. Big moment for that young man. Our next competitor will be Lake Jones from USA. That is a pretty good name for a water skier.
Yeah, it is. I was about to say.
I missed an opportunity there, didn't I? Had three opportunities to name children. I don't think my wife would have been super happy with Lake, but it would have suited me.
All right, so Lake Jones, I should imagine he'll be coming into the course on 14.25 meters, but the options are out there. You know, he could go in on 16 meters if he really wanted to, and if he needed that extra pass. But so far as the light is concerned, no real worries there, really. The sun is high enough to where it doesn't prevent you from seeing the buoys on your opening passes, like the early part of our girls skiing.
Yeah, so 14.25 from the US of A, 28 off, Lake Jones. Nice white pass. So,
don't see too much wrong with that there, Glenn.
No, absolutely. He's a good skier. He's capable of running 11.25. So 14.25 in these conditions. Not really a problem for this young man. Skiing as an independent from the US of A, so he's not in the US team, but skiing for himself. But of course, there'll be lots of support from the US team. They've got right behind all their skiers. As always, the USA has the most competitors in this event. I think 18 competitors from the USA competing at these under-17 World Champs.
Yep, and the amount of skiers in these championships are pretty large considering what we've had to experience so far as COVID is concerned. Obviously, that's precluded a number of competitors from a number of countries from making it here, but we have a viable amount of countries and some great skiers in each country, all the way from the United States all the way down to a skier like our Moroccan skier who will be coming up in just a few skiers' time, Camille Baumra.
Yeah, I think 130 entries in these under-17 Worlds, which is pretty phenomenal, as you say, Tony. A lot of countries aren't able to send skiers or at least full teams. Let's watch the 13-metre line now for Lake Jones. That was some pretty simple stuff, and just a warm-up pass for this young man. Things are going to get a little bit more serious now, though, as he shortens down to 35 off or 12-metre.
All right, so 35 off 12 meters. With the line on 12 meters, it means the rope is 40 feet long. 40 feet long to get round a slalom course, which is 37.5 feet wide. Obviously, when you translate that down to metric, it's 12 meters. It's exactly the same length as the line. And the course width is 11.5 meters wide. So half a meter, you know, might sound a lot, but, you know, when it comes down to it, you know, when you get to this level of skiing, you're looking for every inch and every amount of spacing you can find.
Absolutely. Obviously the 12-metre line is sort of the beginning of short line slalom skiing, I believe, or real short line slalom skiing. Definitely still a very tough pass. There's plenty of countries in the world still where the national record would be on the 12-metre line, I'm sure. But for many of these top juniors in this final, the 12-metre line is still a relatively simple pass for them. So Lake Jones now from the start dock end, United States of American skier. This is 35 off or 12-metre line, and he's on time and early here for 4 ball. No problems whatsoever across the 5. And that is a beautiful 12-metre pass. You could not fault that. Very nice as he completes the 12-metre. Shortens down to the 11.25. The lead, of course, on this is held with young American Ryan Meinhardt with 2.5 on this next pass, the 11.25.
All right, yes, so without exception, all of our skiers up to this point have run through 12 meters. I mean, that's the standard that we're seeing right now. I mean, way back in the Junior World Championships, the first time that they were held, which was about 1986, which I was a part of. So yes, I did ski for Great Britain, not particularly well, mind you, but I think the actual top score was produced by Brett Hodgkins from Great Britain with about halfway down 11.25 meters on that particularly challenging site in Milano called the Idroscalo.
That's I didn't know that, Tony. You were at the 86 Worlds. I was actually at the 88 Junior Worlds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Which was in Sherbrooke.
No, the 88 Junior Worlds were actually at Moomba. They were at They were instead of Junior Moomba. They were on the Yarra River.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I think a little while afterwards, then it went to Canada, and then it went all over the show from there. But yeah, this
is crunch time now. 11.25. Yeah. Lake Jones out of the US of A. He really needs to run this if he wants to get a medal in these World Champs. Round 2, he's getting a little bit late here, but he's fighting hard. He's got 3. He's in big trouble now though, and he's lost the handle around 3. Big slap of the water because he knows he hasn't done enough. He's got 2.5 at 11. Ties for the lead at the moment, but everybody on site knows, all these skiers know, everybody watching the webcast knows that you're going to have to run 11 if you want to get on the podium. You're probably going to have to get 3 at 10.75. So there's no use taking it easy at 11. You've got to stay on time and early. You have to run this pass. And that's what he was trying to do. He got down course and he was trying to make something up there, but he just couldn't quite do it. And he will be disappointed, Lake Jones, with 2.5 at 38 off.
All right, and that creates a perfect tie between himself and Reid Meinhardt. Both of them tying with 2.5 on 12 meters, and both were tied with 3 in the previous round. So how do you resolve that? You don't, really.
I don't think you need to, Tony. Yeah, you're right though. If they were if they were tied at the end, then what would you do? Paper, scissors, rock. I mean, obviously, if they're tied for first, you have a runoff. Now, look at it. Won't matter because there's definitely going to be higher scores than that in this final. Exciting next competitor from Morocco, and I know you interviewed him.
Oh yeah,
this is Camille, of course.
Yeah, Camille Bamra.
Yeah, from Morocco, first ever competitor from Morocco, we believe, at the World Championships.
That's right. He's in the World Championship final, and another first for that North African nation. Their capital is Rabat, and a little ways outside you'll find the single lake facility that was built specifically for tournament water skiing, and using that facility to great advantage in practicing for these championships. And wouldn't it be great if you had a world championship in somewhere like Morocco?
Oh, absolutely. That would be good. Because the only competitor to this World Championships from Africa. We normally get a couple from South Africa, actually. But there's no South Africans at this event. So from the continent of Africa, this competitor is our only, as far as I know anyway, at these World Championships.
And the Junior World Championships has been a happy hunting ground so far as the South Africans are concerned. I mean, I believe their only World Championship in recent times was courtesy of a young skier named Sean Bezuidenhout in the latter part of the 1990s, and around about the same time that you saw skiers such as Clementine Lucine and one or two of the great female French trickers. So, and those World Championships were actually held in France. So here we go on the starting dock. We've got Reese, Carter Reese, two first names, a little bit different, a little bit of a mouthful there. So here we go. We're back with Camille Bamra from Morocco.
Yeah, of course, this is 13 metre, and he's got this pass in the bag. Completes at, not sure what time it would be in Morocco. Probably similar time to what it is in Spain, I guess, or France, similar time zone.
And so, one advantage that he has is the fact that he stands at 6'4".
Yeah, he's tall. One of the tallest in this final, I would think.
Yeah. Yep. 6'4". Not exactly full of muscle. And he can speak our language. And he might appreciate a Vegemite sandwich.
Tony Lightfoot's on fire. Considering it's 10 o'clock in the morning, he's obviously enjoying the Dutch Bros iced coffee. It's fired Tony Lightfoot up this morning.
But great skiing there. Fantastic there from Camille Bamra.
Crunch time now, though, 12-metre line. 12-metre line sort of punches your ticket to having an opportunity, and then 11-5-metre line is the must-run pass. So we're into the business part of the slalom set. The first couple of the 14 to 13 are just warm-up passes for these guys, really.
It's definitely an adrenalizer, so to speak. It really puts... dials up the blood pressure a little bit.
Okay, 12-metre line. Camille, as he makes his way around two ball, looks fairly relaxed out there on the skis.
Yeah, allowing it to roll in on its inside edge. He's not in any hurry to get cross course.
Yeah, great pass. Really good. Yeah. You know that every competitor so far has had really nice 12-metre passes. No problems at all on the 12, which is what we want to see. Wonderful Nautique Towboat, of course, official sponsors of the IWWF. They sponsor all the World Championships, both in tournament water skiing and, of course, wakeboarding as well. Wonderful supporters of World Water Skiing. And a great slalom boat, of course, as well.
Fantastic skiing so far from our Moroccan skier, Camille Bamra. And these championships are brought to you by a whole band of supporters, including the Emerald Coast Marine, our local nautique dealer on site. You can check out those nautique towboats, courtesy of Emerald Coast Marine. There are good folks there. The person who is the brains behind the operation there. But is it Vince or Alice?
Yeah, it's interesting, Tony, because I always thought you were the brains behind the outfit.
No, not so much these days.
So much. It wasn't until I got here and met Vincent and went inside the famous TWBC caravan I realised where the brains really was. But this is 11.25 now, and he's going pretty well. He's on this. He's at 4. Can he get the 5? He's working hard. Is he across the 5 in the 11.25? He's around 5. He heads back.
Yes, he gets the 5.
Gets 5, boys. That is a great pass. The hand goes up. Great performance from the Moroccan athlete. 5 in the 11.25 metre line. Takes the lead.
But wouldn't this be a turn up for the books? The first skier from the North African nation of Morocco to make it through to the final and coming through with a performance that could, if things go his way, end up being on the podium. Who knows?
Look, it's a good score. I still don't think it'll get on the podium with 5 at 11, Tony, but you never quite know. It's a great score for the Moroccan, though. He's pretty happy, and he should be.
But just look at this effort once again. Good resistance, good angle through the entrance gates into buoy number 1, just rearing up on the back of the ski. And letting himself go down course, which is something that I actually like. You know, it just keeps him on top of the ski, keeps him flowing. He gets around number 5 into the wake. So we got our next skier on the water. We got Garrett Reese from the United States. 14.25 meters. Ski a little bit behind him on 1 or 2 of these turns, but still able to control his water speed effectively and keep the ski moving. And that is an important aspect of modern day slalom skiing.
Yeah. Love the shorts. I don't know if it's the shorts or the life vest, but it's got the beautiful American colours there, the stars and stripes. Garrett Reese. And this is 14.25, and pretty simple stuff, really. Just making sure of it.
Don't see too much wrong with 14.25 meters. Using that pass to warm up with and just get an assessment of how the water is skiing and continuing to roll here as we look down the shoreline and see a few of our competitors.
Okay, so it won't be too long. We'll have Garrett Reese back in on 13 metre line. Here he comes from the eastern end of Lake 2. And we'll get a look at this 13 metre line now from Garrett Reese from the United States of America, round 2. He's on time and early. Beautiful conditions at the moment here on Lake 2 at Pecos Waterski Centre. And around 6 and out the gates, and it's a great 13 metre pass. And we'll now go to Tony Lightfoot, who's got a special guest here in the studio.
All right then, Camille, I tell you what's been happening in your world recently? You've been skiing rather well out there.
I felt way better than yesterday. I had good feelings on the water, and I'm very happy about the score I did.
Tell us a little bit more about this attempt at 11.25 meters.
Actually, the water is very slow here, so you have to be very strong behind the boat. And usually I ski in Morocco and in Europe, and the water is very cold, so it's very different for the Europeans and African skiers.
Okay, so you actually are the European champion in under 17 boys, is that correct?
Yes, exactly. I won the European with a very hard runoff with my friend Nikki Atensan. Very good skier though.
And we'll see Nikita Andenson actually next after Carter Reese. But kind of explain to us how you got into the sport, because Morocco and water skiing haven't exactly been synonymous with each other. Tell us a little bit about that.
When I was young, no one in my family knew this sport. So it's a couple. They introduced us in a lake where we tried water ski once, and we loved it. So we directly bought a house and a boat, and we started doing water ski.
And you have a brand new facility out in Rabat, isn't that right?
Yeah, exactly. It's near Rabat.
All right then. So we'll wish you the very best of luck and going forwards, and hopefully you'll rise up in the rankings here. You're currently in the lead with 5 buoys at 11.25 minutes. Will it be enough for the podium? Maybe, maybe not, but you certainly got a bright future ahead, Camille.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay, back to the action on the water, and Carter Reese has just completed the 12-metre line. But I tell you what, Tony, I'm not sure you were watching, but he almost butchered it on one ball. He dropped his head pretty viciously on one ball, but he did recover and ended up completing this 12-metre pass with not too many problems. So he's shortened now to the 11.25 as Carter Reese from the US. And this is the pass now where the lead is 5, of course, so it really is now become a must-run pass if you want to get onto the podium in this under-17 boys slalom final.
And it's starting to gust up a little bit as well, which could be something that will be a little bit thought-provoking for a number of our skiers before they go out, you know.
I think it's deceptive, though. We're sitting with our backs to Lake 1 where they're jumping at the moment, and it is windy on that lake, but I don't think there's much wind at all. I can't see any wind on the slalom Lake 2, so I don't think wind is a factor. Here we go, 11.25 metre line. Carter Reese from the US of A. Out of one boy goes. Course. Round 2, he's in a bit of trouble here, but he's fighting hard. He's scrapping. Round 3, still on this. If he can get to round 4, he's fighting hard. I think he can do this, folks. He's got 5. No. I think we're going to have a tie here. I think we'll have a tie at 5 on the 11.25 metre line. I thought for a second he had a chance at running that pass, but he just didn't get a good enough 4-ball. It's a good score, Tony, 5 at 11, but it's not one I don't think that will hold for the podium.
Well, we'll know that for certain in about 6 or so skiers, but I'll tell you what, the standard is ratcheting up here. Almost all of our competitors have exceeded their first round score. We've got Camille Bamera with 5 at 11.25 meters. Carter Reese, the last of our tied skiers that qualified through to this section of the competition, he scored 5 as well. And you know, those two in particular both exceeded their first round total. So well done to both of those competitors, as we now set our sights on our skier from Austria, who came in second place in the European Under-17 Boys Slalom Championship held a couple of weeks ago. It is going to be Nicholas Andenson.
Yeah, and of course Nicholas skied 4 at 11 in the elimination round yesterday, so right off the bat he's going to have to ski better than that to take the lead. Austrian competitor, of course. It's interesting, the Europeans did not feature well in the trick finals yesterday, both male and female divisions, so no Europeans on the podium in the tricks, so they'll be desperate today to pick up some medals. Of course, also in the girls slalom, no Europeans on the podium, so is this the event? Is it boys slalom where Europe comes through? We're just going to have to wait and see. As we watch the Austrian now on the 14.25. Nice opening pass.
Yep, certainly appears to be settled out there with pass number 1 on 14.25 meters. In this event, which is proudly supported by Girl Loves a Somerset, owned by the Morgan family, who is very prominent in the water ski community. reach out to them for an unforgettable experience in their boat. A Girl Loves the Sunset, one of our many supporters for this particular event. So just looking at 14.25 meters, just controlling. There's a ski going across course. And decent looking opener.
Okay, we just got a shot of the Chilean, some of the Chileans there. Martin Labra, of course, at the rear left as we're looking at it. Of course, the world trick champion from yesterday. And, of course, currently leading the overall battle, the boys overall. We've got a little bit to talk about with that coming up in the slalom. But he's currently leading Blaze Grubs and Paul Freiberg is in that overall battle. So great to see him on the side supporting this boys slalom final.
But in terms of the final, so far as Blaze Grubs is concerned, he'll have 2 opportunities to try and move up the rankings in the boys overall.
He will. He's got slalom and jump finals, yeah. Martin Labra has the jump final, but he hasn't made the slalom final. You're right. But actually, seeing as we're on the subject of overall, though, I think Martin Labra has a reasonably handy lead in that event. I think Blaze Grubs is pretty much going to need to get a PB or close to his PB in slalom and in jump if he wants to do it, but it's possible. He's very used to this site, so that's another little thing that plays out. I think the number in slalom is 4 at 10.75 that Blaze Grubs is potentially targeting for his overall battle, which if he can do that, he'll have a good chance at even winning the slalom title.
Yes, and however much ground he can pick up here in the slalom event will alleviate the pressure of his jumping score that would come afterwards.
That's right.
Anything he can do more here.
And of course, Paul Freiberg, we talked about, he will probably end up on the podium in the overall, but I think he's now out of the race for the gold after his disappointing slalom yesterday. I think 1.5 at 12 in the slalom. Despite his 60-metre jumping effort in the elimination round, has now pushed him back to 3rd in that overall. So there's plenty of action happening. There's also a very tight tussle in the teams event at the moment. The US, of course, leading the perennial favourites in the teams title, but Chile are actually breathing down their necks. So we're going to talk a little bit about that coming up. But anyway, back on the water. 12-metre line now for our Austrian competitor. This is the boys slalom final if you just joined us. Current lead is 5 on the 11.25. This is a 12-metre pass here. And as with all our previous competitors, no problem whatsoever on the 12-metre.
So good skiing there from our skier on the water at this time, Nicholas Andenson, the silver medalist in the boys slalom event in this year's European Championships, defeated in a runoff for that championship by our Moroccan athlete who is currently in the lead right now, tied with Garrett Reese. But a good cross-course action here, allowing that ski to come underneath him, just taking up the slack in the line where he needs to. And, moving forwards and upwards through the slalom course and doing a grand job in that respect. So Glenn, it comes down, what is it, to 11.25 meters now for
38 off
for Nicky Andenson.
And this is the must-run pass. It currently it's 5. We've got a 2-way tie of 5 on the 11, but we all know here on site, everybody watching on the webcast knows that to get on the podium, you're going to have to run this 11.25. So there's no skiing for 3 or skiing for 4 or even skiing for 5. You've got to start hard. It's Sydney or the bush, as they say in Australia. You've got to go hard right from the start here because you need to run this pass if you're going to make it onto the podium.
So the lead is 5. And it's tied 2 ways right now.
He's he's on this, Tony. He's around 4. He's a little bit late now for 5, but he's going to get to 5. I think he can get to 6. He's working hard for 6. Oh,
gets around the 6.
Oh,
yeah.
Look at him. Oh, the Austrians run the 11.25 metre line. It brings the slalom final alive. Look how happy he is. Well, he has just run the 11.25. He's on to the 10.7, and that has just set the slalom final right alive. It's right what we wanted. Tony, it is going to set the standard and lift the performances.
And displaying all the patience of a saint out there on top of the water, just allowing that ski to just continue on with its turn on the outward arc, and then he just goes down course. He gets a decent start off the first couple of buoys, taking the hard snap of the line off buoy number 3 and just working everything outside number 4. This is where the nerves start to jangle a little bit around that buoy number 5. A little bit of a safety check on 5, as a matter of fact, to still maintain his position on top of the ski. Gets round number 6. Yeah, you can definitely see that celebration, and very, awesome. Very palpable there.
That's awesome. That's great skiing. Really good. And, well, now he's got to concentrate. Really concentrate on this gate, because the difference between 1 and 3 is massive here. You know, 1 I don't think will get a medal, but 3 quite well will get a medal. So this is so important. He gets a good start here.
He is your lead athlete, the only skier to get through 11.25 meters at this stage.
Oh, he's out of 1 ball. Round 2. Look at him go, the Austrian. He's on 3. And does he get back to the boat, boys? He's fighting hard. No. Oh, that's sensational. 2.5 on the 10.75 meter line. He looks disappointed, but I'll tell you what, he's got a sniff here. He really has at a podium finish in this boys' slalom final.
Yes, and from what I understand, there is a review on number 3 ball initiated by our replay official. Round number 2 getting a little down course, and let's have a look at this. Best view we can possibly... Oh, and over the buoy there, Glenn. So a piece of 3 might not come his way as a result of seeing that instant replay.
Wow.
Absolutely clouted that buoy there.
Well, this is a judge's call. You're allowed to hit the buoy, of course. It's a matter of which way you displace it, I guess, Tony.
He ran right over the top of it.
Wow. He needs to have 2.5. I don't think 2's enough to get on the podium. Let's wait and see here. Ooh. Wow. I think it's 2. I don't think he went around 3. That's my call. But of course, it's not up to us. It's the judges, and it is close enough that they're going to be. Well, there'll be some smoke coming from the ears of a few judges right now, I think. This is a big moment, because 2 I don't think is enough for the podium, but 2.5 could be. Waiting for the official call. The word is that the boat called 2.5. It is 2. The score is confirmed at 2. So the boat initially called 2.5. You can't blame the boat because they're watching in real time, and it happens pretty quickly. But after review, we've gone to 2 on the 10.75. It's a great score, Tony. But I think he would have much preferred to have 2.5 if he wants to get a medal here.
All right, you are with that. 2 and 1, 2.5 overruling the initial call of 2.5 from the boat. So got an announcement here. The U-17 awards, both individual and the team, will be on site at the conclusion of the jump finals. They will also have the U-21 opening ceremonies on site 30 minutes after the conclusion of the 2 jump series. No Hilton tonight. Everything's on site, and there's a pizza party for all U-17 and U-21 after the under-21 opening ceremony. So just to repeat once more to make sure that everyone understands, U-17 awards will be on site for both the individual and the team. They'll also have opening ceremonies on site 30 minutes after the conclusion of the 2 jump series. No, nothing at the Hilton tonight, all on site, and a pizza party for all U-17 and U-21. So here we go. This is Juan Luis Puanca.
Yeah, and the 14 metre to start. Now, Juan skied 5.5 at 11 in the elimination round. He is representing Chile, of course. The big thing that we've got going on between Chile and the US at the moment is in the teams battle. Now, the US are currently 80 overall points ahead of Chile in the team's title, and that is the equivalent of 4 slalom boys. So obviously this is Chile's last chance to increase their slalom score. This is the last Chilean skier in this final. The US, of course, still have Blaze Grubs to come. So anything more than 5.5 on the 11.25 from this competitor closes the gap between Chile and the United States in the team's event.
Yes, indeed, absolutely right. And just looking at some of the scores from the previous event, the girls' slalom final, no real significant change so far as the United States was concerned, except a single buoy was gained by Sage Pop Becker from Team USA. So it probably has opened up a gap closer to 100 points rather than 80, based upon your deal that 20 points is the equivalent of one buoy, and there was one buoy difference between her score yesterday and her score today. So still a little bit up in the air with the team results, but certainly a titanic struggle between those two powerhouse countries in the junior competition, as we see Juan Luisa Pawonka get through the second pass of 30 meters, Glenn.
Yep, no problem at all. Yeah, no worries at all there. It was a nice 13-metre pass. Yeah, it'll be interesting to know, Tony. It's pretty hard to work out, but my sources, I think, are running real time on the team's event, so I think the girls' slalom's already been included in the figures I'm quoting. But there's a lot to go, and of course, as always, it will come down to the jump event a little bit later on.
Yep, very, very tight battle, and Chile, their stock is continuing to rise in the world of junior skiing. I mean, they've come in with a complete cadre of skiers who ski not only for the team but also individually as well. This site here, the Pico Ski School, it's kind of like a home away from home for most of them. So here is Juan Luisa Pawonka, and they have some great facilities in and around Santiago de Chile. Obviously, the one that will be hosting the Junior World Championships in January of 2023 is the Lago Los Moros.
Okay, here we go. 12-metre line now for Juan. Must run pass. We've had no issues at all on this pass from any of our finalists. They've all completed the 12-metre line without problem, which is great. And I think once again we're going to have a good 12-metre pass here from this competitor. The Chilean's out the exit gates on the 12-metre line. He's happy enough, but he knows the work is about to come because he shortens on to the critical 11.25. Remember, 5.5 was the score in the elimination round yesterday. The lead, of course, is now 2 at 10.75 with Austria. So to get the lead, he needs to run this 11 and onto the 10.75. And obviously, anything more than 5.5 on this next pass increases Chile's team score and closes the gap, which at the moment we believe is around 80 overall points between the USA and Chile.
All right, and the skiers that we've got to come, we've got Mexico's Jaime Palomino, followed by Florian Paf and Danny Tiextor from Spain. Blaze Grubs from the United States, who we mentioned before, who is the only competitor who can realistically deny Martin Labra his overall championship. And Frederico Jaramillo, who scored 5 at 10.75 meters in the round previous to this one, and is the favorite going into the U-17 boys slalom final. All right, then, here we go. This is Juan Luis Pawonka. This is 11.25 meters. Only one skier thus far has gone through this pass.
Oh, he's gone down around one ball, Tony, and it's devastation. He needed a big one ball because he needed to run the pass, and he put everything on the line. But the Chilean has not got the score that Team Chile needed to close the gap on the US of A in the team's title. And unfortunately, this young Chilean won't feature either on the podium in the under-17 boys slalom.
Yes, absolute destruction there on buoy number one. Just try to take a little bit more than he could chew off buoy number one, not allowing the ski to run down course. brought that outside handle across his body, tried to go for the handle to accelerate that process, and unfortunately it just accelerates him going into the water, having scored half a buoy at 11.25 meters. And currently the score that is at the back of the pack right now is half a buoy at 11.25 meters, courtesy of Juan Luis Puanca. Jaime Palomino of Mexico is next.
Yeah, expecting him to start on the 14.25. He skied 1.5 on the 10.75 in the elimination round yesterday. He's going to need a little bit more than that today, I think, if he needs a medal. We are getting down towards the end now, though. Just 5 competitors left. So we're only a couple of skiers away from knowing our first podium placement. But at the moment, of course, Austria have the lead with 2 at 10.75 with Nicholas Andenson. And that 2 at 10.75, although I don't expect it to hold for the podium, it's you're still better to have it than not. I think you'd be reasonably happy with the 2 at 10.75, the Austrian.
And I mean, 2 at 10.75 meters, by no means an automatic. I mean, you still got to get a halfway decent turn on buoy number 1 and get a decent start to get that far. But let's have a look and see how far Jaime Palomino goes with a 14.25 meter line start.
Yeah, just a settling in pass. Great to see Mexico with a slalom skier so higher up in the order there. The Mexicans doing well. A good, strong Mexican team at this tournament. I know Jaime had 3 or 4 training sets at Ski Fluid in the couple of weeks leading up to this event there in Orlando. Kylie Ski School. I know I got the opportunity to drive for him a couple of times. I certainly enjoyed there at Ski Fluid. Very good slalom skier is Jaime.
And actually, Ski Fluid over in Central Florida is going to be the venue for one of our pro tournaments coming up towards the latter half of October. And that tournament will be brought to you exclusively live also on TWBC.
Yeah, that's arguably the best jump site in the world at the moment, Ski Fluid. I don't know if you realise, Tony, but has the most 70-metre plus jumps over the last decade. 230-foot plus jumps have been set at Ski Fluid over the last decade.
Yes, a number of firsts, including for Jack Critchley last season. He jumped over 70 metres for the very first time in his career.
And Pepe Miranda, I think, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, exactly.
First time over 70, yeah.
Sets the Chilean record with that.
Yeah. So we look forward to that at the end of October at Ski Fluid. Here's Jaime now, and this, of course, is 13-metre line. The Mexican athlete, a good tight turnout of 2. Breaks forward on 3, though. A bit of trouble here. I think he's composed himself on 4. And, geez, you heard all of Mexico there. A big sigh around 3 ball. That was a little bit scary, but he made his way through the pass.
Very, very nicely done there with that pass on, what was that? That was 13 metres.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was 13 metre.
A little bit of a wake-up call, which isn't necessarily a bad thing there, as he gets ready for 12 metres. Getting some good cross-course action, and I noticed that whenever I saw him yesterday, he has a technique very, very similar to Robert Hazelwood, driving everything away on his onside, and staying early and staying upright in the course. So great skier there for Jaime Palomino. Down
12-metre line now for Jaime Palomino from Mexico. He won't want any issues around 3 ball on this pass because that rope is a metre shorter now, of course. Round 1 he goes. Good start here, around 2.
Very nice. Look at this. 12 metres.
Oh,
Just
nice.
staying patient.
This is a good pass. Very nice. We've had a lot of great skiing on the 12-metre line today. Nobody's had any issues. We're looking now, I think our next competitor, Florian Path, is just having a bit of a swim to cool off at the start dock.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the replay now, 12-metre line.
Florian Path, actually a skier that we see mainly in the jump events, qualified for the Junior Masters on the strength of that. But a decent overall athlete from Italy as we continue to watch our athlete from Mexico here on 12 meters. Good cross-course action there with the skier running ahead of him. Beautifully executed run, no worries there whatsoever, and didn't even go that far down course on some of the buoys. As a matter of fact, he was on time right from the get-go.
I've been really impressed with every single skier in this final on their 12-metre pass. I think we haven't seen any issues at all. They've all run 12 very comfortably.
And I'm just impressed with the facility here on this slalom lake. It's blown significantly here on the jump lake where we're situated closest to, but none of that seems to manifest itself on the slalom lake for some reason.
Okay, Tony, here's a big moment in this final. 11.25 metre line. Jaime Palomino has to run this pass. Round 2, he hasn't got a great start here. He's fighting hard. He's on 3. Geez, he needs a miracle to run this pass. He's into 4 and he can't, and the big handles throw. And he's disappointed, and that's gut-wrenching for the Mexican team. But after completing the 11.25 in the elimination round, he couldn't quite bring that form to the big dance here this morning in the final. And he's finished up, I think, with 3 on the 11.25 metre. Poor start, Tony.
Yeah, exactly. Got caught out towards the back of the ski, and he tried to pull his way out of it, but to no avail. And then just got stalled completely off buoy number 3, and when you stall that badly on the pass of that line length, then it really is truly a case of goodbye, Mr. Bond.
Absolutely. So the last 2 competitors have failed to run the 11.25 metre line, which means that all of a sudden Austrian skier with 2 at 10.75, Nicholas Andenson, has starting to look like a medal prospect here. We've got 4 skiers left. First up is Florian Path, of course. Then we've got Danny Taxador Jr. out of Spain, Blaze Grubs from the United States, and the favourite Frederico Jaramillo from Colombia. Still to come. But I tell you what, the Austrians are starting now to get a little bit excited about the slalom final, Tony. I think they're in with a shot here. No. Watching Florian Path about to leave for his opening pass. I presume it'll be 14.25. Out of the water he goes. Round the turnaround island, because the driver this morning for this final is Mike Ross, I believe, from New Zealand. Great to see Mike out there driving such an important slalom final. Good to see Kiwis involved on site here. Here's Florian Path now, 14.25, the Italian. Round 3 goes, early as you like. Of course, warm-up pass for these guys. They're super talented, and 28 off or 14 is not an issue for them.
Certainly not at this stage of the game. Although on 14.25 meters, you definitely see him with different styles and different looks on each side of the course. Tends to rock forward on his front foot whenever he executes his offside turn, which is his 2-4-6 side, and then rocks towards the back for his more favoured side turns, which is 1-3-5. So interesting to see the contrast of both of those turns as we look down the lake to see our spectators watching them, watching us. And probably in about 30 seconds they'll realise that we're watching
talking
them.
about yeah. It is an unusual sight now at a water ski lake. everybody's looking at their phones, watching the webcast on their phones, and sometimes they forget to look up and actually watch the skiing. But I guess that's a credit to the webcast quality now. Oh, geez, big one ball there for 13 metre for Florian Path, but he's okay.
Yes.
Early as you like.
Very early, very much on a good path, as it were, to running that pass of 13 metres. Haven't seen any signs of opt-up yet, although one of our skiers yesterday went in on 18.25 metres, opted up through 16 to get onto 14, and got as far as 12 metres before going down.
I don't think there's really any wind out there, Tony, and I don't really see any point in opting up. That was a big one ball for 13. Didn't need to turn it that hard, but he was fine. I just don't think there's, on that lake, of course, as you said, it is a breezy day. It's a windy day, but it's so well protected, Lake 2 here, the Slalom Lake at Kuri Picos Waterski Centre, that there's very little breeze out there. So there's not a lot of advantage in opting up or anything.
And I'd like to know what Frederico Jaramillo is actually listening to. He was in full-on dance mode around about the starting dock.
Well, I think he is possibly the most relaxed skier I've ever seen at a World Championships, Frederico Jaramillo.
Probably a little bit off-putting for some of his competitors, though.
He's playing some mind games, that's for sure.
Yeah. All right, then. So we got Florian Path, who scored 2 at 10.75 metres yesterday to make his way through to this round of the competition. Entrance gate on buoy number 1. There we go. This is 12 metres. Still a little ways away from getting to 10.75 metres. And rocking up over the front of the ski, still on 2, 4, and 6. He's got to find a way to tune out the kinks on that one before he attempts 11.25 or even 10.75.
Absolutely. It's all concentration now. So he's completed this 12-metre pass. Don't worry about that. He's in the books on the 12-metre, but this is this 11.25. It's a tough one, isn't it? It's the first pass where the rope length is shorter than the width of the course, so he's got to be right on his game. He's got to get a good gate. He's got to get a good start. He has to run the 11. There's no prizes for any score on the 11. Unfortunately, in this final, any score on the 11 is a failure, basically. You've got to get something on the 10.75, I would think. Currently 2 at 10.75 with Austria.
Yeah, Nicholas Andenson with 2 at 10.75 metres, next best score. So, top score, Nicholas Andenson, 2 at 10.75 metres. We've got a two-way tie for second between Camille Abamra and Garrett Reese with 5 at 11.25 metres. So those are our top 3 right now.
Okay, 11.25, the big moment, the money pass. Florian Path, geez, that's a big hard turn into the gate. Round 1 he goes, he's on 2, he's fighting hard, he's in trouble early on here, round 3. He's working hard, he's big 3 ball. He's got 4, geez, I don't think he can run this, but he's working hard for 5. Oh, can he?
Look at that
unbelievable. Around 6. Does he hang on to it? He does. That's not a slalom pass, that's a miracle, Tony Lightfoot. Sensational stuff. He was gone for all money mid-pass. Wow.
Wow, that 5 buoy was akin to the miracle that Kim Laskoff produced in the 87 and 89 World Championships. Just let everything go into 5 ball and just hoped and prayed for a miracle, and it was delivered upon him. Florian Path, just take a look at this again, round buoy number 2. He was patient, but almost to a fault.
Yeah. I didn't think he was going to run this pass, Tony. But, you know, great 5 ball here. It had to be. He just a Hail Mary on the 5 ball. It's pulled all the way to 6. And then he's got a huge hit of slack here on the exit gates. He was never going to let it go, though. And there you go. Oh, great pictures from the TWBC broadcast. Action aplenty here in this under-17 boys slalom final. Florian Path now 10.75 metre. Needs to get at least 2, but really probably needs a piece of 3 ball to have any chance of getting on the podium.
Oh, here we go. 10.75 meters, more than 2 would give him the lead as we approach our top 3.
Oh, slow one. He's in trouble here for 2.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm not sure whether he went around. It's probably academic, really, whether it's 1, 1.25 or 1.5. I don't think it's going to be enough to get on the podium. You never know, but Jesus, was a great 11.2 pass. Let's watch this, Tony. What went wrong here on one ball?
Well, I'm not even too sure he went round 1, if I'm being honest. We're going to have to review this one, but I tell you, he sold the heck out of number 1, though.
Yeah. Well, he convinced me.
We need to see that again.
We'll let it again, I'm sure.
If he does get 1, it will be a miracle because, I mean, I'm looked at the instant replay. This is probably the less telling angle, but the opposite side angle from the shoreline is what's going to decide whether he gets 1 buoy or 0 buoy. And looks like our replay official has entered the trailer to verify. As we look at Danny Texador Junio from Mexico. And it's 0 confirmed.
0. Wow. So 0 on the 10.75. He's not made it around 1 ball there. The judges have looked at it. You know, before we had video, I think he would have got 1 there. You know, now, with the new technology, we're getting more accurate scores, aren't we, Tony?
Exactly. He didn't get the best of gate starts, though. He virtually shoulder charged that in towards number 1, and then by doing that, it actually puts a lot of pressure on the front of the ski. So when it edge changes, it goes almost directly at the buoy, and that's exactly what happened there.
Okay, we're going to go to Spain now. The Spanish athlete, of course, Danny Texador Jr. And he had a great score of 2.5 at 10.75, which is what he needs today, actually. He needs to do the same if he's going to get on the podium. We're down to our last 3 skiers. We've got Danny, of course, from Spain, Blaze Grubs from the United States, and then Frederico Jaramillo from Colombia. Our last 3 competitors. So we now know that 2 at 10.75 will get a medal, basically. Because I don't think we run off for places, do we, Tony? We go off the first round score for the places. I know we run off for the gold medal, but...
Yeah. So Nicholas right now, the current leader, 2 skiers remaining, has a medal at the very least, unless it comes down to a potential for...
Yeah. We've still got 3 skiers, so Nicholas does not have a medal yet.
Oh, yeah, you're absolutely...
But what I'm saying is that if Danny Texador Jr. skis 2 at 10.75...
Yeah, that puts him in podium contention.
Yeah, it does, because he has a superior elimination round score. We should confirm that, but that's the way I understand it.
Yeah, exactly, because Danny Texador scored 2.5 at 10.75 meters in the round previous to this, so... If he does get into a tight situation with Nicholas Andenson, then if it came down to a tie break between for second or for third, then he has the superior backup score.
That's right, but if we've got a tiebreaker for first, we will have a runoff.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's the picture at the moment, but meanwhile we have a opening pass here from the Spanish athlete.
And just look at his technique going into 2, 4, and 6. I mean, just look at this counter rotation. Pretty bog standard turn there on his neutral side. But then just look at his hips. He's just trying to maintain the course of that ski going outward before allowing the design to just kick back hard across the course and allowing to establish angle. I see this a lot among our junior skiers nowadays. I see it especially for someone like Neely Ross, who we'll see, no doubt, in the U-21 slalom competition.
Yeah, it's a great piece of technique there. We see our judges, of course. They've had some tough calls to make in the last hour or so with some tight boy calls. It's always the way, I guess, at a World Championship when you get down to the 10.75. They're doing a wonderful job out there, the officials for this tournament. And here comes our Spanish contestant in this final, Danny Texador Jr. This is, of course, 13 metre.
Here we go, Danny Texador Jr. Looking pretty good out there, using that technique to great effect. And I do love that counter rotation. I like the way that it affects the ski's path and how it holds its width out there on the slalom course. That's why I like that kind of counter rotation, because the ski's natural tendency is to actually roll on and just keep rolling on that extreme edge and complete the turn. By counter rotating as much as he does onto his onside turn, which is here, it maintains the ski's path outside the buoy, so that when he relaxes it, the ski just comes round and then the rest of his body follows and everything looks good from there on out, Glenn.
It does. He's got a great style, great technique, obviously well coached. We're going to shorten down to the 12 metre line now, 35 off. Every one of our competitors has had no problems whatsoever with this pass, and I don't expect it to be any different for this young man from Spain. He's had a good tournament so far.
All right, and don't forget these championships are supported by a great amount of people, including Roger Boscus and MBL Architecture. They're a huge major benefactor in this competition, and we thank the Boscus family indeed for their support of these skiers and this championship. Here we go. Look at this.
Yeah, a little bit of a funky turn out of 3 ball, but he's okay though. He's on time and early for 6. Just checked himself a little bit out of 3. But still, complete pass there, 35 off, 12 metre line is completed by our Spanish athlete. Under 17 boys slalom final. We're into our last 3. 2 at 10.75 will get you a medal. We know that much. What colour medal, we're not sure. Yeah, that was not a great 3 ball there, but he's lucky it was 12. If he does that at 11.25, I don't think he'll run the pass, Tony, so he needs to make sure that it's all perfect on this next one.
And if he replicates the score that he produced in round number 1, it would actually put him on the podium, because he needs to score more than 2 at 10.75 metres, as you rightly say. On the water right now is Danny Texador Jr. from Spain. We've got Blaze Grubs about to take to the water next. All right then, so here we go. This now is Danny Texador Jr. from Spain, 11.25 meters. Oh, look at this.
He's got to get to 6 though. He's in trouble.
When he goes down.
That's it. He's gone. And Austria have a bronze medal at least in the under 17 boys slalom. The Austrian team are jubilant. But the Spanish, of course, are in disarray at the moment. That's disappointing. He was so close to running that pass. Tony, we'll look at the replay here. He pulled a little long. He was a little bit late for 5, and then it was just too hard to turn it, I think.
Had a really good turn for his gate shot. Bearing in mind, of course, he's right foot forwards, which means his 2, 4, 6 side turns are always going to be a little bit stronger than the opposing side. He looked in very good shape here, and I'm not too sure what happened into number 5. Taken a hit and still has good residual angle, but then the handle just went up high. When the line went tight, it just catapulted him out to the front of the ski, and it was over by the shouting.
Okay, so if you watch the replay, I think his ski actually went on top of the line for just a little while there as he came in a 5 ball. So far, Tony, the scores in this final have not been as good as the elimination round, and that's probably got something to do with the pressure these guys are under, I'm sure.
Well, with the obvious exception of those competitors that scored 5 at 11.25 meters, and obviously that lead score at 2 at 10.75 meters from Nicholas Andenson that exceeded his previous round score. Everyone has been struggling a little bit out there, and wow, it comes down to 2 final athletes, and one athlete has his hands.
Well, yeah, so of course Florian Path, who we saw earlier, the Italian with 0 at 10.75, he's now on the podium bubble. So Blaze Grubs has to just complete the 11.25. He runs 11.25. He's going to be on the podium. He'll want more than that, though, because Blaze Grubs, of course, is in this overall battle. So Blaze Grubs, I think, has a PB of around 4 at 10.75, and he needs to get somewhere up around that to put himself back in this overall battle. So this is going to be interesting, Tony.
Yep, interesting times ahead. Not only is the slalom title very much up for grabs for Blaze Grubs, his potential to win the overall title is very much within his grasp as well. He still has to work, though, right all the way through to 10.75 meters.
Well, that's, one pass at a time. He can't do too much about it. He's just got to ski. Just get out there and ski, basically. Of course, from Sacramento in California, he lives on Lake 3 at Balaqua there, one of the great water ski facilities in Northern California. But the Grubs have got a home here at right here on Lake 2. So when he leaves the start dock and he makes his turn around the island, he's skiing right in front of his front deck there. So he knows these lakes very well. This is kind of like his second site, his backup home site. So he knows this place very well. So in the overall battle, Martin Labra, of course, who unofficially broke a world record yesterday in the under-17 overall, is currently leading. But Blaze Grubs is in second, and he's close enough that he's got a shot. He needs to slalom around that 4 at 10.75, and then when we get to the jump in a couple of hours, he needs to jump up around 55 meters. So that gives a bit of a picture of what he needs to do to take that boys overall title off Martin Labra. So here he goes, Blaze Grubs, pass number 2, 13 meter.
Wouldn't that be a titanic struggle if that ever came to pass? The head-to-head for a virtual head-to-head for the world boys overall title between Martin Labra and Blaze Grubs. But first things first, though, Blaze Grubs has got to slalom more than 2.5 at 10.75 meters to move up and get closer. And by getting more than 2 at 10.75 meters, he would automatically put himself up on the podium in the slalom event. So those two things he has in his sights right now.
Absolutely. So there's a couple of medals on the line here. Well, I think what we'd love him to do, if he could get 4 or 5 at 10.75 and actually put some real pressure on Frederico Jaramillo, would really make this event exciting, because that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a titanic tussle at the top here of this under-17 boys slalom final.
Just look at his position on the slalom ski, just keeping everything moving outwards, especially there into buoy number 5. He is a righty, right foot forward. So 2, 4, 6 and the gates are his best turns out there on the slalom course. Remarkable pictures that we're seeing here from the boat and also along the shoreline. Makes his turn round the island and now accelerates up to speed. The boat speed now is 36 miles an hour or 58 km. Line length 12 meters or 35 off.
Yeah, 12 meter line, 35 off. Blaze Grubs from Northern California, representing the US of A, team captain for the United States of America in the under-17 world champs. And no problem at all there on 35 off. 12 meter line for Blaze Grubs.
Oh yeah. Don't see too much wrong with that particular pass. He's just skiing these passes like he knows what he's doing out there. Very, very light on the handle. It doesn't look like he's gripping particularly hard on either side. Just gripping hard enough just to maintain pressure against the boat. And looking pretty good. So there we go. That was Blaze Grubs on that run. And getting through.
Crunch time coming. This is it. 11.25. Has to run the pass to get a medal. Has to run the pass to get an opportunity to increase his overall score. We're looking on the dock now. Frederico Jaramillo, of course, the top seed, defending champion. He's yet to go. You see his three sisters there.
Alongside Team 2-2.
Yeah. There's our leaderboard at the moment. Still Blaze Grubs on the water. Still Frederico Jaramillo, the man in shot to go, the final. Here we go, 11.25, 38 off. The pride of Northern California, Blaze Grubs. Let's see, must run pass if he wants to get a medal here in this boys slalom. Round one he goes. Not a bad start on one. He's got two. Looking great out of two ball. That's his favourite side, of course. Three is good. He's on time and early here, 11.25. He's going to run this past, I'm sure, Tony. Round five, cross to six, and the 11.25 medal line for Blaze Grubs. Puts him on the podium.
He had that pass run on the deep water start. I tell you.
I think so.
Just the kind of confidence that he exudes out there. It's very, very noticeable. And here on 11.25 meters, looked incredible coming across the wakes through number one. No wasted motion at all around that turn, even though that is his weak side turn. I mean, I hasten to add to even say that it's a weak side turn because he looks so even from one side of the course to the next.
Such a talent, three-event talent. So if this was a pro slalom tournament, you'd say that he would make sure that he got two here.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit different because he's looking for that. Not only is he looking to win the slalom event, he's also looking to try and win the overall event. So he really does need to push quite hard here out of 1 and 2 to try and make sure, see if he can get a piece of 4 or even 5 ball on this pass for his overall chances.
Not only so far as his overall chances are concerned, but also Team USA's as well.
That's right. Big moment coming up here. 10.75 metre line from the start dock end of Lake 2 here at Pecos Waterski Centre. The current lead is 2 with Austria on the 10.75. Into 1 he goes, Blaze Grubs. Breaks foot a little on 1, but it's not a bad start. He's around 2. He's good out of 2. Cross to 3. Oh, Blaze Grubs. 3 at 10.75. He's happy. He's happy because he's got the lead. He's guaranteed silver in the slalom. I thought for a second he had a chance of getting to 4 there, Tony. He had a good 2 ball. But I think he's going to take that. 3 on the 10.75. At worst, he's going to finish with a silver in this boys' slalom final.
And that gives him some more overall points. The points equivalent to half a buoy more than what he did yesterday. So he's still going to be reliant upon his jumping.
He's going to need a big jump. But right now he's happy, I think, to you look at this here. He's happy to know that he's got a silver at least in slalom. He's got an outside chance of a gold here with Frederico Jaramillo coming up. He's a very good skier, Frederico, but still 3 at 10.75 is a top score. But yeah, you're right, in the overall it's going to take a big jump. But that's the way we like overall battles. Is coming down, of course, to that last event, the jump event in the overall will be great for Blaze Grubs.
And just to remind you that the medal ceremonies for both individual and team will be on site at the conclusion of the jump finals. And they'll have opening ceremonies for the U-21 on site 30 minutes after the conclusion of the 2 jump series. There won't be any celebrations at the Hilton tonight, all on site, with a pizza party for all to include the U-17s and U-21 after the U-21 opening ceremony. So that's a little housekeeping note for our folks here. And there is Blaze Grubs. You get the impression that he's pleased with his slalom performance.
Yeah, he's skiing past the US contingent there, the fans on the bank, and they're giving him a big cheer, and he's happy, and well done. Silver medal at the Worlds, guaranteed. He has still got a chance at gold. I mean, Frederico Jaramillo, as good as he is, he's still going to need to ski very well here to beat 3 on the 10.75.
Wow. Blaze Grubs. We'll see if we can get him up here and get his assessment as Frederico Jaramillo gets ready for his performance out there on the water in this event.
The defending champion, Tony, he won this event 3 long years ago, the last World Championships in 2018 in Spain. So that is unusual too, I think, boys slalom, to have a 2-time winner. You know, put in perspective, he was only 15 years of age when he won his first under-17 boys slalom title. So he's an absolute superstar, Frederico Jaramillo. Probably start at 13, which will be a shorter line length than the rest of the field. He did that in the elimination round. Let's just wait and see. But I think he's much more used to starting at 32 off. Yeah, 13 metre. It's a 13 metre start for Frederico Jaramillo out of Colombia, the defending champion in the under-17 boys slalom. He's going to have to run 11 from the different end from every other skier in this field, but I don't think it worries him. He's so used to this side. He's grown up skiing here at Picos Waterski Centre. And here it is, 13 metre line.
All right, 13-metre start, as you rightly said, Glenn, the first competitor to start on that particular line length. And this gets the adrenaline flowing, gets the blood pumping, and gets him through his opening pass of 6 buoys. As we look along dockside, this, for all intents and purposes, should be our final performance on the Slalom Lake in the U-17. However, there is still the possibility of a runoff.
Yeah, I don't think Blaze Grubs is going to be toweling off anytime soon. He's got a slalom ski with him. In fact, I think Blaze Grubs is just about to join us here in the commentary box, and Tony's going to have a few quick words with him.
All right then, Blaze. Wow, great performance. You're in the lead, but you're not going to get towered off or anything like that, because the possibility of a runoff could ensue. So what are your thoughts?
I'm just happy to ski here at Worlds. It's pretty cool to be on the dock with all these good guys, and yeah, I'm happy with my score. Let's see if it holds up.
All right, we'll keep you here for the time being whilst you wait and await your fate. Do you fancy some coffee?
I actually don't like coffee. It's crazy, right? But I can get you some if you like it.
Yeah. Blaze, I've got a question for you, mate. Is there any breeze out there? Is there any head or tail breeze at all on the lake?
Lake 1, I see some breeze, but out there on Lake 2, I don't feel anything, to be honest.
Because Federico, of course, starting at 32 off at 13 metre, whereas the rest of the field started at 28 off. But there's really no difference in terms of head and tail wind.
Right, yeah, it honestly felt great out there, so no wind.
All right, and also looking great out there is Frederico Jaramillo out on the slalom course. He's run through 13 and 12 in quick succession. And whenever you see a performance like that, you've got to be absolutely in awe, aren't you?
Yeah, Fed, he's my good buddy, and he's incredible on the water, and it's fun to be on the dock with him.
Okay, have you done the working out in your head that after you completed 3 at 10.75 meters, have you done some basic calculations as what it's going to take for you to get to the #1 position in overall?
Yeah, I think I may need Freddie Krueger to jump for me, but other than that, we'll see how it goes. But no, I'm just going to send it out there, see where it ends up, and I'm just happy to be here.
Okay, well, actually, Blaze, the human calculator, Curtis Williams, has just told me the distance is 55.5 metres.
Under the assumption that Martin Labra doesn't
jump further. So if Martin jumps further, it will be even further. But what's your personal best in jump at 51K?
51K, I don't know the meters, but 177 feet.
Okay, back on the water now. Enough about Blaze Grubs' jump, because we're excited about that later on. But this is the money pass, 11.25. I mean, the winning of this will be at 10.75. But first of all, you've got to run this pass, Tony, and there's never an easy 11.25. It's got to be just right for this guy, and as relaxed as he is, there's still a lot of pressure on him here, I'm sure. The defending champion, the favourite.
All right, then. So, whilst Blaze Grubs is here on the hot seat, so to speak, this is 11.25 meters. Never an easy pass. A little bit down course off number 3. Round number 4. Oh, wow, look at that hitch on 5. But he's still able to pull it out there, Blaze.
Yeah, true professional out there. He knows what he needs to do, so excited to watch.
So, I wonder if that Jaramillo double is still very much in play there, Glenn.
Yeah, I don't think it's never happened for twins before. It's probably never happened for brother and sister that I can remember anyway.
Not in
gold
the same
medals in
event
slalom.
anyway.
Not in the same event, no. Because his sister took out the gold medal in the slalom earlier on. So the goal, of course, is more than 3 will get him the gold. If he scores 3, we will have a runoff between Frederico and Blaze. Anything less than 3, and of course Blaze is the champion. The current second spot, of course, is held by an Austrian competitor with 2. Nicholas Andenson, he's on 2 at 10.75. So if he gets to 2 here, he's got a silver medal. If he gets to 3, we've got a runoff for gold. If he gets more than 3, a piece of 4 ball. And this young man will defend his slalom title from 2018. Here we go, Frederico Jaramillo from the eastern end of this great water ski facility on the 10.75 metre line. He needs a good start. It's all concentration. The whole world is watching this pass. Round 1, he goes, breaks forward on 1. He's in a little bit of trouble on 2, but he's good out of 2, and he goes across to 3.
Runoff.
We're going to have a runoff, folks.
Get to the dock now.
Oh, this is a tie for gold. It is 3 on the 10.75. Blaze Grubs is rushing to the start dock. Plenty of drama here now. We're going to have a runoff in the boys slalom final for 2020 Junior World Championships.
Well, isn't that a little bit of gamesmanship there? Wow.
It was smart, though. He didn't have a great start. If he had fallen around 3, he would not have a chance at gold. Oh, this drama to come here, Tony Lightfoot.
Wow. There we go, and Blaze Grubs trying to find his boot, and he just managed to locate it. But I tell you what, some great skiing. Now, for all intents and purposes, Blaze Grubs' best score remains at 3 at 10.75 meters. If this is going to be resolved on 10.75 meters and he scores more than that, then that won't count towards his overall. Won't count any more towards his overall position. This is just purely to break the tie between these 2 skiers for the gold medal.
Absolutely, and of course they will have to start on the 11.25 at 38 off, which is tough enough as it is.
And it's going to be a tailwind start as well, looking at those whip flags.
Well, yeah, Blaze was just talking to us. He said there's no wind out there. I think we're looking at the flags that are probably 15-20 feet higher than the lake level, so I think down on the lake it's still pretty glassy. We've had word that Blaze will be our first competitor. They've had a quick toss of the coin down there on the dock. So Blaze Grubs will be first up, followed by Frederico Jaramillo in the runoff for the under-17 gold medal in boys slalom.
And you know, I'm looking down at the starting dock and seeing Frederico Jaramillo, and you know, his demeanor does not change, you know, for something like this. He's still happy-go-lucky, he's still high in spirit. This is just some interesting stuff going on here, Glenn.
Absolutely. See, I would have, if we had Blaze still here, I'd ask him the question, has he trained, do they train for this? You know, I know that some of the pros probably do, but I don't know how much these junior skiers would train for a runoff situation.
Yeah, I'm probably certain that they do train for something like this, and maybe they wager a pizza or something like that. I don't know. Just
have the odd set where they go out and start at 38 off, you know, just in case they're in a runoff situation like this. I mean, it's not such a major issue when you've only just skied. I mean, that, you know, they're pretty fresh off the water, so it's not such a major issue. Sometimes at World Championships, though, we get a situation in qualifying for the final where someone might have skied something in the lower seeds, and they end up running off for an event and they haven't skied for a couple of days. I've seen that happen before, which is really tough. But this situation where both these guys have just skied, they're still warm, they know the lake well, it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
You know, come to think of that, you know, in 2009, one of my good friends around the starting dock area, Javier Julio, actually skied in an earlier series of slalom and actually had to wait 2 whole days, before finding out that he was in a runoff situation to qualify through to the men's slalom final, which he eventually did.
Okay, so we've actually, well, here we go. So we thought already that we knew who was first off. This is the random draw to see who goes first. So we're all witnessing it live. There's no cheating here. And who have we got? Drum roll.
Huh.
Blaze Grubs, which is exactly what we picked 2 minutes ago.
Wasn't exactly like a FIFA World Cup draw or anything like that, but there you go.
Or a lotto draw, waiting for the lottery numbers.
That does not exist for a world championship. You keep running off. Every time you tie, you keep running off. We redraw the random draw every time. Okay?
Okay, we just had some rules explained there. I apologise to the listeners. We were talking over our chief judge, Kate Adrianson, but they, if we tie again, we keep running off, and every time we tie, we keep running off, and every time we run off, we redraw who goes first. So we could be here a while, or we might not be. It all just comes down to how these guys ski in this first runoff.
You know, I recalled a call from a few weeks ago, the Olympic Games, right, where they had the men's high jump final, and it came down to a tie between a Qatari and an Italian, and then they decided between them that they were going to share.
They shook hands and said, "Let's share the medal."
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen here, though. I'm not too sure.
No, I can't see that happening.
All right, then. So, Blaze Grubs is going to take to the water first, but as is the rule, as is the custom, we bring the boat in for a simulated pass, 36 miles an hour in each direction, just to simulate what that boat would be doing for the competitive action that would take place on the water. Do you have a commercial to throw in here? Okay, so the only medal position that we know and can confirm at this stage is third place right now, right?
Absolutely.
And who would that be?
Well, that's our Austrian competitor, of course, Nicholas Andenson. He's got himself a bronze medal, so Europe picking up a medal. I think that might be their first medal of these world champs so far. Unfortunately, Europe didn't go so well in the trick event, and even the girls' slalom as well. Good shot there of Blaze's mum, Nicole. Grubs up there, supporting. There. She's favoured, of course, by the commentators here because she brings us iced coffee every morning, which is great. One of the sponsors of the event. And there's Blaze. The boat has just done a couple of warm-up passes, the phantom passes, and it'll be back soon. It'll pick up Blaze. He'll, of course, start... as we saw the draw, he's first off, but he'll start on the 11.25 metre line at 38 off. And he will ski until he's done. We'll have a score from him, and then the score will need to be beaten by Frederico if he wants to take the gold. If we tie, we'll have another run-off.
And it's worth re-emphasising again that officially their score is actually stopped at 3 at 10.75 metres, which is significant because in the men's and overall and in team, even if he gets more than his previous score of 3 at 10.75 metres, that improvement will not count towards any increased lead in the men's overall or the team competition.
That's what I was just getting at.
But Blaze Grubs, with an additional half a buoy on top of his previous score yesterday, has definitely moved himself closer to where he wants to be in the overall. And I think your son, actually, Curtis, came through with a provisional distance of what he needed, something in the range of 55 metres or a little close.
I think it was 55.5. But we won't worry about that right now. That's to come. It's going to be super exciting jump final for the boys. We've got the girls' jump final up next, of course. But before that, we have got an exciting runoff to decide the gold medalist in under-17 boys slalom. Blaze Grubs, representing the United States, will be first off. He'll be on the 11.25 metre.
11.25 metres straight off the dock. Ooh, that's a little bit challenging, to say the least.
It certainly is. So here we go, around the island into the gate, boys goes. Blaze Grubs from Northern California, 11.25 metre.
Good stiff pull out there on buoy for the gates, and in buoy number 1. Meets up with the handle. Oh, look at that, number 3.
Oh, he's in trouble. Jeez, he didn't get a good 4. And what's
he
going to
gets
finish
round
with?
number 5 and to the wakes. Oh, my word. That might have just opened the door there, Glenn.
Well, it does open the door, but it's still no mean feat. Frederico still needs to get a piece of 6 ball here. It's not easy starting straight off on the 11.25. Blaze was good really out of 1 and 2. Not the perfect start on 1, but it's because this is a strong side, the 2.46 side, and he got a great 2 ball. But yeah, he
got the.
Yeah, he was good out of 3.
Yeah.
Here's where the problem started on 4.
Wheelied up on 4, handle up high. And then he realized that the gig was up and he just tried to S-turn, get to the wakes and get as much as he could under those circumstances. So, it's 5 buoys. That's the target now for Frederico Jaramillo. So could Blaze Grubs have done enough for the world title, or would we have a Colombian?
Yeah, it doesn't really change a lot for this first pass for Frederico, though, because he still has to run it effectively, doesn't he? He's got to run this 11.25 off the dock. It's the same situation, really, whether Blaze had have completed that, and then obviously he doesn't now need to get a score at 10.75. So Blaze heads back. He'll be a little bit disappointed, but as he goes past the American crowd, but he's still done really well here. He's got himself at least a silver. He's put up a score. I mean, straight off the dock, 5 at 11.25 is still a decent score. So we're just going to wait and see the super relaxed figure of Frederico Jaramillo, the defending champion on the dock. He'll be next off.
Blaze Grubs getting a good ripple of applause along the shoreline as we focus in now on his opponent going second out, Frederico Jaramillo. So we've already seen one Colombian win a world title in the slalom event. That was his twin sister, Luisa Jaramillo. Now, can we see if her brother can do likewise? We'll find out within about the next 2 minutes or so.
I'm just watching this guy to see if there's any sign whatsoever of nerves, and I've never seen it in him. He's pretty cool. The Nautic Towboat, of course, as we do at all World Championships, has done a magnificent job towing these championships. Magnificent design improvements over the old 200 into the new ski Nautic a couple of years ago. And here we go. Big moment coming up. Frederico Jaramillo from Colombia, the defending champion. He needs more than 5 on this pass here, the 11.25, to take the gold medal. If he gets 5, we'll have another runoff. If he gets less than 5 on this pass, then Blaze Grubs has the gold. Here we go, big moment, folks. All eyes are on Lake 2 at Pecos Waterski Centre in this current defending world champion in this event, looking to make it twin golds for the Jaramillos this morning in the slalom. He's looking very good at the moment. Across to 4, he'll ski across to 5, and he will go all the way to 6, and it is twin golds for champion. The Jaramillos at the 2020 World Under-17 Championships. The Jaramillo family have picked up both slalom gold medals. Congratulations in a wonderful runoff. Congratulations also to Blaze Grubs, who'll get the silver, and our Austrian competitor, of course, Nicholas Antezam, who has picked up the bronze medal. What a great slalom final.
Absolutely, and I mean, he had this right from the gate shot. I mean, on buoy number 1, fantastic effort going across the back of the boat. Obviously, he's won the title off the very first pass, doesn't need to ski anymore, and I'm sure he'll use that as a victory lap. But Frederico Jaramillo off number 4, just cruising into number 5, just allowing the ski to do what it's designed to do, go cross course, achieve angle, and help him achieve the World U-17 Boys Slalom title.
There we go. Look at that. He's skiing back, handled between his legs, two hands, jubilation as he is the gold medalist, defends his title from 2018 in Spain. What a great moment for Colombia. What a great moment for the Jaramillo family. And a little TikTok just to finish. Oh, sensational winner. Really is super popular here on site.
And I'm sure that we're going to get an interview with him. And why not? Why don't we bring Blaze Grubs into the mix as well and have them interview together?
Absolutely. Oh, there's the entire Jaramillo family in the water. Jubilant. What great shots. Really great shots here from Santa Rosa Beach.
And isn't that a great sight? Two world champions there embracing each other.
Twins. Twin gold medals. Well done.
Just absolute elation within that family there, the Jaramillo family. They're Frederico and Luisa and the remainder of this family here in our last action in the U-17 World Championships on the Slalom Lake. We thank our officials and everyone involved with that event. And back to me here. My name is Tony Leifert. Have to give a big thanks to my good buddy from New Zealand, Glenn Williams, for his contributions. Certainly some good analysis there and great commentary from him. Kudos. And we'll have the Jaramillos on dockside, and hopefully we'll get a few words from them as we continue on with our coverage of the U-17 World Ski Championships right here from the Pico Ski School in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. It's been a great competition so far, and there are some events that are to be resolved. We've got the jump finals, which by extension will also give us the boys and the girls champions, and also the team competition champions, of which we're looking at the United States right now, still maintaining a pretty stout lead at the moment ahead of Chile. Got Nicholas Andenson. All right, so looking at leaderboard, Frederico Jaramillo there in first place, your champion via runoff against Blaze Grubs, and Nicholas Andenson in third place. And pick up that microphone there, dude. 2 weeks ago, you came up short of the European Championships via runoff, but now you are a podium finisher in the World Championships. How does that feel?
It feels absolutely great. I'm very happy with that score. The last trainings weren't easy, working on 11.
And we'll take a look at your performance from a little bit earlier on. Give us a little commentary here.
So, that was 12? Oh no, that's 10-7.
Yeah, this is 10-7.
That one ball was pretty strong, I guess, but running late to 2. And I thought I could go around 3, but I got pulled to 3 and couldn't go around it.
But there you go. Easy come, easy go, I guess.
Yes.
All right then. So, what have you got coming up in your future? You medaled in the U-17, and what do you do from here on out?
I think I will keep on training. Maybe I have a few more competitions this year, and then I prepare for next year already, because it's getting cold in Austria. And yeah, let's see next year, Europeans again, and getting ready.
Are you eligible for the next Junior World Championships, or are you aged out at this point?
I'm aged out.
Okay, so that was your final hurrah on top of the water, and a fantastic performance from you. bronze medalist in the boys slalom competition, Nicholas Andenson. Congratulations to you, and the best of luck for whatever your future endeavors bring you.
Thank you very much.
See you good. All right there. So now that we've seen Nicholas Andenson, yep. We're bringing in the Jaramillos into the podium, and like we did before, let's bring the entire family and have them surrounding them, including another world champion herself, Luisa Jaramillo. All right then. So pick up that microphone, good sir, and I tell you what. Big old world champion, Frederico Jaramillo, defending your title. Life is pretty good for you. Turn the microphone on. There you go.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good. Had a lot of fun, and I went into that gate at 39, and I was like, I'm a little narrow, got to get to 3.
All right, then. You're referring to the 3 buoys that you came up with in the previous one, but when it came down to the runoff, Blaze kind of opened up the door for you. Kind of describe what you were feeling a little bit in that situation.
Well, it's my second runoff, I think, in my life, so of course it was exciting, like something new. And when they said Blaze goes first, I was like, okay, I get to know what he does. And then he went out and did 5. I was like, that's pretty good, going off the dock at 38. But I just went buoy by buoy, and he got there.
All right. Now, not only are you a world champion, but this person over here has just won herself a world title as well. I mean, you must be extraordinarily proud of your brother right now.
Yeah, I mean, after I got done skiing, it was not really over because he still has to ski. So, like, I was still really nervous, and just time went by so slow waiting for him to go out and ski and everything.
And I tell you what, the evening meal tonight it's got to taste extraordinarily good tonight, and I'm sure that the celebrations and with your entire family are going to be absolutely off the charts, both of you. I mean, so congratulations to Frederico here, Luisa over here. They're 2 big old world champions in the Junior World Championships in the slalom event.
Thank you.
Thank
that was
you.
Awesome. So fun.
All right, then, we have continuing coverage of the U-17 World Waterski Championships here from Santa Rosa Beach. This is the 2020-2021 IWWF World U-17 World Championships, and we'll be back right after these. No worries. Come on in. Yeah, centre bits, yeah. No, I don't.
I get it.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Okay, then. Is that the U-21? Okay. Okay, good. How long are we waiting until jump? You didn't tell me though.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2020-21. I know that sounds weird to say, but International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation World Championships. We just got through crowning another Jaramillo in the slalom event. Can you believe that? But what we are going into right now is our women's jump finalists. These are the 12 best jumpers in the world. That's right, in the world. We've got none other than Miss Lara Brummell, Miss Pia Matasdorfer, Lily Steiner, Sage Pop Becker, Brooke Boskus, Alyssa Drake, Courtney Williams, Nelly Ellard, Miss Emily Wenzel, Kennedy Hanson, Shay O'Brien, and of course, young Augustina Varas. So we have an action-packed field. Capable of jumping in excess of 48 meters, but your first jumper on the water, Miss Lara Brummell. All right, so looks like goodness, the wind has just changed direction ever so slightly, more to a cross breeze. It's unbelievable. You really can't write the script much better here at Corey's Pico's Ski and Wake. It's just the conditions have been excellent all weekend long, and I thought, well, we might be in store for yet a little bit of a tail breeze, but nothing that these elite level athletes couldn't handle. However, of course, they enjoy a head breeze, and that looks like they're going to enjoy as over the next hour. It looks to be that the wind's going to shift around to that beautiful head breeze that we're accustomed to here in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. So your first skier on the water, Miss Lara Brummell of Germany, qualified with a 36.1 meter jump, or 118 feet for our American viewers. She's going to open up her campaign with a 3/4 cut. Let's kick this jump event off. Up and over Big Red, little bit of tip flutter. Sure, there was some flutter in the hearts of all the Germans on site, but she handles it like a true veteran. Obviously don't know exactly what her age is, but we do know that she would have to be under the age of 18 to be competing here today. Looked to be finding her spot in the course quite well. So no, you just can't write these scripts any better, but I just take a moment here to admire the accomplishment that the young Jaramillo's twin brother and sister, both equaling the gold medal. That might be the first time that that's ever happened. We're not 100% sure here, but young Lara Brummell opens up with a 34.4 meter, not far off her qualifying jump. We've already crowned 2 world champions. That's in the trick event last night, and then yet in the slalom event, Miss Luisa Jaramillo. Luisa, I should say. Lara Brummell handling that win without question. A very, very confident young lady. Going to get a little bit wider here. Try to keep her speed up. Does a better job. This is a better spot. Does she get her lift? Up and over the jump. Looking good. It is a bit further. You saw her come off the handle quite quickly, which as a jumper you want to continue your direction up and over your tips to the left there. However, nonetheless, it is bettering her opening jump. Setting the bar for competitors to come. The likes of Miss Agustina Varas had a qualifying jump of 47.9 meters. Now, I don't know if you understand the magnitude of that jump, but 47.9, 157 feet, would be good enough for a world record at this tournament. However, because of the current situation with the worldwide pandemic, we had to put this on ice last year, which is unfortunate for Miss Agustina. But you know, I spoke with Dodo today, and it's just incredible that she gave me a little bit of history, and we got to understand what her accomplishment at 46 meters was, and still very, very incredible. You know, she maybe Agustina could have done that last year, but you know, like we say earlier, on any given Sunday or any given day, but 35 meters there, 35.5 meters. It was about a meter further. Say 115 feet, just about. Maybe 117, 16. Nonetheless, Laura is worried about the meters, and she wants a bigger jump right here, driving into Big Red, up and over. You know, I don't know, about the same hole, probably a little bit further. She holds onto that handle a little bit longer, like we talked about, letting that beautiful ski nautique drag her down the lake. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, especially Nautique Boats, the official towboat of all of our World Championships this year. We do have the U-17 currently going on. We have U-21 coming up later this afternoon. And, of course, the Open World Championships to take place in October at beautiful Sunset Lake. So I'm sure all of the Travers are working fervently to get that set up at their site. Obviously, the Waterski Broadcasting Company will be bringing all the action to you of all three of those World Championships. So we cannot thank TWBC enough. Again, make sure you get to our page, subscribe to our YouTube channel so that you don't miss out on any action. We've got an action-packed Pro Waterski Tour left. 6 tournaments, I believe, left in our season here. So Thank goodness we're getting to see all of the talents out there again on the water. 2020 was an unprecedented year for us, and I believe this is young Pia Matasdorfer. The Austrian, love saying that name. This girl had a 37.1 meter qualifying jump, so very capable of taking the lead. Haven't seen the third jump come through for Lara. I apologize. I probably just missed it. Going to be close to her qualifying jump of 118 feet, I'm sure. So we will see here. But again, the atmosphere here at Pico's Ski School is just electric. We've seen some incredible skiing already. We had a runoff to crown our boys world champion in the slalom event. Again, that impressive tag team duo that was Luisa and Frederico taking out the world championships. Blaze Grubs, gotta give him all the credit in the world. Just getting that second or that silver medal there in the slalom event. He's still in contestation for the overall event, but right now we've got Pia, our first double cutter of the event. Maybe a little bit earlier than she'd like here, but takes it to the ramp, and it's a great opening jump. See, you could learn a lot from young Pia there. While she didn't have her timing just absolutely impeccable, she just points her skis back at the middle of the ramp and waits to turn that into what would be considered maybe a big 3/4, but nonetheless, you're going to see this replay here. Pia loading the line very well from second wake to jump. Chest and hips parallel and up and over those tips of the beautiful Goodman skis. I'm sure Ron is watching on. He tends to take in all of these elite level events, thanks to the Waterski Broadcasting Company, of course. 37.6 meters. So if anybody was questioning our conditions here, young Pia has put that to rest, bettering her 122-foot jump of 37.1 meters to 37.7 meters, roughly 124 feet. All right, so both of our competitors thus far in this event have bettered their prelim score. So if that's any precursor to what we may see in these later seeds, look at this is a better spot right here. Bringing it in this pepper to the bottom of the ramp, that's up and over. That's going to be her best jump thus far of her campaign at the U-17 World Championships. Here her teammates, fellow Austrians, cheering her on. Pia Matasdorfer currently leading the event. Not exactly sure what she has in store for us on third jump, but she has built nicely. Wow. 40.5 or roughly 130 feet for young Pia. That is incredible, bettering by nearly 3 meters there. Then her prelim score, 130 feet, and still one jump to come. So as we can tell by our feather flags, compliments of the official towboat Nautique here, we are fighting a little bit of a cross tail, but not much for these skiers to contend with in the air. It's just absolutely beautifully covered over there by the state park across the lake. So we'll get some of these contestants up here to let us know what the conditions actually feel like, but they are seemingly getting better by the moment, as they tend to do here at these elite level contests. This is a better spot. Can she get off the ramp? And she does. That is equal to that 40.5, if not better. So 2 jumpers into this event, and we already have bettered scores, helping out those team overall points. It is highly contested between the Chileans and the U.S. team. Young Pia Matasdorfer right here, Austrian hopeful. Not much wrong on this turn here, bringing that right hip, stepping under the line, driving all the way through the ramp, lifting her left ski, and getting a nice pull from that ski nautique off the top. I don't know if it's much further, but still a great solid set. Happy with that. Going to put some pressure on our later seeds. 40.7, so just a foot further. Does push her over that 100 up to 134 feet. That's some great jumping there from young Pia. Her teammate coming out behind her, Lily Steiner, had a qualifying jump just 10 centimeters beyond her teammate there, 37.2. So she's going to have to turn the dial up just a little bit to get down the lake to that 134-foot hole, or 40.7 meters. Saw this young lady limping around down by the start dock earlier. You can see some strapping on her left foot, but luckily I would imagine she's going to be carrying that left ski in the air all the way to the base. of this beautiful ramp here at Corey Pico's Ski and Wake. Short line lakes, lots of history here. Beautiful facility. We've been enjoying all of those conditions on the Lake 2, or Slalom Lake, if you will. Lake 1 is more of the jump and trick lake, where you can find Corey Pico's in the boat nearly every day. If not him, his son, also a world champion, that of Adam Pico's. But behind the scenes, I'd be remiss to not mention Rose Pico's, keeping it all together, the glue that is the Pico's ski family. Big thanks to all of them for everything that they do, but it looks like we're going to see if maybe that injury is going to affect her a little bit. Looks like she's going to do a single here just to feel out how her ankle is holding up. A great looking single. She favors that left ski, as you could see, and maybe, not sure if she's screaming in pain or if maybe just a little bit annoyed with having to go out there and do that single. We saw, obviously, a much more capable jump in the prelims. But really, looking good there. I think she just knew it didn't really matter if she rode that out. Maybe she's going to collect her thoughts here in the water, wait for the ski nautique to come back to her and compose herself and muster up all of her strength here for jumps 2 and 3. You know, 4 U.S. skiers, as I look at the start list, that have made it into this final, 7 into the women's slalom finals. So U.S. highly represented. Obviously, of course, the world champion, and that is in Kennedy Hanson, coming fresh off of a personal best at 43.2 meters or 142 feet. That's an incredible leap at 5 foot, but it's not going to be enough when you've got the likes of Agustina Veras and Shay O'Brien on the start, or coming off the dock behind her. So
you should have been like, yeah, me and all my friends are here.
Right now, we've got Lily coming in for yet what looks to be another single. So this is almost unfortunate, hard to watch. You know, this competitor is obviously very competent in the jump event, but maybe she just wants to get a scoring jump for team points. I'm not exactly sure, but let's see. I know. See, she's just favoring on that landing, Tony. It's just unfortunate, and she's going in. She just can't answer the bell today, and you hate to see anyone have to tap out due to injury, but unfortunately for young Lily Steiner, it's a very, very gutsy performance to go out there strapped up. Again, I saw her limping around the start dock, and yeah, you saw her tap her head, which unfortunately means for her day is going to be complete, but she's won the hearts of many of the Austrian team, and just going to have to go in. She just almost, you can tell she's annoyed with herself, and it looks like the boat is pointing back towards the start dock. So she put her head under the water to pull off her ski. One can only imagine that was very painful, but nonetheless a very gutsy performance for Lily. So unfortunately not able to ride out a jump today, dealing with some injury there. Still an accomplishment to make the finals when you've got the likes of Agustina Varas and Shay O'Brien, Kennedy Hanson, even Emily Wenzel on the dock beyond you. You know, so it's a very highly contested event here, and she should hold her head high and know that it just wasn't in the cards for her today. She'll go get rehabbed up and come back, I'm sure, stronger and better for it. That's what it's all about here at the U-17 World Championships. These young athletes are still learning and soaking it all up, enjoying the experience, but nonetheless, we're proud of her. It would be, thank goodness for our Rebel energy drinks here. As Tony comes back to the desk here, it's the Dutch Brothers has done so much in supporting our sport. So you got a Dutch Bros coffee is what we're usually known for taking in to keep all of the action coming to you. But this is a sugar-free energy drink, and it's very good. But our next skier on the water coming out of the U.S., Sage Pop Becker. She is a U.S. team member, so she is going to need to turn on the dial here, turn it up. We need to get those points so they can distance themselves from the Chilean team that they are skiing. They're on fire at the moment, and I think it has something to do with the spirit that they brought to the dock, every skier. So I'd like to see the U.S. team equal or match that at least. Get Sage Pop Becker fired up for this final. Had a qualifying jump of 123 feet.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean
37.5 meters.
As tilted up as I can get it, you know what I mean? I got to send the blocks again, to keep it up as much as possible, but it's just not enough. It's going to be tilted. It's so zoomed in, it doesn't really give him a shot.
So unfortunately, Lily's pain continues as she's stuck in her wily binding. But right now, Sage Pop Becker coming in for jump number 1. U.S.'s team member and hopeful up and over Big Red. No, gonna let that one go. And that is what is nice about this event. You do get 3 attempts, so if something doesn't feel right or maybe you want to get a look at your spot, take it a little bit later on jump number 1. It's a veteran move. Let's see how that works out for you. You definitely want to take your best attempt or cut at the jump. She's just in front of the 600-foot buoy there, maybe the 603, 601 there. So being a jumper myself, I've felt that pain of being injured inside of a wily binding, probably a double stuff, I would think, but Sage Pop Becker there just letting that one go. So maybe it looked a little bit early there, Tony. I think, some of these girls are getting fooled by our conditions, thinking it looks to be a bit of a tail breeze, but here it's more of a, let's see, I'd say a crosswind. Not much in it over there at the 6. So Sage Pop Becker, the 4th seed off the dock. All right, so as we thought, maybe Sage just a little bit early on that first attempt, but she has brought it down a little bit. This looks to be a better spot. Taking it from second wake to jump, up and over. Okay, just not getting all of her lift there. A little gust from the jump gods there. She doesn't like what she's put on the scoreboard just yet. But that is, again, it only takes 1 jump. Bit of a gust here. It's been up and down a little bit, but not this much. So wonder if that had any effect on that second attempt for Sage, U.S. team member. Was unfortunate. Big fall in the slalom event. Heading to 6 buoy at 35 off. So she was actually 4th place in our women's slalom event. So heck of an overall skier. Didn't really have the trick score that she would have wanted, but still, nonetheless, she was up there mixing it up with the best in the world, the likes of Luisa Jaramillo, your world champion, and of course, Kennedy Hanson and Anne-Marie Robleski. All right, so 35.8, Tony. Let me set the scene for you. This is her third and final attempt. She wasn't happy with jump number 2, a little bit early on jump number 1, so let's see if she can get just right here. She does bring it down even further down the lake, so about where she was in the prelims as she makes her turn for the jump. Driving in and up and over. It looks like a better jump. She doesn't like it.
Certainly looks a little bit better from this angle, but it's really, really hard to tell with that instant replay. But she had a distance of 37.5 in the previous round, so anything more than that is going to be a boost for the Team USA score.
It's going to be right in that. It's going to be close to that, but unfortunately it's not going to challenge our leader, young Pia, 134 feet or 40.7 meters. We'll just wait for that distance to come through as we watch this replay. An excellent campaign. Her weekend is done anyways, or her U-17 campaign is done. I don't know if she's going to be skiing in the U-21s, but just an unbelievable, incredible performance in all 3 events. A U.S. team member doing her country proud. Sage Pop Becker, third and final attempt on the replay right here. Just not getting that full extension off the top. Still a good-looking jump, though. Got to be happy with that. So 36.7, Tony. Doesn't increase
No, it doesn't.
her overall score.
So it doesn't really help her out so far as the... So it doesn't really improve her spot in the overall competition, nor does it increase the points total by Team USA. But there are opportunities for Team USA going forwards, namely Alyssa Drake coming up within about the next couple of skiers, and obviously Kennedy Hanson, who at this stage of the game, unless there is a minor miracle courtesy of Alyssa Drake, she would be the presumptive junior girls world overall champion.
You know, and that's a great thing to call out. I mean, you know, we don't want to put anything out there that we're not 100% sure about. But what is incredible is that we've already seen Frederico Jaramillo repeat his world championship.
Yeah.
And now it looks imminent that young Kennedy Hanson, world champion, may repeat in what is seemingly the hardest event to repeat in the overall competition.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Some great performances so far from those competitors. You obviously highlight Kennedy Hanson. But let's not forget, we've got some great skiers from the other great skiers from the USA as well, including Brooke Broskers, who happens to be on the water right now.
We are getting a little bit of a wind here, but that is exactly where she went in the finals. Oh!
Oh, wow. Oh, my word.
Let's make sure she's all right here. Looked like that tip came close to her face, which fortunately she does wear a face shield, but what happened there?
I'm not even too sure what happened
Tony,
there.
I think what happened is that tail breeze a little bit on helping her stay out wide. Just caught the tip of her ski, and we're going to see it here on the replay. But so she's got a tail breeze at her back right there, okay? As she comes across, she lifts up that right ski and just gets a bit forward and looks a bit armsy. And
ow, man.
What I'm concerned about is that tip coming into her face there. I don't know. We can't tell for sure from here.
Wow, I think she's glad that she had that face shield on, you know. I mean, this reminds me of a crash that Josh Lauder of Australia took a few seasons ago competing in the Australian Open, where he did almost exactly the same thing and ended up being dragged by the boat another 50 feet.
Well, I tell you what, you know, Josh Lauder, you mentioned Josh Lauder. He's a good friend of mine, and I hope he's watching somewhere in the world. I would imagine from Australia, which it's very late at night there, or early in the morning, if you will. But right now we got Brooke Broskers in the water. We're attending to her. It looks like we're having a bit of a situation. We've got medical personnel in the water. And you just hope that she's okay. I mean, when you drop a tip like that, you worry about a hip, you worry about an ankle, obviously. Coming out of these very tight bindings at a high rate of speed like that, you can twist an ankle, you can tweak a hip. You know, these horrific crashes that we've seen from the likes of a Jack Critchley that unfortunately maybe a dislocated hip, but I don't think that's the situation here as she pops back up onto the back of the boat there, which is great to see. You know, this young lady is just an incredible woman, young woman, and I would say it's potential to be an Alabama skier. We talk about the NCWSA, Tony. I don't know that for sure, but I believe that to be. I'm sure Roger and family is looking on. Little brother also here competing this weekend. So it looks like they're going to give her skis, and I'm hoping that they're going to soap her up and get her put back together.
Well, she's certainly making motions towards continuing on in this event. And I mean, when she crashed, I mean, there were bits and pieces flying everywhere, you know. So it's just a case of getting all of those pieces of the proverbial jigsaw puzzle reassembled and allow her to go out there and continue skiing.
And it's so good to see all the countries represented here. Over 25 countries made it to this World Championship. And, you know, you bring up the names like Josh Lauder. I actually got a message from his father late last night wanting to know when young Levi was going to be skiing. So it's great to see everybody tuning in from all over the world. I don't know exactly, Tony, if you have all that data to tell us how many people we do have, but it's just great to see, and the Waterski Broadcasting Company doing it, just such a professional job and bringing this viewing, what I would say, experience up a notch. You know, it's just... And thank goodness that they're going to be bringing us all the action for the rest of the event, U-21, and also the Open World Championships at Sunset Lakes later this year in October.
And we'll continue the coverage of the U-17 World Championships right after this. All right, continuing on the coverage of the 2020-2021 U-17 World Waterski Championships under the international governing body, the IWWF. Thank you very much once again for joining us here with the coverage of this event. That is Brooke Boskus out there on the water. She's taken a rather spectacular fall on jump number one, even before hitting the ramp. And it looks like she's got all of the components together and is now getting ready for jump number two.
Well, you hate to see that, Tony, but this young lady is very well coached. She has a coach that in Mark Lane, and I'm sure Roger is on the shoreline giving her a bit of words of encouragement, maybe little brother as well. They love to jump, this family. Great three-event skier that Brooke is. I'm sure she got all the coaching tips needed to take care of this. Just to be honest, it just looked a bit armsy there. I think the wind trying to find the center of her skis, and just as she got armsy there, just moving around a little bit, dipped the tip and went for a bit of a tumble, but she looks to be okay, so thank goodness for that.
All right, let's see what we've got from Brooke Boskus on jump number two. Obviously, the tailwind didn't exactly help Matas there on jump number one, and the wind is starting to gust up a little bit in intensity and in strength. Let's see what she can do. Now she's going to be really, really cautious and think long and hard before she lifts that right ski up. There you go.
Well, does back it off just a little bit, not much. And so
taking a pass on jump number 2, which isn't exactly the best circumstances you can put yourself under with one jump remaining, needing the landing to score and needing that now for that jump to be big enough at the same time to keep her in contention for the women's world jump title.
Well, you know what's interesting? She is fresh off a PB in the elimination round, Tony. So I think that was a smart move. This girl has no issue with ramp work, right? So just getting everything going again, taking a look at the jump. She knows where the spot she wants to be coming off of a PB in the elimination round. So I believe she's going to put something together for us on jump 3 here. Will not affect our team standings as she's skiing independently. But going to actually have to improve upon her PB of 37.6 if she's going to challenge for the lead. 40.7, young Pia Matasdorfer.
All right, looking at the dockside, we're seeing Alyssa Drake getting ready for her jump set. So, we've got Alyssa Drake, and probably isn't too encouraged by what she's seen so far out of Brooke Bosker so far. A fall before the ramp and a pass on jump number 2.
Well, about the same spot, just a few feet earlier than she was on her PB of 37.6 effort in the elimination round. But here we have third jump up and and we have another unfortunate.
So no score on that, but the thing here is she's in no danger of finishing dead last because one of our previous competitors, Lily Steiner, couldn't land a jump either, and because of the backup scores,
that's right,
Brooke Boskers would actually finish one place higher.
So we effectively know our 12th and 12th place and 11th place,
That's
Tony?
Correct.
So
As
we're
it
getting
would
very
stand
technical
right now.
here. Again, Tony bringing you, he's a mathematician, folks. He's just wealth of knowledge, really.
I try.
I've enjoyed my time here with the Waterski Broadcasting Company and, of course, Tony Lightfoot, the legendary commentaries, made some of the greatest calls in all of water skiing, and I just want to thank them for having me on with this broadcast. It's been a great time. I have to catch a flight at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Something tells me I'm not going to make it to that, but I don't mind. I'd rather be on site here, and you'll see Alyssa Drake coming off the dock. Tony, where's she from?
Alyssa Drake, she is from the great Wisconsin city of Oconomowoc.
That's what I thought. I couldn't remember, but I knew you would.
Yeah, I knew. Skis over at the Stillwater facility. Oh, and by the way, as you're mentioning things with the Waterski Broadcasting Company, we continue to do the TWBC podcast. The latest 2 episodes to drop feature Adam Cord from Denali Skis and also Chris Parrish as well. So
wow.
Got a chance to interview those 2, and more episodes will drop over the next few days.
Well, that's got to be fun to do. I tell you what, Adam Cord is a great guy, good friend of mine, and Chris Parrish as well. But what a personality that is Chris Parrish. I'm looking forward to maybe on my travels home tonight, which probably going to go into the wee hours of tomorrow morning. But Chris Parrish is always a good time.
Oh, yeah.
Never short of fun, huh?
And a former junior world slalom champion as well from way back in the day in about 1992.
That's incredible that you know that. The amount of water ski knowledge in my co-part's brain here is quite impressive, but you are seeing the brains behind the operation there in the Waterski Broadcasting booth, so big thanks to them for bringing us all this action right now. Alyssa Drake, Midwest hopeful, out of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
All right, then, so here we go. This is Alyssa Drake. Now, if she wants to improve up in the overall standings, she's going to need a better jump than 39.1 meters. Oh, yeah.
It's a great opening jump. It's a great opening jump, Tony.
Not only that, but if she jumps over 40.7 meters, she'll take the lead at this time, I believe.
Well, I don't think it was enough for that. It's going to be close to that 40-meter mark. I'd say 39 meters. But regardless, what she got to do out there is feel out the wind. She got to get connected with the driver, feel the ramp one more time, which she's very familiar with here at this site. We watch this replay here. Compliments of the Waterski Broadcasting Company. Alyssa Drake, daughter of Tony Drake, good friend of mine. Alyssa up and off the top. Look at that. It's just a thing of beauty. She's so consistent, Tony. That's what I noticed about Alyssa Drake over the years, watching her grow up in the Midwest and, a member of the Midwest Air Force, if you will. She just is always in good form, always.
All right, and Alyssa Drake, we're going to get the distance on jump number 1, 37.2. 37.2. So decent-looking first jump, about 2 meters behind her best jump distance yesterday. And currently, so far as the overall standings are concerned, she is about 617 points behind Kennedy Hanson right now, Alyssa Drake in second. So
it's a tall order.
A miracle needs to happen.
Yeah, she's going to have to go over 47 meters to get something done there. Probably even more like 50. But again, a little gust from the guys. You saw that in her counter there. Let's see what she can do with it. 122 feet on her opening jump. That's beggar jump. There we go. Wow. Again, Tony, you see that great air form, staying composed, even when that gust of wind seemed to catch her on her counter cut. Comes off the top of the jump, explodes, and over the tips of her skis.
All right, and another reason why Alyssa Drake has to come through with some bigger jumps is because in third place, Augustina Varas is about 48 points behind her in the overall battle. So there could be a swap in position between Alyssa Drake and Augustina Vara, with Augustina currently in third place and Alyssa in second right now.
That's right. But, I think Augustina Vara's obviously coming off a PB, 157 feet or 47.9 meters, probably doesn't have a whole lot more in that jump. Gosh, I hope she does. But I think Alyssa Drake has more in that 39.1, so she could actually increase her team score as well as her overall score. So that was a 38.2?
38.2, which is 0.9 of a meter behind her best jump yesterday. So no movement in terms of overall points position, and certainly no more greater separation between herself and Augustina Varas, who is currently in third place behind her, about 48 overall points back.
Look, sitting in second place currently in the overall competition, currently in second place in this jump event, Alyssa Drake has worked so hard to get to this point, and this is her third and final attempt to Big Red, taking it to the base, kicking up and over, and I don't know. I don't think it's done it. She doesn't think she's done it.
Now, was that more along the lines of disappointment that she didn't move up closer to Kennedy Hanson, or do you think that's more of an opportunity to put some distance between herself and Augustina Varas?
I think it's the latter there. I think she knew that in the form that Augustina is in, she's going to want to give herself every opportunity to get those much-needed overall points. And again, I think good enough for second at the moment, but it's not going to be the way it finishes in this event. And just as we suspected, Tony, 37.8 meters. Still, it's not a bad jump, 125 feet, that 38.2 there. But look, she has competed at the largest stage that water skiing has to offer, this U-17 2020 IWWF World Championships, and she should be proud of herself, making all three finals. And in this heavily contested overall battle, currently sitting in second place, so nothing to shake a stick at. I know Dad's proud, I'm proud, and all of the Midwest. You can almost just feel the cheers coming from the great North up there.
So wow, some great performances are going to be coming up, starting with Courtney Williams. Courtney Williams is our next competitor to take to the water.
The only thing that I'm happy about taking this time
So I'm sure that she's going to be coached along the shoreline from Glenn Williams, the team coach for the Kiwis.
Oh, no doubt. That's her father as well. And look, I spent many years with Glenn over in the Southern Hemisphere, mainly at Moomba, which is a great event, one of the greatest venues to water ski at. I tell you, if you haven't made it across the pond over there to beautiful Melbourne, the Yara, Tony, I'm sure, have you made it there yet in your lifetime?
Never.
Are you kidding me? We've got to change that.
There are 2 tournaments I want to go to more than anyone, Moomba and the Masters.
Well, I think we can probably make the Masters a little bit easier, but it is definitely a sight to see. Courtney Williams has competed on the Yara River, but right now she is here in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida at Corey Pico's water ski school, the U-17 World Championships, fresh off of a PB of 39.2, 129 feet. Opening jump here.
Oh, late on that one, almost getting pulled directly into the bottom right-hand corner, and certainly a powerful engine in that boat, the PCM 6.2-liter engine, 450 horsepower and 465 foot-pounds of torque that the skiers have to handle. If they handle it right, they can go far.
It is a liftoff, if you will.
But if they're unable to handle that much power,
yeah, we can see some unfortunate events. But right now we're watching a replay of Courtney Williams out of New Zealand. And, yeah, like you said, just kind of open it up to the boat there, not keeping everything going to the left. And you see that right tip dip, which is a scary feeling coming off the top of the jump for young Courtney Williams. But if I know anything about this fighter, it's that she is going to absolutely charge harder in jumps 2 and 3. She wants to sit atop the leaderboard for at least a few skiers, and if she's going to do that, she's going to have to go greater than 40.7. Our leader, young Pia, holding on right now. The second skier off the dock, up in the ante. 3.6 meters to be exact, or 12 feet further than her elimination round, but Courtney Williams, jump number 2.
Okay, that opening jump of 35.4 meters, putting her about 4 meters behind what she produced on the elimination round. Here she comes, her jump number 2. Good lift, good speed.
Much better jump. That's going to be closer to where she qualified there.
Question is that one going to be further?
I don't know. I it's hard to tell, again, from that angle, watching on this screen here, but we're going to get a good indication of how far it just was in this replay as they triangulate there. I'm sure the splash eye system is working its magic. Great turn here over her right ski, loading nice and smooth and consistently all the way to the base. Look at this. This is good-looking jumping. The only thing I could say there is maybe pull that left shoulder back and continue to move to the left. So it's going to be a better jump.
Oh, yeah, she got more pull off the top of that jump, but the majority of that pull came on the downward trajectory coming off the peak there.
Yeah, I'm sure Big Brother or comrade and Curtis Williams is probably giving her a bit of coaching, and we'll see what the score is. But a great World Under-17 World Championships. I believe she's going to stay for the U-21 as well. I mean, if you make that long trip, you might as well get both championships out of it. There it is. 39.1.
That's only 0.1 of a meter short of her jump distance yesterday.
That's right, backing it up. That was no fluke, that PB, and I know this young lady, and she is going to absolutely throw the throttle down.
If she can get a jump of over 40 meters with this attempt.
Yeah, she's later. Come on, Courtney, get it. Oh, and she knows it's just a little too late to take to the ramp, and going to be happy with 39.1. It is so close, 10 centimeters off of a personal best at the World Championships in the finals. You cannot be upset with that.
And with 5 competitors remaining, she puts herself in second spot right now.
That's right. So can do no worse than 7th.
That's correct.
Well,
starting off and out of 12 skiers, that's pretty impressive.
It's where she qualified, isn't it? It is, so. No, that's wrong. Young Pia has the upset, the early dark horse there, throwing down the gauntlet.
And Boscos as well, they've relinquished their respective positions, so So Courtney Williams could actually move up a position or two based upon what she jumped earlier, but we'll put our sights on our next competitor. It is Nelly Ellard from Canada, coming to us out of the French-speaking province of Quebec, from that great nation of Canada.
So cousin
to Dominique Grandinella.
And what I've learned is Dominique, I want to apologize for her not giving her credit where credit is due. I thought maybe Jacinta Carroll was the world record holder here, but it is actually Dominique. So
with 46 meters.
46 meters.
Which was actually exceeded by Augustina Vass but because Augustina is aged out technically for this event, we do carry skiers over from last year, because this event, the U-17 Worlds, was actually scheduled to be here last season, but because of the worldwide pandemic, we made sure that those that were qualified to ski last season would be able to ski this season as well.
Yeah, trying to make it as fair as we can for these competitors. We don't want to take anything away from them. You know, this may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for some.
Yeah.
And, you know, as you see the leaderboard there, I believe that these are going to be names that you see for years to come, and the future of our sport is obviously in their hands, and we're so grateful for that. But, you know, this is a World Championships, and you got to be amongst the best in the world, obviously, to be out on the water here. So it's already a great talent, a great accomplishment.
Here comes Nelly Ellard coming in.
Akin to Dominique, you'd think she's got jump running through the blood here. Ooh, and lets it go.
So there you go on jump number one, Nelly Ellard, and sinking into the water. Testing out the conditions a little bit here, because there is most certainly a gusting wind, and turning or trying it's going to blow in from a little bit of a swirl here.
You know, a little bit more history of this ramp height and speed. You know, this is actually the ramp height and speed that the collegiate ranks go at, 5,150 centimeters. So it's pretty impressive to think that these youngsters are already challenging that record of 48. I think 48.5 is the collegiate record, or 159 feet. So if we can, just take a moment to think about what that actually means. That means that some of these youngsters, as our tent tries to blow away here, Tony, conditions are a-changing. Yeah, do it. Can you just take it? All right. Young Nelly on the water. Second attempt. The wind has picked up quite a bit here.
Le deuxième saut.
Oh!
Oh!
Wow. Look. I'm sure
ski
that
could have gone sideways in a huge way.
Yeah, especially with that wind. You know, we're experiencing quite a bit of wind coming up, and it looks like our tent is about to blow away. So we've got the Waterski Broadcasting Company crew here holding us down. Thank goodness that didn't go pear-shaped right here as you watch this right tip just ever so slightly dips right there. That's some heart and mouth stuff right there. Thank goodness.
I remember Claudio Kostenberger doing something very, very similar to that at the European Championships in Skarnes in Norway way back in 2011. And he just about survived. And the jump distance, 34.8, reflects that distance, that attempt. So, coming in, third and final jump. Le troisième et final saut. Nelly Ellard. Whoa, look
Much
at this.
better jump,
Beautiful amount of
Tony.
speed and comes in for a great landing.
I don't know if she's just thankful that she came out of that with all limbs intact, or if she's happy or a little bit annoyed, but it's a great jump in this wind. Currently, Tony is holding down our tents as we secure everything and making the call there. Qualified with a 40.1, so very capable of taking the lead, or 32 feet. This looks like to be close to that, but maybe not eclipsing that 40-meter mark. We're waiting for the jump distance to come through, but we're watching it on replay right here. So, wow, 40.0. Just an absolute ripper of a jump in this wind, in these conditions. I know it's not what she was looking for, just 10 centimeters less than her qualifying. And just Tony holds on our tent here. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a storm rolling through. Just a great display. Not good enough to dethrone our current leader, Miss Pia, but 132 feet. 40.0.
And at 40.0 meters, as you said rightly, 0.1 of a meter short of her jump yesterday, so that means no movement for Team Canada so far as the team overall is concerned. And so far as that competition is going, it still looks very much like a two-horse race between Chile, who are currently in second right now, and the United States, who currently holds the lead. All right then, now our next competitor coming to us from Deutschland, Emily Wenzel. So just trying to get a handle on the weather conditions, the wind gusting through this facility right now, and try not to get too spooked and too surprised by what she'll be facing. All right, coming in from the East End.
So, this is the elements that we deal with. We have to do our best to make the conditions as fair for each competitor, but unfortunately we attend to Mother Nature. Oh, and yeah, see, man, this is unfortunate stuff, but
passing on jump number one.
And I think that tail breeze there slash crosswind kind of played tricks on her. She had quite a bit of speed in her turn. You saw she was very, very late, had to let go almost before the first wake. So we'll see what she learned from that. Hopefully the wind stays consistent and she doesn't make too big of a adaptation in the wrong direction.
All right, then. Getting questions coming in. One of the questions is if they're wondering if this boat is running a three blade, and the answer to that one is...
You know, we don't know the answer, but we don't think it's necessary for the U-17. Well, we shouldn't say that with the likes of Pol, Duplan, Fribourg. Well, how do you say it?
Duplan, Fribourg.
Okay, well, I just think of him as the monster that is the jump in the jump event. He just absolutely goes ballistic off the top of that jump. So we're not sure if they're running a three blade, but we know that it has all the power necessary. It is the Masters, was the Masters towboat.
Yeah. And of course, if this boat were running in the Masters, the prop would have to be a three blade, yeah?
That's a good point.
All right then, so here we go. Emily Wenzel coming in on jump number 2. Des Weiten Sprung.
Oh, no.
Whoa, and oh man, alive.
Okay.
She is in the water. She is not. Oh my word.
I'm struggling
this
here
is not good.
to call this. Looks like the right ski might be pointed in a precarious position. She's obviously knocked the wind out of herself, but I don't know if she's... You hate to see this, and it's an unfortunate part of an extreme sport, but these athletes have committed to the sport, and we're dealing with a little bit of a weather situation, and I'm thinking that maybe, well, I don't know that this had much to do with the weather, and I hate to speculate, but it didn't look like she got her right ski on. Tony, we'll see from this angle, and
I mean, everything looked good from there. The handle came up a little bit high, which wasn't a particularly huge deal breaker, but she comes off the second wake and, oh my word.
Very, very close to that right corner. And gosh, you see the way that the skis went in, and I'm hoping that the hips are okay. I can't tell if that's... Okay, so here's the situation. It looks like young Emily is okay, which is thank goodness. But she wants to continue, but we're going to have to do an eval and make sure that we're not putting her in any danger. And while we want her to be able to display her talents, we also don't want her. We got to remember that she's, at the young age of 17 or 18 years old, and of course she wants to compete. She's been training for this event for some time, but you see her come over those wakes, and just the left shoulder comes down, the handle goes back towards the boat, and okay, yeah, I think the way she went in, hips and knees look like they should be okay.
Now, actually, in recent times, the IWWF has recently published a one sheet to enable officials to evaluate the skier's concussion protocol, that kind of stuff, ability to continue on with injury, so on and so forth. So they're going through that protocol right now to ensure that if Emily does continue to compete, it's done under the safest conditions possible.
Absolutely. And, look, it's good sign that she's up on the back of the boat. She's moving around. Looks like she's going to maybe put her left ski on here. Hopefully, we've got a 0 on both jump 1 and 2. An unfortunate crash there, but hopefully she hasn't been in that right binding too far. She's just checking her fin. Look, she's moving around fine, Tony. They're just going to make sure all of her equipment's okay here.
And it's also very good that in the rescue boat there is someone who is actually experienced in the ways of jumping, because immediately before she went into the water, that person there checked the jump fins to make sure they were still intact.
Yeah, and it's very... it would have been apparent if the jump fins weren't okay for young Emily, because obviously she wouldn't have been able to make that cut to the ramp, but it is good to just make sure that we go through all of our checklists here and make sure she is ready for liftoff. Okay, so you hear the crowd cheering her on, and I think just trying to figure out what her horse collar there is, the cowboy collar. Hopefully that's not in her way or that's normal, but looks like it is, and she's off. I mean, you know, some of the guts on these young ladies, it's just unbelievable. You saw young Sadie Ferguson go out there and slalom with an obliterated ACL at a knee, and then this. I mean, just a gutsy display, and wish her all the best in this third attempt. I know she's got to be shaken up, but to be a jumper, you have to have a very, very short memory, and that's what I think we're going to see here.
And I mean, like, ligament tears in the knee is certainly among the most serious of injuries that the jumper can sustain. You know, normally to fully repair an ACL takes approximately 1 year. But then again, you got people like Taylor Garcia, who like weeks ago tore his ACL, didn't tell most people about it until the King of Darkness, and he's still competing now in pro jumping and jumping over 230 feet.
Yeah. All right. Emily, third and final attempt, Tony. Doesn't have a score in the scorebook. This is a huge jump for the young skier out of Germany.
Der dritten Sprung for Emily Wenzel. Whoa, up and over, just about lands and writes it out.
Okay, so, you know, again, she doesn't back off an inch. She goes for it, and unfortunately for her, it's not going to be the jump that she's looking for. Qualified with a 41.9 or 137 feet, which is absolutely incredible, but this is not going to be that jump. I would imagine maybe, I'm not even going to speculate because she knows it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be what she can do and is very capable of.
And visibly upset as well, and just annoyed with herself. Probably a little bit annoyed with herself in good part, but also with the conditions that she had to face. It didn't help her out either.
Definitely the toughest conditions of any of our competitors out there today. And again, you hate to see that, but it is the sport. It's the game that we play. This is the biggest stage in the world. We are we're on a time constraint here with the U-21s right after this, and we've competed with Mother Nature. You're never going to win that battle, but look at that. I mean, just a gutsy display to take at the jump there. Man, that looked like another struggle for a landing there with that left ski.
That looked plain flat out painful.
Yeah, I think you'd be carting me off if that was either you or I, Tony.
Yet to get the distance for Emily Wenzel, but we wish her the best of luck going forwards. We're now into the top three. 34.1 meters for Emily Wenzel. All right, so now we are into the top three, and on the water right now, the presumptive U-17 Girls World Overall Champion is Kennedy Hanson on the water. She's already won the trick title, has sewn that one up.
You know, I spoke about this earlier, and as an announcer, Tony, I'm sure you can look back throughout your career and have some of these great calls in your career, but are we going to be saying in 20 years from now we maybe had the opportunity to call one of the greatest water skiers in all of the women's history? You know, I mean, this girl is so young. She is already done, presumptuously, the hardest thing to do in water skiing is to repeat a world championship in the overall event at the young age of 17 years old, Tony.
All right, here she comes, jump number one. Oh, look at that. And just takes everything that the weather conditions have thrown at her and turns it right around and says, you ain't gonna beat me on this.
And then just turns to the crowd and gives us a wave. I mean, how could you be this talented and that sweet? All in the same little body there. Kennedy Hanson putting it together. Up and over, jump number, and well into the lead, you would think. Setting the bar for the top two seeds to come. 41.6. It was, in fact, enough for the lead.
Yep, she's number one at the moment, and because she's taken the lead with 3 competitors left to go, you guess what happens as a result?
Taking home more hardware.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something I think her trophy case is not going to be light on by the time this career is over.
So let's examine where she's at right now so far as hardware is concerned. So she's won the tricks. And I think she actually placed in the slalom event as well. And she's obviously going to place in the overall. I mean, unless something dramatic happens, which I don't see coming. So some great skiing there from Kennedy Hanson in this competition. And here she comes.
Jump number 2.
Coming in.
Just another whopper, up and over. That's longer.
That.
That's further. And, you know, and she's doing it so easy, Tony. She's early. You see her leave the top of the ramp, the top left corner, just hitting the middle of the jump. Maybe knows, you know, hey, these aren't the conditions to go out and PB. She's fresh off a PB, right? Just did that in the elimination round. But watch this. I mean, just as solid of a jump as you'd want to see out of a world champion. And, of course, we would have come accustomed to watching from young Kennedy Hanson. Mom and Dad, Steve and Kelly are watching. I'm sure Coach Corey he doesn't like to watch jump, but how can you not watch it when it looks this easy? I mean, she hits left of center and goes 42.2 meters, or what, 140 feet?
Yeah, 138 feet, 42.2. It's about within a meter of her best jump yesterday.
Which was her PB.
Which was a PB, by the way.
So that jump very well could have been a PB before yesterday, right? And there is literally nothing she could have done easier than what she just did. I mean, that was like, she's just relaxing on a Sunday afternoon out here.
Oh, absolutely, but there's a lot more drama to come. We've got Shay O'Brien from Canada, and also the only other skier in the overall competition that can actually move significantly, maybe not for the win, but maybe for a different colored medal, that is Augustina Varas. Here she comes, jump number 3, Kennedy Hanson. Brilliantly executed last jump. I'm not too sure whether that'll be anywhere close to 43 meters, her personal best from yesterday.
It's definitely over 40, but I don't know that, like you said, I don't think it's going to be eclipsing that 42.2 jump that she had on attempt number 2. However, Kennedy Hanson, this is her home site, coached by the living legend that is Corey Picos. So 41.9, making it look easy. Just an incredible set all around. I mean, early, just lovely set. She is officially taking home some jump hardware. So,
and also take a look at her setup, because she had the arm sling, right, and she had some additional strapping to keep it down a little bit further. Isn't that right?
Yeah, the wedgie strap. You know, I actually use one myself. I got to be careful when they jump event with the wedgie straps, but it's a great way to keep your sling anchored and stay in one spot. You don't want that moving as you are taking some unbelievable loads going into the base of that ramp at increasing speeds of 60 miles an hour. These young ladies probably somewhere in the 50 miles an hour. You know, that was something cool that we did, Tony, and I'd love to see. You guys are always innovating in the sports. We took a radar gun at the Junior U.S. Open, and we were seeing jumpers increase to, was roughly 60 miles an hour, the likes of Will Roberts and, Brett Stackpole, of course, Johnny Lutz. So he actually took out the event. So it's pretty impressive, really, to say the least.
All right, so we've got Shay O'Brien, who yesterday jumped 43.5 meters, just marginally further than Kennedy Hanson. Now, so far as the overall is concerned in the girls' competition, Kennedy Hanson is is by far and away in the lead by a country mile. But we don't really want to officially announce it too soon, or even unofficially announce it too soon, until every female competitor has left the dock and has completed her go.
Hey, look, well, if Shay O'Brien has anything to say about it, that 42.2 is not going to stand from Kennedy Hanson. Just unbelievable talent that is Shay O'Brien out of Canada. Obviously, the great. She's going to scrub some speed here. Maybe that wind played some tricks on her, and letting it go. Again, from what I saw 2 months ago at the Junior U.S. Open to today, and even the elimination round, Tony, this girl has matured at an unbelievable rate as far as jump skiing is concerned. And I'm just very excited to see her career continue. This is somebody that you're going to see for many years to come in the jump event, and especially these U-17 World Championships.
And it's also fair to say a little bit with the jumping event, so far as techniques and everything goes, it's one of those disciplines, probably the one major discipline out of the three, where it is vitally important to actually lock in, because, you know, she could have made some body motions out there in an attempt to take that jump, you know, and could have moved out of her default technique, and that could have compromised her coming into the jump. When you lock into your, you have to stay in that position all the way through the jump and not move too much. If she sees something that is totally out of the ordinary, 9 times out of 10 you would pass the handle. That's exactly what happened there.
You know, in her maturity level and knowing these girls, this is the biggest stage that they can compete on. We're at the IWWF World Championships here, U-17 girls division, and to just understand the magnitude of the event, but know that, hey, look, I'm not going to put my body at risk. The conditions are, at the moment, subpar, and we just want to see a nice, solid, clean opening jump here for, obviously, this. She's had one pass, one look at the ramp. See what she changes here. A 3/4 cut coming. She is chasing 42.2 meters of Kennedy Hanson.
Little gust. Ah, look at this.
Okay, so it's a good jump. It's a scoring jump, Tony.
Absolutely.
But as you can see from her body language, there is so much more left in the tank here. I think it's close to 40 meters, but I don't know that it's enough to challenge our leader, Kennedy Hanson. So you saw Kennedy Hanson in a runoff earlier today in the slalom event. Could it be another one here? We'll see.
So 39.5 meters. And that score is significant as it is. Will not put her on the podium as of yet. We'll take a look at the leaderboard if we can throw that up in a second. Looks like one of our tents has flown, the coop.
Yep, it's taken off, unfortunately, so I'll get that situated. No, luckily it didn't hit the boat or any people, so we're okay. But that just tells you the conditions that this young athlete is contesting with right now.
Okay, our skier on the water, Shay O'Brien, one last attempt, passing up on the first, gaining 39.5 on the second attempt for 130 feet, and here she comes in, a third and last attempt to try and wrench the lead away from Kennedy Hanson. And, you know, I don't think she's done it.
Well, it's going to be close. It's better than the 39.5 that she just posted on her second attempt. I know, unfortunate for Shay O'Brien. Just watched her just kind of get ready for this event, and she's not happy. But look, this is not the last we're going to see of her. Is it enough to get her on the podium is the question. Is she taking home hardware or not? Right now, what do we have? We've got definitely Kennedy Hanson. That's for sure.
Yes, and then Pia Matasdorfer.
The second off the dock, 40.7. Wow, she does tie Pia Matasdorfer of 40.7. They tie in meters and feet, 134 feet or 40.7. So,
but
I
Shay
believe
O'Brien actually has the advantage because of a backup score.
That's right. So, is that enough to put her on the podium?
Well, we won't know until the final jumper.
I think she's guaranteed herself a spot. Pia is to be the first one on the outside looking in.
All right, then. So on the water right now, the final competitor and the only one who can make any significant upward inroads in the girls' overall competition. May not be enough for the win, but if she can jump the equivalent of about 48 overall points, then she could move herself up from third into second, but she will need an improvement to do it. This is Augustina Varas.
All right, she's pumping up her teammates. Of course, they have been atop the Spirit Award all week long. Augustina Varas.
Okay, so based upon your experience, a meter is how many overall points would you say in this context?
50, 44 maybe?
Okay, so if it's 50, if she could improve by about a meter or anything more, then she could leapfrog our competitor that's in second place right now, Alyssa Drake, for second place.
You're right, and it's a tall order, okay? 47.9 was a significant PB in the elimination round. The conditions were much better, but again, she's on a high right now. She's at the World Championships, and she wants to prove that, hey, if it would have been held last year, she'd be the world record holder.
Wow. Here we go. Here comes Augustina Varas.
Look how easy she makes this look. Turn for the ramp, nice and smooth. Building load consistently, doesn't like what she sees. Okay, so let's be fair. 42.2 meters is a huge jump. It's not small, especially in the U-17 girls division. But for a talent that is Augustina Varas, I got to believe she could do that pretty easily on a three-quarter.
Yeah.
And so she's not going to take any chances. She wants everything to be perfect. She wants to ensure her gold medal, right? She's already coming off of a PB at these World Championships. If she takes anything to the jump, I'm going to say it's probably going to be enough.
Absolutely. And I mean, this situation reminds me going back to 1987 with the likes of Sammy Duval coming off the starting dock, needing the jump in the high 190s to win the jump event, and then needing to jump well into 200 feet to take the overall.
Well, isn't that a sight, Tony? We look at the crowd mounting here for our finalists in this U-17 girls event. That's my family there sitting center of the screen. Beautiful wife, Erin, and sister, Tori Stapleton.
I'm sure they know exactly what distance Augustina Varas needs.
Absolutely, because I was making fun of one of my skiers for not eclipsing young Augustina Varas.
Wow.
In the boys event. And he knows who I'm talking about. But you're talking about this event, and that is 42.2 meters or 138 feet.
All right, here we go. Augustina Varas, currently in third place in the overall competition, can move up into second if she can put up a distance along the lines of about 49 meters. She has two jumps in which to do it. But first things first, has to win the jump competition.
Whoa.
Oh, there you go, getting a good, decent pull off the top there.
Hey, she likes it. I don't think it's enough.
For what, the jump title or the overall?
For the jump title. Definitely not enough for the overall. She's definitely not going to eclipse Alyssa Drake with that jump. That's not better than 47.9 meters. I can guarantee that. What I can't guarantee is if it's enough to give her a gold medal in this event.
And she's certainly getting the cheers and the encouragement from the Chilean crowd.
Wow, 44.6. Your world champion in the U-17 2020 World Championships is none other than Augustina Varas. She is in here for a little bit of a victory lap. Now, what does she do here, Tony? Does she...
Okay, now it's a risk. Now it's a really big risk.
She's going home. What a veteran move. Okay, so I'm hearing in my headset that she's going to be taking a victory lap here. Let's let her know that we appreciate her efforts. She is already jumped 47.9 meters or 157 feet. She is your world champion, Agustina Varas of Chile.
Confirms Agustina Varas will actually finish third overall. So with Alyssa Drake in second and your world overall champion.
And look
Kennedy
at this.
Hanson.
She throws the helmet. She is joined with all of her teammates. How cool is this? So there you have it. Agustina Varas, your world champion. Hanson in second, and rounding out our podium, Shay O'Brien of Canada.
Wow. Some great competitive action there, Agustina. If we get the chance to, and I think it might take a little bit of time for her to wrestle away from fans along the shoreline, we'll get a quick interview from her.
Absolutely. At least she came over here close to us. We can see Valentina Gonzalez there. Look at that. Now, is that brother? Is Santiago brother?
I believe so.
I believe so as well. Look at the tears are coming. What a sight we have here. And it's just so neat to see all these young athletes, hard work pay off. It brings such joy to my heart, and I'm excited to have been able to make this call with you, Tony. And my tenure is coming to an end here. And again, I just want to thank the Waterski Broadcasting Company and bringing us absolutely incredible replays and these shots. You see, even this one right here is an embrace right there from obviously dad and brother, and just incredible. Agustina Varas, your world champion in the U-17 2020 IWWF World Championships. So, Tony, I got to do one last shameless plug. We're going to let the Lightning Jump Control System do its work. We're going to take that ramp up to 5.5 feet. We have all of our competitors and the boys' elimination round jumping at the 165 centimeter jump, or 5.5 feet. So,
wow.
I don't even know what to say other than I can't wait to hear what she had to feel on that 44.6 effort.
All right. We'll see if we can get her over to the announcing point. Agustina Varas, the winner of the jump event. Another second-place finish in the event. We've got Kennedy Hanson, and there Shay O'Brien was in third place. And there is your official leaderboard. Agustina Varas with a 44.6, Kennedy Hanson 42.2, Pia Matasdorfer will actually be relegated to 4. Shay O'Brien won the bronze medal due to the better backups. Nelly Ellard with 40 meters, Courtney Williams in 6th with 1, Alyssa Drake with 38.2, Sage Pop Becker with 36.7 for 8, for Lara Brummell for 9, and Emily Venzel in 10th with 3.1 meters. Now the rain is starting to come in a little bit. And
we're trying to get Agustina up here, and we're going to take for a little beer, and then we'll get back with our world champ as this rain starts to set in.
All right, then, continuing coverage of the 2020-21 IWWF World U-17 World Championships. We'll return right after these. right then. So once again we say Viva Chile with Agustina Varas, the World Junior Girls Jumping Champion. How does that sound to you?
Sounds amazing. You know, I haven't gotten to go to a Junior World since Chile 2016. I missed the Spain Worlds due to an injury, so for me this has been about 5 years in the making of training from one Worlds to another, so it feels awesome. All
right then, we will hopefully get to see your jumps right now. We'll look at the instant replay, but I mean, what were the conditions like out there for you? Because I mean, the tailwind is about the worst wind you can have for jumping, but you coped with it pretty well after passing on the first jump. Take a look. Yeah, this is your winning jump right here.
Okay.
So Augustina, did you feel the cross breeze there pushing you out and keeping you wide, or what was going through your head right here making your turn for the jump?
Yeah, you know, recently I've been working on making sure on my counter I keep everything moving out, you know, keep speed, but also being able to turn from a place that I'm comfortable with pretty much whenever I want. And so that's what I was working on there. And then as soon as I turn, just focus on keeping that direction. And, you know, obviously the tailwind was definitely pushing me, especially in the air. That's when it was most, you know, uncomfortable, but it worked out, so I'm happy.
I tell you what, Augustina, the thing that I noticed the most about your jump, especially on that 47.9, which was a PB, correct? An incredible leap. Just how effortlessly you look to go 47.9. And I know that there's people looking on, and while you are a world champion, you may have been robbed of that opportunity to set a world record at a tournament for, you know, the 2020 World. So you're not going to be able to put that on your resume, but I have a feeling that you're not done adding to that list. So just an incredible feat.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. You can't really control, you know, circumstances like that. So either way, I'm super happy.
Well, we're happy for you as well.
And also, on top of all of that, you placed in the top 3 in the overall. You are bronze medalist in the overall competition. You must be pretty pleased with that as well.
Yeah, I honestly was really unexpected. I compete in overall, but my main focus is to jump. So I'm really happy I pulled that one out.
Well, that's obvious that your main focus is jump, because you're going to be joining the ranks, I'm assuming, at the NCWSA level, and just a couple feet shy of a record. Is that in your sights? Is that on the bucket list there?
It definitely is. You know, collegiate skiing is something special, so we're going to see how it goes. But I definitely I'm looking to break that record.
Well, I got to say, I think you have an upper hand in that battle, because as we feel that wind come, that's what you were competing with out there. But, you know, you're coming right out of this 5-foot, 51 kilometers per hour jump event. You don't have to battle with it. I'm sure maybe you've played with going up in speed and ramp height, but nonetheless, it's imminent that you're going to be battling with Hannah and obviously Dominique for that record over the years to come. So congratulations to you, and just enjoy the moment.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely will.
Cheers.
All right then. Okay, we're gonna switch from one world champion to another world champion coming through. A winner of 4 medals, 2 silvers, 2 golds, and we'll add another gold to her collection, because unless something seriously happens in the team competition, the United States are the presumptive winners in the team competition as well. So grab those headphones there, Kennedy.
Well, she's a heck of a water skier, but we're going to work on her audio technician work here. But Kennedy Hanson, world champion. You have just repeated your title as the overall world champion. What do you have to say?
I'm stoked, really. I'm just so happy. I'm really, speechless. It was 3 years since I competed in Spain, so I've been working really hard since then. So I'm so happy, and just want to say
second jump was your best jump. So
yes.
42.2 meters, and I know PB 43.2 in
yes.
the elimination round. I mean,
yeah.
how do you continue to just pile on these PBs? I mean, is it just second nature to you? Do you just expect it at this point?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to get a PB, so I don't know. Everything's set in place, I guess.
Well, I know as after a runoff in the slalom event, here we go.
And obviously you took a very strategic approach to this jump because you took a three-quarter cut and instead of going full double here.
Yeah, I always do 3/4. Like, I've never done a double, so
no question there. But what I noticed about your jumping there is how early you were and how effectively you were loaded over your right ski and kept everything going to the left. So is that something that you felt you were early and were surprised with the distances?
Yeah, I just wanted to be super safe because it was the conditions were not that well, so I just wanted to be safe but get a good jump.
Yeah, I would say subpar is maybe a little bit nice to put it frankly, but
yeah.
Regardless of all that, you are an incredible water skier in all three events, and just enjoy the moments. I know that your coach and family is here to enjoy it with you. I'm sure the Jaramillos and the whole Pico ski family, if you will. They're gonna be celebrating tonight, that's for sure.
Yes, for sure. Thank you, guys.
No worries. You get to relax now and get ready for the U-21 boys jump final to determine whether you have another gold medal coming your way by way of Team USA. Congratulations to you so far. We look forward to seeing you ski again more in the future. We've got continuing coverage of the 2020-21 IWWF U-17 World Water Ski Championships. We'll be back right after these.
Thank you.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right then, folks, good afternoon once again. You are rejoining continued coverage of the 2020-21 IWWF Under-17 World Waterski Championships. Joining me for this final event of these championships is going to be Glenn Williams.
That's good, yeah, Glenn Williams. And good to be here, the last event of these Worlds, the Under-17 Worlds, of course. And it's going to be the boys' jump. Always finish up a World Championships with a jump event, and this promises to be a super exciting event. The wind, as you've seen, those of you who watched the girls jump, was very tricky conditions. We had a tailwind, a cross tailwind. It was gusting, it was changeable. We have delayed. We hoped that it would rain actually and calm things down. We didn't really get any rain, but we've had a delay for 30 or 40 minutes to hope the conditions did improve. And they have improved a little, but I've got to say the wind is still blowing from that tailwind direction, a tail crosswind. It's probably not as gusty as it was, but at some stage we just have to go, and the button has been pushed and we're going to get underway. As we just, before we start the boys though, we'll just have a quick rundown of the girls' results. Of course, number one seed and favourite took out the event with 44.6 metres. It wasn't as easy as that though. She passed first, and then her second was a very late cut that she almost went out the front on, but she got that. Augustine Varas from Chile got the gold medal. Of course, Kennedy Hanson, silver medal, the US, and of course adds that to a gold medal in tricks and overall. The big performer that didn't perform in the elimination round, but went really well in the final, of course, the Austrian Pia with the bronze medal.
All right then, so some great performances there despite some really tricky conditions, and it wasn't without a few incidents out there with some skiers quite literally falling out the sky.
A couple of fairly nasty crashes out there, and as far as we know, everybody's okay. We haven't had any reports of major injuries, but unfortunately two of the girls didn't get a score. I think there was two that didn't finish with a score, and some fairly decent crashes, which you can catch on YouTube, I guess, if you hook up and have a look. If you haven't seen them, there's plenty of action.
All right then, so here's our U-17 men's jump final running order. We got Brody Keller about to take to water first, followed by Vicente Tiza from Chile, then Mickey Geller from Canada, Evan Robbins and James Bryans from the United States, Damir Fabratov from Ukraine, followed by Blaze Grubs, who, if he jumps the way that he's capable of jumping on the extreme high end, then he could potentially get close enough to win the men's overall. But with the conditions the way they are, it's looking highly unlikely. Levi Curtin from Australia, an individual competitor there. Martin Labra, the current leader in the boys' overall competition, looking to close out his campaign in style. Florian Paff, there you see. There, third from last out, Antoine Morin from France. And then Paul Duplan Freiburg will be our very last competitor in the 2021 IWWF U-17 World Waterski Championships.
Actually, some good news as you look out on the lake now. The conditions actually are improving. There's still the lightest of tail breezes there, but much better than what we had it for the girls. So hopefully, fingers crossed, over the next 5 or 10 minutes it settles down. It wouldn't take much for that wind to swing around to a head breeze, and that could happen during this event. We're only probably a mile from the Gulf of Mexico here. We're right close to the beaches, and you do get quite a few sea breezes. And generally, in the afternoon here, we get a sea breeze, which is a headwind for jump. That's the aim. That's why the jump ramp is facing that way. So you would expect possibly that at some stage during this event it would swing around to the head.
You know, in French, along the French Riviera, they would call that a mistral, you know, just a sudden gust of wind, you know, that can prove to be very, very vicious. And for some of our jumpers, they're going to have to watch out.
You know, we had tents blowing down during the girls' final at times.
Yeah.
There. You know, we had the last 4 or 5 jumpers there. There was marquees, tents blowing around. Those girls did an amazing job. And thankfully, the top 3, you know, your silver, gold and bronze medal winners were the top 3 favourites. We didn't have any major upsets because it did have the potential to go that way for a little while with the conditions that we had.
And some braver competitiveness as well. Lily Steiner, our competitor out from Austria, tried her best to land a jump, but the injury that she sustained on her left ankle prior to going out precluded her from continuing to jump, and actually took a while to get her foot out of the binding, actually needing to unscrew the binding itself to get the foot out alongside some soap detergent. But fair play to her for trying, and also for Brooke Boskers as well, who took a bit of a hard knock on her first jumping attempt by dipping the right tip of her jump ski and getting catapulted out the front a la Josh Lauder style.
Yeah, that was certainly action aplenty. I'm sure a lot of you in webcast land watch that event. And sending the young ladies out there in fairly average conditions. But it's an outdoor sport and we can't control the weather, Tony, and it happens at Waterski events. Not quite sure what the delay is right now. The towboat is at the far end of the lake, and here it comes back now actually, which would signal that when it heads back to the dock, we will pick up our first skier, who of course is Brody Keller from the United States.
All right then, so we've got all the pieces in place. We've got the boat, we've got the rescue boat, we've got our officials in place, and we have our first skier about to take to the water, who is Brody Keller, who jumped 163 feet or 49.6 meters to advance to this stage of the competition. 12 more skiers before we round off the U-17 Worlds right here at the Corey Pecos Water Ski School here in Santa Rosa Beach. And whilst we've got a little bit of time, a big shout out to all the folks that have supported this endeavor here, including Nautique Towboats by Correct Craft, along with the South Walton Tourism and Development Council, the Grub family, along with Dutch Brothers and Belacqua Lake in California, Eagle and Master Line, along with Panama City Mazda, Brad Smith Realty, Electric Cart Company, Point Washington Medical Clinic, Girl Loves the Sunset, Louis and Red Bar, along with MBL Architecture, more specifically Roger Boskers, Richard Abelson of Aquaski in Mexico, Buffalo Rock, the Fonts with their 2U snacks, and finally Emerald Coast Marine, your local Nautique dealer on site. So here we go, Brody Keller, our first competitor out.
Yeah, young guy out of the United States, of course. He just scraped his way into the final. 48.4, I believe, was the distance, or maybe a little bit 48 something, wasn't it?
Yep, 49.6
49.6 got him in, yeah. I remember the distance of 48.4 missed the final, so 49.6 metres got him into the under-17 boys jump final. The US, of course, the biggest team at these Worlds, 18 competitors competing from the United States. So a lot of support. We are, of course, right here in Florida, the centre of world water skiing, and we are looking at some magnificent jumping about to come. And of course the winning distance, the 2018 World Champs, was 56 metres. From memory, it was a Ukrainian athlete, of course. I think it was Alexandra Solmanov, who is actually going to ski in under-21 Worlds, which starts later on this afternoon. So he is here, but not in this event. But we know in the elimination round of this event, of course, Paul Freiberg from France went 60.1 metres. So we know that the winning distance is going to be more. 5.5 foot ramp, 1.65 metre ramp for these boys, and jump number one. We're off and racing here. The under-71 boys jump final.
All right, getting the event up and running with a decent looking opening jump. Not particularly far, at least by his reckoning. He's a little bit bemused by that jump, it would seem, but probably glad to get over considering what we have seen so far today.
Yeah, well, there is still it's not too bad on the ramp, but there's a significant tail breeze where Brody is about now on his countercut coming into the it's very hard to get your timing out there when the conditions are like this. 45.5, 149 feet to open.
All right, not a bad looking jump there, but about 4 meters, 4.1 meters behind what he produced to get this far. And this first jump, a pretty good litmus test to what we can expect going on down the line, and maybe the weather conditions will ease up a little bit. Still a significant tail breeze, which kind of pushes the jumper onto the ramp surface at higher velocity. However, it does rob a jumper of lift as soon as they exit the ramp surface.
Okay, jump number 2 now. Brody Keller from the United States, our first jumper in this final. Makes a good turn to the ramp. He's got a good speed here, a bit stretched out.
Nice.
Big kick off the top, though.
That's
a
better.
Beautiful jump.
I like the look of that jump.
That's going to be close to 50, I think, Tony.
I think that'll be about maybe 50, 50.2, 50.3 from what I'm looking at.
Okay, well, you're a bit more precise than me. We'll wait and see. You've got a bit more experience on judging distances off a TV screen, Tony, so I'm going to go with your superior opinion. But it was a good jump, really tidy.
Good effort there on jump number 1, lifting that ski, making sure that it lifts it up high enough so it's clear of the water. And just a beauty of a turn here, keeping the chest up and just accelerate straight away off that turn. Distance coming through any moment now for Brody Keller.
Well done.
There we go, 50.4. There you
well
go.
done, Tony. You're pretty good, mate. I've got to give you that. That's 50. I struggle a bit to judge distance off a TV screen. You've obviously had a bit more experience than me. Well done. 50.4. Well, jumper number 1 in our finals, jump 50 metres. Could this be the first ever under-17 boys jump final where every contender jumps 50 metres? Why not?
Well, we're off to a good start.
We're off to a great start.
It's the equivalent of 165 feet on jump number 2. Here he comes on jump number 3. Well, he's already beaten his previous round distance, and the conditions still have a tailwind attached to them, so let's see what he can do. Let's see if he's prepared to go for broke here on jump number 3. Here he comes, Brody Keller.
Oof.
Ooh, came down a little bit quick on that one, probably about 49.6, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's similar distance if I had to pick the distance, but he had a bit more speed, but he almost got pulled out over the front of those skis. He was a little bit forward for the tailwind, I think. He was pushing out looking for a head breeze that didn't exist. But I think a good set. You know, he sets the standard for the boys to come. He set that standard just up over 50 metres, and he's shown the guys that if you get out there and you're positive, you can jump far.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 50.5. Just watch this jump. I think he's had a bit more speed, a bit more pull through the ramp, but it was a bit interesting towards the end of his flight there. I just thought he might have got a little bit far forward over his skis, considering he hasn't got a headwind. In fact, he's got a slight tailwind. So he comes up off the top.
Oh, and
yeah,
almost lost that left ski right off the top.
Hey, good jumping though. First guy out in the final, he goes 50 metres. That is some sort of a jump.
I like the look of that. I like the look of that jump. And for those of you that are watching jumping and comparing it to slalom skiing so far as their position on the skis, it is basically like chalk and cheese. I mean, for those of you that are used to slaloming or at least riding around on just a monoski, you tend to bring your shoulders back and bring your hips forward. To a certain extent, you do have to bring your hip forward off the turn going in towards the jump, but you try and hold the handle down and try and have a more crouched position over the jump skis and try and use the left arm a little bit off the turn to try and keep your shoulders nice and stable. Right.
Yeah, we got from Chile now, Vicente Tiza. Now, 49.7 metres from memory in round 1, so just a shade under 50. Now, this is interesting, Tony, in that the USA have the lead in the teams event at the moment, but Chile are only it's close, isn't it? I think someone said it's about 70 or 80 overall points. It's pretty close. So there are 2 jumpers in this final for Chile, and they are Vicente, who's out on the water now, and of course Martin Labra, who's going to come off in about a half hour or so. So there's an opportunity here for Chile, if these guys can jump a bit further, to maybe have a crack at taking that team's title off the US.
Yeah, about 80 points, give or take. So he's a Chilean team athlete. So if he comes through with an improvement like maybe about 51 meters, he could set the team title going in Chile's direction, but he won't do it on a pass, though.
He passes that one, pass number 1, and as we saw with the girls, it's quite hard to get your timing out there. The conditions are better now than they were when the girls jumped, but still, that was what made Brodie Keller's set so good, because all 3 jumps he seemed to have his timing pretty good, and I was impressed with that. But it will be tough, I think, with these guys. They don't jump in a tailwind by choice. You know, it's not something they don't look at the lake and think, oh, gee, it's a tailwind, let's go and have a training set. So they're not that used to jumping in tailwinds.
No, there are a few jumpers that go out there and go off, say, 3/4, you know, just so they can practice their position and their timing with the tailwind. Probably not taking all of their jumps or any of their jumps, but just to actually feel their way and what it's going to be like in a tailwind should one come along.
Well, there's plenty of jumpers in New Zealand that get experience in jumping in tailwinds, because that seems to be, it's always a tailwind in New Zealand, or mostly anyway, so we get used to it there. But most jumpers do not choose to jump in a tailwind if they can help it.
So Vicente Tiza of Chile passing up on jump number 1. Should have a pretty darn good feel of what it's like to be out there on the water at this time with the wind blowing the way that it is, and what the water texture's like, and we'll see what he can do by way of a timing adjustment. Here's where it manifests itself, round this buoy, turning just around I believe the 600.
Just before, which actually makes him kind of early. He's got a lot of respect for the tailwind here. But let's see how he goes. Nice turn. He seems to be in good shape here. Into the ramp he goes. Oh, geez,
no!
He's gone right out the front of the skis.
Wow.
Here comes the pain for Vicente Tiza from Chile. That one's going to hurt. His skis come off. He's just a young guy. The rescue people are there.
Wow.
I think he's going to be okay in the end. He's just given himself a heck of a fright. He's probably knocked the wind out of himself. Just a young guy, and yeah.
You know, the way that he crashed on that particular jump, and hopefully we can speed this up a little bit to that moment. But, I mean, everything looked pretty good from here. It turned just before the 600, lifting that left ski up. And obviously, his continuation in this competition is going to be very, very critical for Team Chile's position. But here's what I noticed. Coming off the top of the jump, he knew that he was going to be out of shape right here. He tried to extend, and then he controlled his roll coming in, so it actually makes contact with the water on the small of his back instead of on any of the extremities, because that could have been curtains for him had he have twisted his knee or ankle or any other kind of part of the body.
Yeah, and that's right. He's knocked the wind out of himself, but he's avoided, I think, major injury here because he tucked and rolled, and that's going out the front 101, isn't they? All jumpers get taught that fairly early on. I just think he probably just tried to boot this a little bit too much considering the conditions. I'm not sure. I don't think he's probably that used to jumping. As I said, I don't think a lot of these skiers will go out and train in these conditions. And he's pushing pretty hard too. It is a Junior Worlds final. He's pushing hard to get a big distance.
He just kicked over that right ski and I mean, he could have just rolled very, very quickly and gone a straight up front flip, but the chances of him actually riding something like that out.
Are you kidding me, Tony?
I don't know. I mean, I've seen the likes of Carl Roberge come away with a landing like something like that.
Okay. I'm not so sure about that one, Tony. Well, look, he's only a young guy. I'm thinking this guy's only 14 years of age. He's got plenty of skiing left in him, but this is a test for him. It really is, you know. It's one thing to be able to jump 50 metres at 14 years of age, but, you know, you got to be able to take those hits as well. So a lot of respect for this guy if he gets up and jumps again. Not what we want to see. Really don't want to see this in this final.
Well, kudos to him for actually taking control over the way that he crashed on that one. Otherwise, we wouldn't even see him on the back of the boat, much less getting ready to ski again. But now it comes down to the last jump.
Absolutely. We'd had, with the conditions, we had a couple of the girls score 0 in the final, and hopefully we don't get any boys. You can hear the crowd geeing him up. He's got 3 minutes from the time he gets on the back of the boat to compose himself, and he's going to probably use all of those 3 minutes here just to get himself sorted. The good news is, well, I think I'm trying to be positive here, and I think that the conditions, the wind is dropping a little bit, Tony. I think even though it is a tail breeze, I'm hoping that it's dropping, and I'm hoping that it might even turn towards a head breeze a little bit later on.
And I see the intensity of the wind is backing off a little bit. I mean, there's the occasional gust, granted, but the sustained wind is not quite as much as it was just a few minutes ago. So trying to use as much time as he is allowed to at this point. All right, he's on the back of that, the stern of that Nautique 200. One of a great range of towed water sports boats produced by Correct Craft under the Nautique brand. You can find out more by going to nautiques.com and check out the boat that is the official water ski towboat of the IWWF.
Okay, so they are the best supported team here, the Chileans. They really are. They're a close, tight-knit. They're really like just one big family. And they cheer each other on, and they want this kid to jump big. They want him to try and go a bit further to help out Team Chile. And this is the moment, folks. Very brave. His skis are back on. He's off, and the Nautique pulls him up. He stretches that back and neck, which has got to be a little bit sore after that tumble. And here he goes, the young fellow, the young 14-year-old out of Chile. 49.8 metres to qualify for this final. Just a shade under 50. But at the moment, he's had 2 jumps, 1 pass, 1 crash. It's all on him now for jump number 3.
All right, you are with the competitors we got coming next. An individual Canadian, Mickey Geller, an individual American, Evan Robbins, and then we go to James Bryans, Team USA member, Damir Flaratov of Ukraine, then a USA team member, Blaze Grubs, and then the list continues on from there, and we'll continue on with the list. All right, let's have a look and see who comes in for jump number 3. It's Vicente Tiza from Chile, who jumped 49.7 meters yesterday.
Good news is I think conditions have improved a little bit with that delay. I think it's probably more of a crosswind now than a tailwind for jump number 3 for this young guy. Hopefully he can get it all together, get his timing together, back himself. He's got a lot of skill, this kid. If he can back himself here, he can still jump big. Into the ramp he comes, good speed. Big kick up the top.
Yeah,
oh,
look at that.
That is a great jump. That'll be up around that 49 meters. He's not happy. He wanted more. But I think after a crash like that, you've got to take that sort of distance. I think that'll be around 49 meters, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say around about that distance, maybe even touching 50, because he got a little bit of float off the end of that jump there that could have constituted more distance on top of what he would have expected to go.
49.7 meters, 49.7. Pretty much exactly what he jumped in the elimination round, this young kid. You know, to get up after a crash like he had, this is a good effort. Very controlled. Great kick off the top.
Certainly a brave effort after crashing on that second jump. But no movement for Team Chile, because that 49.7 is exactly the same distance that he produced yesterday. So Team Chile still about 80 points behind the United States approximately after all of the finals that have been completed so far have occurred. All right, from Canada, Mickey Geller is up next.
And Mickey, interesting character. He's probably one of the more solidly built competitors in this jump final. Out of Canada, I'm not sure what part of Canada, but he reminds me of some big grizzly bear up there in Canada. He's
probably somewhere like Alberta.
Alberta. Now, he had an interesting set, if you remember, Tony. Oh, you actually possibly weren't here in the elimination round. He actually fell quite heavily on his countercut on jump 1. On second jump, he passed. And on the third jump, he jumped 49.8, which was actually a 3-metre PB. So his personal best was around that 46.5 metre mark. And then a couple of days ago in the elimination round, he jumped a personal best of 49.8.
Okay, Mickey Geller on the water, skiing out of the nation's capital of Ottawa in Canada. Getting ready for jump number 1.
The word is, I think I was talking to one of the Canadians a couple of days ago. He's only been skiing for a couple of years. He was a gymnast, actually. He was.
He might be a red-black fan.
I'll tell you what, his chest has got to be. He's got to be 1.5 meters in circumference. I think he's a huge guy through the middle, big ticker.
It's built like a starting forward for the Senators. Coming in. Oh, wow, look at that turn. Oh, he was late on that one.
Yeah, he let that one go. I tell you what, if he had to hit the ramp with that cut, I would have been a little bit concerned for the Pecos jump ramp. I think he might have done some damage to it because I think he's snow plowing. He realises I think he's a little bit late on the 6 possibly here, and he's fighting hard to snow plow, to slow down before he makes his turn.
I bet he just can't wait to jump at 54k. I mean, he's the kind of person that would...
He's possibly doing that tomorrow. We've got the under-20 on wheels starting this afternoon, so it's all happening. Big, strong Mickey Keller as he makes his turn for the ramp. And when you see a skier pass that early, when they pass it on the first wake, you know they're very late. Or he's looking across, all he could see was the white of the side curtain. Decides to let that one go.
Now, with all of our jumpers, they each have the ability on the dock side to set their zero off setting to adjust the amount of power that you get in off the turn. So, for someone like him, there, Glenn, what would you say his zero off setting would be for someone that fit like 51k? Maybe
it's probably fairly high. It'd probably be a V or something. I mean, it wouldn't be as high as a Z, but it would be getting down towards the end of the alphabet, maybe something like a U or a V, I'm not sure. He's very strong, but he's got to get his timing. This is the problem that we had in the girls' jump final. They're struggling with timing. I can tell you right now that I don't think it's a tailwind anymore. I just think it's a crosswind, and I think it's swinging head. So I've got a feeling that the conditions are going to come right as we go through these skiers.
Here he comes.
Into the ramp he comes.
Oh,
big
shoulder charge.
Not the distance. He's not going to ride it away. It wasn't the big jump he was looking for anyway. This is very similar to a set on Monday, though. He was sitting on 0 with a third jump to come, and he just nailed it on his third. So we're heading towards a similar result, hopefully, for Mickey Keller.
And I just get the impression that 51 kilometers an hour or like 32 miles an hour just doesn't look fast enough for him. You know, I mean, he's a big
right. He's
lad.
kind of making it look a little slow out there.
You know, he turns and he sinks in, and then he has trouble just really getting the kind of speed that he would like to really get off the jump and throw a huge distance down the lake.
You almost wonder whether he's just a little bit too late still, like he's fighting hard to get on the ramp. He doesn't seem to have the time to get himself in the right position to kick it. I'm not quite so sure, but I mean, it is the final. It's the final of the world champs in under 17 boys jump. There's nobody going to cut early here this afternoon, I wouldn't think. Everybody's going for it.
All right, Mickey Geller with a pass on jump number 1, a fall on jump number 2. He had a best jump yesterday of 49.8 meters or 163 feet, which, as you rightly say, Glenn, he produced on the very, very fine final jump, facing elimination with the first 2 attempts. and then just coming through in the clutch to punch his card in this round of the competition.
He needs to do the same thing now. He's left it till the last. Big snow plough. He's backed it up. He's going to try and go a little earlier here and get his legs. I think that's a smart move. Strong pull out. Here we go. Mickey Keller from Canada. He's on zeros. His last jump. He needs to score. Into the ramp he goes. Big kick off the top. There you go. That's going to be 50. Could even be 51. I think.
There you go.
I think Tony, that will be a personal best. He started this tournament with a personal best of 46.7. He went 49.8 in the elimination round, and I think he's just gone 50.
Yeah, and if he goes over 50 meters, that is a significant barrier for our jumpers, especially those who know its significance in the metric system, which I'm sure he does. Distance coming through any moment now.
Oh. 46.4, so my eye's completely out, Tony. Maybe I need to get you to pick the distances from now on.
Yeah,
I thought that looked a little further.
Wasn't much more accurate with that one, and I knew it was in the 40s, but I'd expected it to have been something like the 47 meter range. But he almost looked like he shoulder charged that jump with the left shoulder.
And now you look at the replay, you see he didn't really get a lot out of the ramp, didn't get a lot of lift. So that's a little bit disappointing, I guess. Still been a great world chance for him, though. He made the jump final. He had a PB in the elimination round of 49.8, so it's been a good effort.
All right, then. So next competitor, another individual skier from the United States. It's going to be Evan Robbins. And Evan Robbins, speaking of the 50-meter range, that's exactly what he jumped, 50 meters exactly for 164 feet. And he'll be chasing down the lead score, which currently stands at 50.5 meters, courtesy of Brody Keller.
Yep.
So, Glenn, you've been in situations like this before with jumping. You know, when the jumper goes past the ramp and gets ready for the first jump. You know, I had a little bit of a routine so far as my mind processes and everything. Typically, what would you have done in this situation when you go past the jump and get ready for the first?
Well, back in my day, Tony. Now, I mean, you need to look at the conditions. You need to look at the wind, see what the wind's doing. Look at the flags. Get a feel for where you're going to cut. It's all about that timing off that the 600 foot ball down there, the 180 meter buoy, because you're either going to go before it or after it or right on it, and then that's so critical to get that timing right. I presume all of these guys will be doing full doubles. I mean, you want to focus. You normally have to look over at the bank and see where your coaches are, I guess, get a sight on them to figure out where they're going to be, and you look to try and just calm everything and get ready to go.
All right, here we are. Evan Robbins from the United States, competing individually. Just working that ski, keeping everything up and tight. And another skier deciding to bulk on jump number one. And, you know, a little bit of slack on the end of that turn didn't exactly help matters, but...
Yeah, and the issue we've got, Tony, we had the same issue with the girls, is that every single jump the wind is blowing slightly different. It's the direction, it's oscillating around. It's not actually, it's more tail than anything, but it's not always tail. Sometimes it's cross, sometimes it even has a bit of head cross to it, and it is really hard to pick the conditions out there. And these guys are trying to get, you know, they need to, their turn needs to be, if they go a metre too late on their turn, they're too late. If they go a metre too early, it's just got to be super fine timing, and they're just struggling a bit with it out there at the moment.
And not only do you have to consider all of that, you know, but water speed, you know, because they're running larger jumpers. I mean, back in the day when you and I were competing, Glenn, we were on jump skis that were maybe about 75, 76 inches long at max. These jumpers these days are going on jump skis that are about 88 inches all the way up to about 92, 93 inches. So they obviously got greater surface area, and they're also a little bit more difficult to actually turn compared to the shorter jump skis. However, they do hold their speed, but you've got to learn how to control it and how to control the skis.
Absolutely. Let's see how this young guy can control the speed and the skis. Pulls out wide there on the Nautique towboat. Just drops his chest a little bit on the cut. He's eyeing up that jump ramp. Has he got his timing right on this one? Makes a turn for the ramp. He's got plenty of speed. Kick off the top.
Oh, nice. Well held together, and we'll ride that jump out. So that pass on jump number 1, having not recorded the jump, was probably a very sensible decision upon reflection.
Interesting, he's looking down at his skis. I don't know whether he's got a problem here or something. He's spent a lot of time looking at his jump skis as he's landed that jump. Just, I guess you'd say, sprayed the 600 football there, so just turned just before it. So we watch the replay. 50.8, 50.8. I think that is our new leader, actually, in this event. Moves ahead of...
Yeah, 50.8.
Yeah.
Let's see how close he was to the bottom right-hand corner.
Okay, our first jumper, of course, was 50.5, so we have a new leader at 50.8.
Okay, that was a decent-looking jump, 50.8, and we will see what he can do with the remaining jump that he has at his disposal. So 50.8, a leader, and how many skiers do we have left? We've got about 7 or 8 here.
Any jump at 51k over 50 metres is a great jump, Tony. I mean, that hasn't changed over the years, I wouldn't think. I mean, the technology's got better with the skis, the coaching's got better, the boats have got stronger, but still, that's a long way to go at 51 kilometres per hour. Here we go, jump number 3. He's got 50.8. He's got the lead. Let's see if he can't get a little bit more. Get himself up the rankings a little bit more with this jump number 3. Into the ramp he goes.
Oh, look at that. Good pull off the top of the jump.
It's not as far, though, Tony. Not as far. He gave up a little bit, didn't he, to the boat, just off the top of the ramp. He pulled back in, and he's disappointed in himself. But given the current conditions, I'm not sure that that is too bad a jump. I mean, it's not going to get him a medal, but he's come home safe, and 50.8 is going to be a score. He's got the lead at the moment. 49.2 jump number 3, so 50.8 remains his best.
And you just watch his setup there into his third and last attempt, just leaning away from the boat to try and keep the line tight, because there's still a little remnants of a tailwind there. So ideally you want to turn and have that line taut almost immediately off the bat, and got a great amount of pull off the top of the jump, but it may be a little bit too much for him to handle. So that pulled him into landing just a little bit sooner than he would have wanted. So if it had kept his chest up a little bit higher and all the way through the jump, I would have suspect that he might have flown at least 51 meters, I would say. All right, then. Damar, actually, it's James Bryans from the United States, a team skier for Team USA. So this is significant, not only for his personal ambitions of putting himself on the podium in the jump event, but also to actually increase the space between themselves and the
I think the US
Chileans.
have the team's title. I've had the nod from our numbers man, young Curtis, and he, unfortunately, with I think Vicente Tiza, he had that jump crash. He didn't go any further. I think Chile have probably cooked their goose as far as the world team's title is done. It's really, really hard. You ask Canada and France. They're the only two, Canada and France, the only two countries that have ever beaten the US at a Junior Worlds, as far as I know. And it's very, very hard to beat the US. And I think Chile have run a commendable race. But I think at the moment they're possibly going to miss out. I think the USA have probably got the team's title sewn up.
All right, let's not forget that before here in the air, Martin Labra is going to jump as well.
He is, Martin does, yeah, you're right, he's jumping again, but it's a pretty big mountain to climb.
All right, yes, you're right, you are. We've got James Bryans for Team USA. Now let's see if he can edge himself away from the boat. Good tight line off the turn, that's a good sign, and unfortunately passing up on jump number 1. It's not a deal breaker, though. We had a good look at it, had a sighter at that jump on the first attempt, and we'll see what he can do with the remaining 2.
I think that was just a timing issue. I think right now the conditions are as good as they've been all day for jump. It's not too bad at all right now. So it's just a matter of sorting his timing out here, and I think he'll enjoy the conditions.
Yep, so he had a closer look at that jump. Decided not to take it this time, was probably a little bit early. And you know, all of these skiers have that option to ski around the left-hand side of the jump. For those of you that are watching jumping for the first time, I hope that has been as entertaining for you as it has been for us at this time. Now we'll try to get you up to speed a little bit with the intricacies of the jump event, including the option for the jumpers to take a refusal around the bottom left-hand corner. And
yeah, I know.
If the jumpers do elect to refuse, then that would be the corner that the skier would have to ski around in order to make it legal. Because if they try to back off from the jump, if they try to come off their edges and hit the right-hand side curtain, then that's grounds for an immediate disqualification.
Yes, it is, and that's for safety reasons. I can tell you, you know, after I just talked it up being the best conditions of the day, all of a sudden we've just got a gust now blowing down as a tail gust for this jump. So this is going to be tough for James, because he's going to have to adjust again from different conditions from his first. As he makes his way into the ramp now, over he goes, slips out. He was going to ride it away, but it's not a distance worth recording for this young American.
Yeah, laid an egg on that jump, I can tell you. I mean...
Yeah, these conditions are tough, Tony. I thought we were getting better. I really did. It was starting to look good, but all of a sudden it's blown up again. Reasonably strong tail breeze now out there on the lake. So it is tough at the moment in this jump final.
All right, his setup didn't look too bad. Certainly keeping a tight line, allowing himself to ski away from the boat to tighten that line up. His jump was 38.3 meters. So not a particularly significant jump, but the timing was okay. He kept the handle down, and just his ramp work right here just let him down severely. And the skis just came up from underneath his feet, and it's almost akin to slipping up on a buttered kitchen floor.
These ramps, of course, super slippery. A lot faster than the actual water surface, Tony, as you know. So you've got to be in just the right position when you hit the ramp.
And we keep that surface extra slippery by running water over the surface, and the surface in turn is actually waxed with paraffin wax.
Here we go, last roll of the dice. He's got a 38-metre jump. He doesn't want that. That's not enough. He's chasing 50.8 for the lead. James Bryans out of the US of A. Oh, that's a better jump. That's the one he was looking to open with, but he's got to ride it away, and I don't think he can. And oh, this is devastation.
Oh, my
devastation for this young man, and devastation for the US, because he is not going to get a score worth keeping. And his one big jump of the set, he's been unable to ride away, so that really does hurt. Young James Bryans.
Well, we just got that pull coming into land, and when that pull comes on, it comes on very strong from that 6.2 litre PCM engine. We're taking a look at the setup right now, which right up until his looked A-OK. Not too much to pick apart here. This is just the setup to get himself out nice and wide. Here you're looking to try and ski away from the boat to tighten up on the line so that when the skis do come round, you go into immediate acceleration and timing in towards the jump. But here's what happened. Coming off the second wakes, gets a good extension, not all the way through, mind you, but then gets the pull of the boat coming into land, and then it just redirects him and makes him unstable and, just fell into a hole.
You did right, Tony, but also the tailwind can be harder to land in. I think anyone who's been a jumper knows the tailwind's a little bit harder to land in. Ukraine now, Damir Fleratov, of course, out of the Ukraine. He's only a youngster, this guy, and this is the Ukraine, of course, took the gold medal in this event in 2018 in Spain. So they are the defending country, but that's that jumper, of course, Alexander Solmanov, who is now an under-21s. He'll jump later on this under-21 world tournament. He's not jumping in this event. But the Ukraine have some good pedigree in their boys' jump.
You're absolutely right, One. I mean, they train over at that Sentosa facility that's hosted Europeans and World Championships in recent times. You know, it's an absolute, from what I've seen, and I haven't personally been to Ukraine myself. I mean, they have a beautiful cable park there that's dedicated not only to wakeboarding but to 3 events. You know. And then just a little ways down from the cable park itself is a top-notch water ski facility, which allows the Ukrainian team to train and to compete at this level.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. Actually, my son Curtis went to the under-21 Worlds there about 4 or 5 years ago and really enjoyed it. It was a great place, great site, good people, Ukrainians. Here we go. Demir now, jump number 1 into the ramp he comes. Tidy opening jump. It's not the big barnstorming distance that he needs, but it was actually maybe a smart way to open with it. Maybe some of the other jumpers can learn from it. Let's get one on the board, feel it out.
Yeah, exactly, because a lot of our jumpers previously have taken a cut at the jump and decided just not to take the jump. You know, they just wanted to see what impact the conditions had on their position and all of that, but not pressuring themselves to take a score or a jump. But
yeah, 41.5, not the distance. I think he went about 52 metres from memory in the elimination round, so he's a long way off that. Shout out, I've just had a message from Jared Ferraro, one of the world's best water ski commentators in Australia, of course. Done plenty of Moomba Masters with Jared. He's watching the webcast. He says we're sounding pretty good, Tony. So that's always good to get a bit of positive affirmation from one of the world's best. Poor old Aussie's stuck there in lockdown at the moment with a bit of a COVID outbreak. Because we're free and easy here in Florida at the moment, Tony. Is COVID even still happening here? I don't think so.
Not within the state of Florida. I mean, if you listen to anyone here and those in the high realms of politics, you know, you'd have thought that we're in a little bit of a bubble here.
30,000 cases a day in Florida. That's not even happening. It's not even a major thing to worry about. Anyway, back on the water. Enough about that stupid disease. Here he is, the Ukrainian. 41 metres is not enough in this final. He knows it. That's going to be further.
And there's an interesting technique that I'm going to tell you about coming off the second wake into the jump, and it involves his left ski. So we're going to take a look at that with the instant replay. And, you know, it's something that he can modify right off the turn. Let's have a look at this setup here. Turning around about just before the 600-foot cut buoy and just raising up that right ski. And the reason why you do this is to get up a little bit higher on the boat. So we're 44.3, but just take a look at this, Glenn. Coming off the turn, he goes through the wakes on 2 skis, and then about a few feet after, then he raises the left ski up and then puts it straight back down just before he hits the jump. That's an interesting technique there.
Yeah, it is. It certainly is. I mean, it's you obviously want to be coming through those wakes or landing off that second wake with all, if not most, of your weight on that right ski, but just to sort of lift it like that and then put it back down, I'm not quite so sure. This has not been so we get a distance through on that second jump. This has not been a great set so far for this Ukrainian. He's a 52-metre jumper, and he's struggling a bit out there at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit behind the 8 ball here with 51.2 metres he jumped in the previous round.
Well, he's only gone 44 so far this set. He went 51.2.
So what do you reckon he's got to do here?
Well, he's got to get later, and he's got to get up it, and he's got to cut harder into the base of the ramp and kick it. It's the simple stuff, isn't it? Simple formula. This is the world champs. See how he goes here. Jump number 3.
Oh, better. Look at this.
That's better. It's still not as far as it's not 50, I don't think. I think it's going to be around that 48-metre mark, if I had to guess. He's a little disappointed. He's just not quite got it together out there, the Ukrainian.
Well, probably won't be anywhere close to 51 points, but I think that one will represent improvement upon 44.3. Probably got a little bit spooked by the tailwind, if we're being honest, but it would spook a lot of people. Oh, 48.9, 48.9, a significant improvement there. Not quite as far as 51.2, mind you, but a good jolt there. He could have done with that being his first jump and improve from there.
I mean, 48.9 is a great jump, don't get me wrong, at 51k, but being that he jumped almost 52 in the elimination round, I think he'd be a little bit disappointed with the set. It is tricky out there. The conditions are changing. I mean, right now it's a crosswind. It's probably got more head than tail, but by the time the next gear comes on, it might have swirled around. So it's a tough conditions, but this is going to be a test. And I'm sure as we get further down this order, we are going to see the cream rise to the top. Oh, here he is, local fan favourite, the USA team captain, Blaze Grubs. And there's a little bit of a good story unfolding here because he's currently in second spot in the overall, Tony, behind Martin Labra. But if he can jump 55 to 55.5 metres, which is a huge jump, but if Blaze Grubs can do that, he could take the lead in the overall. So he's not only jumping to try and get a medal here, he's also trying to win the overall title. Blaze Grubs, of course, out of Northern California, is family-owned Lake 3 at Bel Aqua in Sacramento, one of the great water ski facilities on the West Coast. He also has a house here right at Kiori Picos's, the Slalom Lake 2, so he's well used to jumping at this site. This is his B site, his number 2 site. Here he goes, Blaze Grubs, superstar of US junior overall skiing.
Right, coming in on jump number 1, needing something in the region of about 185 feet to win the overall. A good, stout-looking first jump, a good one to work from. Now coming into this final with 51.3, and I reckon that jump distance has got to be around that mark, I would say.
Yeah, maybe not quite, but it's a good opener. I think we're going to be around 50. It's a very nice opener from Blaze. He's seen everyone on the dock struggle with their timing, and at least he's out there feeling things out. 49.3 opening jump, 49.3 for Blaze Grubs. He needs more, though. If he wants to be the world junior overall champion, he needs more like 55 metres. It's a long way away at the moment, but you never know. He's going to give it his best shot.
So yeah, with that jump there of 49.3 meters and the line tightening up on him almost immediately upon landing, and that is just a symptom of the tailwind out there, because it does blow you down just a little bit quick and accelerates your speed into the landing, which means the line tightens up and you rather quick. And there have been instances where I've seen jumpers jump with a tailwind and produce great distances, such as Franz Oberleitner, who I remember in the European Championships jumping at places like Curtin's Farm, and Herculean strength saved him on a lot of those jumps. Here he comes. This is Blaze Grubs, up and over, and will land, and a softer landing this time.
Good jump. It's not 55, but I tell you, it'll be 52 or 53, I think, Tony. We'll wait and see. It's a solid, could be our new leader. He's got unfortunately right now he's just got a light tailwind, and it's going to be super hard for him to go 55 metres with a tailwind or any, of any sort. He really needs a headwind to go 55, I think, but he's working hard out here. Yeah, 52.6, new leader, the USA leading this boys jump final.
And that gives him some more overall points as well, because that exceeds 51.3, but will it be enough?
Closes the gap. I mean, Martin Labra did have a big lead on him in the overall.
So the boys' overall competition, for all intents and purposes, will come down to this last jump and the 3 that Martin Labra will have.
Absolutely. But if Blaze doesn't jump 55 on this next one, then I think Martin Labra won the overall before he leaves the dock. Basically, Tony, he's got in the bag.
I would agree with you on that in that assessment.
But hey, it's only another 2.4 metres. You know, it's there in the tank. It's I don't think he's super late out there. He's not the sort of jumper that likes to be crazy late. He likes to be right on the right spot and then kick it. But just maybe on this last one, he's going to have to push the envelope a little bit.
All right, here we are. This to determine not only a possible new lead score in the jump event, but possibly the boys' overall competition. Here he comes, jump number 3.
No.
I don't think so.
Not on that jump. He's going to... That's it as far as the overall race goes. Blaze Grubs, he fought a good fight, but at the end of the day, Martin Labra was just too good. Martin Labra tricked close to 11,000 points. He's jumped around 53, 54. And slalom into the 11.25. So Blaze Grubs, I think, will finish second in the under-17 boys overall. He does still lead the jump event, folks. There's still a few to come, but you never know. He could pick up a medal yet in the jump. We'll have to wait and see.
Whew. Okay, so a lot of excitement, a lot of moving parts going on with the jump event. We've just seen Blaze Grubs produce 51 meters on that last jump. His best jump is 52.6 meters. We've still got plenty of great competition ahead. We got that Chilean Martin Labra coming up in a few minutes, followed by Florian Path and Antoine Marin and Paul Duplan-Freiberg. But next competitor to take to the water will be Levi Curtin.
This is a good story. Levi Curtin, of course, out of Australia. Australia's only competitor in the under-17 boys. They did have Sadie Ferguson, of course, in the under-17 girls, but unfortunately she hurt her knee in her last practice set before the world started. She did attempt a slalom with the bad knee, but she did well, really. She was super brave, but didn't quite make the final, and it was never going to be in the trick and jump event for Sadie. But Levi Curtin, of course, grew up as a young, up-and-coming superstar in Australian water skiing, now resides in the Midwest of the US of A. Great young guy. At dinner last night with Levi and some of his family and friends. Ethan McKinnon was there as well, the Aussie. So it's good. It's really hard to get out of Australia at the moment, and I'm sure Australia wish they could have a full team here.
And it's even hard getting back in.
Well, it's harder getting back in. It's the same in New Zealand, to be honest. New Zealand and Australia very locked down at the moment. Very hard to get in and out of. He's got a few fans on the bank. In fact, so Levi's he's capable of around 53, 54 metres, I think, on his day. He went, what did he go, 51.8 or 52 or something, I think, in the elimination round.
Yeah, in the elimination round, he scored 51.8 meters, marginally further than Blaze Grub's distance of 51.3, so the equivalent of 170 feet. So with the conditions the way they are, that tailwind is there, but it's not gusting nearly as much as it did earlier on in the competition, you know, which could provide the basis for a fantastic jumping set here for Levi Curtin from Australia. Let's see what he's got. Jump number 1. Handle up a little high. But I tell you what, good pull off the top of the jump and lands and rides out that one. A beauty of a jump
good
there.
Opener, close to 50. It could be 50, but I got a feeling it'll be around that 49 metre mark. But at least he got over on that first one. He got his eye in. See him cutting quite a bit earlier than Blaze Grubs out there on the 600 football, but he's got a very strong pull out. Yeah, 49.7, 49.7. Good opening jump. Grew up, of course, skiing in Australia as a hero. Tim Bradstreet, we've been talking a little bit about Tim Bradstreet the last couple of days because of Paul Freiberg's huge 60 metre jump, 51k. It was very Bradstreet-esque, you'd have to say. But also, he's got I think he said last night he'd like a bit of a shout out to Jason Miller, who was one of his coaches growing up. Jason, of course, married to a Kiwi, Hilary Munro, so a bit of an Aussie-Kiwi kind of feeling there. And, of course, now resides in the Midwest, Levi Curtin. So, avid soccer fan or football fan, soccer if you're in the US, football if you're anywhere else in the world. He loves playing. He plays at a high level, but still jumping a little bit.
But that's opposed to footy, which is an Aussie thing.
Yeah, it's not footy. Soccer football.
All right then, so here we go. Levi Curtin from the land down under. Here he comes. Jump number 2. Oh, getting a little bit twisted in the air. He got plenty of direction coming off the jump, but just could not hold on to that much power from the boat all the way through.
Missed his kick. He's not happy with something. Actually gesturing a little bit towards the boat, but I don't think there'd be any issue with the boat or the driving. It's been very good all worlds. It's just not quite happy. Really strong lean cut out there. Cuts a little bit earlier than a few of them on the 6, but he's got a super strong pull out. .47.4.
Yep, so losing a lot of that distance purely with that little twist off the top. If he'd have kept that left hand on the handle and maintained his direction away from the boat, I reckon that jump could have been well in excess of 50 meters and might have chased down that 52.6. That's my estimation. I mean, so much of the jump is gained by how much resistance and how much you're prepared to resist all the way through the jump. That boat's power. You can use it to great effect, but it can also cost you as well.
Absolutely. He's got to try and get it together. He's got a little bit of a tail breeze here on this third jump. Tough jump conditions at the moment here at Pecos Waterski Centre. He's got to get his timing right. Makes his turn for the ramp. In he goes. Oh, that's a nice
beauty! Jump. Look at that!
It's a nice jump, but distance-wise, I don't know. I don't know if it's as far as... I'm hoping it's 50, but I don't know if it's as far as he jumped the 51.8 in elimination. It's tricky conditions out there. I'm not sure if we're going to see too many guys go further than they did in the elimination round here. I think it's just taken a little while to get used to. Every jump has got slightly different conditions, makes it kind of tough. Oh, no, it's further than I thought, 53.7. That's a good jump from Levi.
And I want to show you something here, Glenn. As he comes into turn, look at his right hand. Look how he's shaking that right hand. Coming into the turn. Right about there, trying to time his
I don't know what turn. That's about, but it worked for him, because I think this could be a personal best for Levi. Levi Curtin. 53.7.
That's the equivalent of about 175 feet.
You never know. You never know. Never know. Does that get him on the podium? Probably not. But in these conditions, Tony, he's given himself an outside chance.
Yes,
and
indeed.
What great news would that be to Australians under lockdown back home? You know, they're locked away in their houses and apartments, can't get out. And, geez, imagine that if Australia could pick up a medal in this jump final.
So if that 53.7 metre jump remains unchallenged by one of our 4 competitors remaining, then... or two of the remaining four competitors, then he could send himself on the podium.
Well, yeah, there's no doubt about it. If 2 of these last 4 competitors don't go further than 53.7, then Levi Curtin's got a medal. There's 4 very good jumpers to come, though, of course. So we've got Martin Labra, the recently crowned World Junior Overall Champion jumping. We've got Florian Path, I believe. Obviously, Paul Freiberg will be last off.
And Antoine Morin.
Yeah, so 2 Frenchmen. So Anton Morin as well as the second seed. So let's see. I mean, Levi's given himself a sniff here. 53.7. Good on him, the young Aussie. He's only young too, by the way. He's around 16 years of age, so he's a lot younger than a lot of the other field. And it's good. It's good for the sport to see an Aussie competing and doing well here in this jump event.
Could he replicate the feat of Tim Bradstreet in 2010? Maybe not so far as the distance, but maybe the title.
Well, you never know. I mean, Paul Freiberg went 60.1 in the elimination round, so it's hard to see him not winning this event. But anything can happen in a Waterski tournament. Okay, Martin Labra now. He is won the world overall title this event, won the trick event. See what he can do in the jump event. Passes on jump one.
Okay, just taking a sighter on that one. And the Chileans are going absolutely crazy right now for what many of them consider to be a victory lap so far as the boys overall is concerned. But let's not forget, he's still out there on the water. He's still chasing down a jump distance that will put him on the podium at the very least, and probably a championship at the very best.
You know, we've got a tailwind again here, and it's a reasonably strong tail. 53.7 from Levi Curtin. That's a decent jump and a tailwind at 51k. You never know. He could put a bit of pressure on these guys left to come.
Ooh, nervous, twitchy moment out there for Martin Labra. Certainly has plenty of support. That's got to encourage him going forward. As you rightly say, Glenn, he's got a gold medal in his back pocket through winning the boys' overall competition. He's also got the tricks medal as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's fairly relaxed. I mean, he's got 2 gold medals already at these Worlds. He hasn't got too much to prove here. If he finds his right spot and he's in a good spot to kick it, then he'll go 53, 54 metres here. And but if not, he won't. I don't think it's the end of the world for Martin Labra. He's this weekend as well too, Tony, we believe still pending, he's broken the world under-17 overall record as well. So he's had a great tournament.
Now, not too sure where the team competition is right now, but he can help reduce the deficit between Chile and the United States. Let's have a look. He missed a lot of his kick on that one.
Tidy jump, but it'll be about 45, 46 metres, I think. It's nowhere near what he jumped in the elimination round. I think he's not liking the tailwind out there. It's going to be tough. The next 3 jumpers, the last 3 jumpers, Florian Path and the Tuchman, they've come here to get a medal, and they are the favourites to get medals, but they've got a job to do here if this tailwind persists. It's not going to be easy. 44.9.
So 44.9 metres. A little bit subpar there for Chile's Martin Labra. But we'll see if he can come through in the clutch with a distance in excess of 54 metres. He's going to need something a little bit more substantial than that to really help Chile claw back the deficit between themselves and the United States in the team overall competition. It's a big ask.
It is.
But the closer they can get, wow. I mean, that would really scare the United States.
Tony, it doesn't get much bigger than this. I've just had a message from world women's record holder Jacinta Carroll, who's watching in Australia. She said it looks a bit tough out there, and well done to Levi. He did really well in the conditions, and go Aussie. So there you go. It's the world record holder Jacinta Carroll. She's watching back home in Australia.
All right, let's have a look and see. Martin Labra. Better. I believe this is going to be his best jump out the 3, provided he can land it, which he does.
It's tidy, but you know, it's 47-48, which is still great in the conditions, but it's nowhere near the distance he went in the first round.
Okay, so can we say it now? The US has won the team?
Yeah, I believe so. Absolutely. Say have won the teams, and they are the favourites. It's very hard to beat the USA in the teams event at age group worlds. It's hard in any kind of worlds. Okay, 49 metres. That's a great jump, actually. Great jump from Martin in these conditions.
And 49 metres would actually put him in about 6th place right now.
So Chile have been the big improvers of world water skiing. They've lifted their ranking from around 6th or 7th in the world to 2nd, I believe, in under-17 world teams. So well done to Chile, but I think the USA will win the teams event. congratulations to them.
And certainly a big shot in the arm for Chile as they get ready to host the next Junior World Championship sometime between November 2022 and January of 2023.
And the other interesting thing about the Chilean team is that 4 of the 6 competitors are young enough to ski at those next Junior Worlds. So 4 of these guys will ski next time in 2 years' time. So they're going to be tough to beat.
Oh, yeah. And by contrast, most of the team members for the United States will have aged out by the time the next World Championships.
Look, I haven't analysed it, but I mean the USA looks strong. They've got Jake Abelson, Reed Meinhardt. There's plenty of others that are still young. So yeah, you're right. The current team. The thing with the US is they've got the depth, haven't they? So a lot of them will age out, but then the next wave will come through for the United States. So it'll be great competition. But well done to Chile. Those Miranda brothers, Pepe and Rodrigo, they're running the Chilean coach program there and the training squad, and they've done really well. Okay, we go now to our top 3 jumpers. The Aussie, Levi Curtin, leads with 53.7. We've now gone to the 3 European superstars. Florian Parr from Italy.
Antoine Morin of France.
And Paul Freiberg, also of France. So these are the 3 guys we expect to be on the podium. But the conditions are tricky. Levi Curtin has got a 53.7. It's a decent jump. The Aussie's got a chance here. He really does. He's got a sniff. And you give an Aussie a sniff, then look out. Here's the Italian.
Let's see what this Italian can do. Trains over in the San Gervasio and also at the Riccetto facility in northern Italy. Here comes Florian Parr. Italia. Jump number 1. Took in a bit of heat off the turn, was just inching to get onto the jump, but passing up on that opportunity, and I think a very, very wise course.
Absolutely. Right now he's thinking, I don't really want to be out here, but the problem is you have to be out of here, Florian. This is where the winning has got to happen. This is podium time in the boys' jump. You got to jump to the conditions. You got to figure it out somehow. Not about PB so much today. It's about getting the gold, silver or bronze. I'm sure the Italian team coach will be working with him, yelling advice, using hand signals. You see him there looking now at the coach.
Right, we're taking a look now with Florian Parr with 2 jumps remaining. So, passed up on jump number 1. You've had a look at the wind, you've had a look at the jump, you kind of got your bearings in and know what you can do with the wind and the potential for slack line. What do you do now?
Well, only he knows. He knows where he needs to be. He's figured it out. He's talked to his coach. He's got to find a way to front up here and see what sort of adjustment he does. I think he's a little bit earlier, actually, which is probably a smart move. Pulls out wide. One more tick towboat. He's eyeing up that jump ramp. Makes his turn. Comes into the ramp.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at this. Woohoo! Big old Paul coming into the landing there and held just enough of his direction away from the jump to really benefit from that.
It's a good jump, Tony. It's going to be close. If I was going to lay down $100, though, I reckon that Levi Curtin still got it at the moment. I think about 52.5 or 53, but it's pretty hard to judge on the TV screen, as we've talked before. No, I'm wrong. Oh, wow, it's way further than I realised, 56.6. So he's got the lead. He's guaranteed a bronze medal. That is a boomer of a jump in these conditions.
Okay, 186 feet on that jump there for Florian Parr. And a new personal best as well. And quite possibly one of the best jumps that an Italian junior men's competitor has ever produced.
Maybe he needs to jump in a Tarwin more often then if it's a new PB, because that's a sensational jump. I think I'm going to give up trying to guess distances, Tony, because I'm struggling a little bit.
And let's put this jump into kind of historical prospect. I mean, he is like aged about 17 years of age, and he's just jumped 186 feet. When you get back to about 1978, John Mondor produced the world record with 187 feet way back in 1977, and he was quite old when he actually produced that distance.
Yeah, it's a great jump, and he's going to get a medal. He could end up with a silver or gold here with that sort of distance. Let's see how he goes. He lets that one go. He almost lost his ski out of the turn, I thought. It was a little bit agriculture, but only takes one jump, and he's done it. That's a huge effort by the Italian competitor, Florian Path. Really decent jumping there. Really doesn't matter what happens on this jump, I don't think. It was always going to be hard to go further than a PB with the tailwind. But on this turn, it almost he almost lost one of his skis from under as he made this turn. We'll see if the slow-mo shows us what I thought I saw.
He just turns away and just turns in. You might actually be... Yeah. Oh, look at that! Yeah. Just on the instant replay, losing adhesion with that right ski coming across the wakes, and I'm so glad he passed up on that jump. That would have hurt hard.
It doesn't matter. He's going to be happy. I mean, that's a 56.6, huge jump. He's going to keep it. He's going to be happy. That's just going to put some pressure on these guys now.
We're going to try and see if our crack team of researchers can check up on Florian Path's jump and see if that is an Italian junior boys jump record. I do know that some of their top skiers in the past years, such as Christian Rampinelli and the likes of Stefano Palumbo, may have jumped in around those realms as well way in the past. But it'll be interesting to find out if there's a new national record. We know it's a personal best for Florian Path, but is it enough for a national boys record in Italy?
Okay, so our last two competitors in this jump final are both from France, and it's possible here that the Europeans are going to sweep the jump podium. There we go, of course. Florian Path, 56.6, leads this event. That's won plenty of Junior World Jump Finals before, 56.6. Levi Curtin, of course, 53.7, and second, Blaze Grubs from the US, 52.6. There's our leaderboard. Two jumpers to come. A couple of Frenchmen out here. Interesting, Tony. No Europeans on the podium in either girls or boys tricks, but they look like in boys jump, they could 1, 2, 3 on the podium. That's a bit of...
All right then, so we're 6 jumps away from determining that. The 3 jumps from Paul Duplan Freiberg, and the 3 jumps that we will see in quick succession from Antoine Morin. Here he comes, jump number 1, turns in and takes the first. Oh, look at this, good direction off the jump, good speed on that one. That is what I would call a tidy looking jump.
Really nice opening jump. Not quite the lead, probably didn't quite have the speed that Florian Path had, but very tidy jump.
And just to emphasize that after we get done with this event, the jump event, we will go immediately into the prize giving. 54.3. I'm not too sure whether that puts him immediately into the medals, but I think it does. It does.
Yeah, that's right. And you hear a big sigh of disappointment from Australia, I'm sure, because I think that it's going to be tough now for Levi Curtin to pick up a medal now, because we've got Paul Freiberg left on the dock, who's the out-and-out favourite. But that's a good jump. Not quite as far as the 56.6. It's the lead with Florian Path at the moment, but a very tidy opening jump. Yeah, so the program is we've got medal ceremonies for the Under-17 Worlds immediately after our last jumper, and then we get into the Under-21 Worlds, folks. So if you're watching the webcast, you can watch the medal ceremonies, and then we're going to be on with Under-21 World Championships, starting, of course, with tricks this evening. So plenty of action to come.
All right, here he comes. Antoine Morin coming in on jump number 2, and I think that one is going to... Whoa, look at that. Tight line into the landing.
I think it's a little further, though. I don't know. His body language is suggesting that maybe not, but I think that might be a little bit further. Okay, we'll wait for that distance. It's a nice jump. Is it enough to take the lead? Watch the replay, looking for the distance. Tidy jump. 54, so still not enough. So our current leader, Florian Path, with 56.6, and he's joining us right now in commentary. So, Tony, you're going to have to quickly ask him some questions.
All right, Florian Path, a new personal best of 56.6 meters. You must be absolutely beside yourself right now.
Yeah, it's so hard conditions. And I don't know how, but I got over, and it was a good jump. It's not easy out there.
So what was the most difficult element about what you were doing out there?
Sorry?
What was the most difficult thing about those conditions?
Oh, get the right spot. It's so hard. Getting the right spot when you turn before the ramp, it's so hard with this wind.
Okay, let's just watch this third and final here. This big moment coming up here, and he's 56.7 to take the lead. Into the ramp he comes. Oh, he's got his legs on this one.
All right.
Oh, geez, it's further, but I don't know. I think we've got Florian Pass sitting here with us. I think he's going to hang on to the lead. I don't know if that's quite enough.
What do you reckon on that jump, Florian? Do you reckon he's beaten your distance or come up short?
So, he jumps so good. I didn't expect it when he jumped like 56 at semifinals. I was like out of my mind. Like so much pressure and stuff.
54.1, so it's sitting
guaranteed
in bronze
second
medal position. And Florian Path is joining us here in commentary. He is hanging on to the lead. You're guaranteed of a silver.
Wow. This competition doesn't get any better, does it?
So Florian, obviously everybody's expecting Pole to win this event. He went 60.1 in the elimination round, but it is tough out there. It's
it's really tough.
It's really tough.
It's really windy, tailwind. So a jumper don't like those things. So
so you're sitting on your 56.6, and you never know. I mean, you just got to wait and see, I guess.
Yo.
Well done, mate.
And to me, so far as jumping is concerned, whenever you prepare for a jump, it's almost like a balancing act. If you edge too far out away from the boat, you kill your speed. If you don't edge out enough, then you have slack line into the turn. And
exactly.
When you're trying to find your spot, those two elements have to be in perfect sync. Otherwise, the big jump doesn't come away.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so 56.6. Do you know if that's an Italian record?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, well done.
Boom! There we go. Beating the likes of Christian Rampinelli and Stefano.
Yeah, all
Colombo
those
and
guys.
all of those competitors. How does that make you feel?
Kind of crazy. I don't know. I didn't realize it yet. So.
Wow, it's hard to believe, isn't it? Right.
Yeah, it is.
We're going to keep you there because there are 3 jumps coming up for Pole Duplan Freiburg that will determine whether you come away with a silver medal or whether you're the gold medalist.
Oh, I don't know.
All right, so Pole Duplan Freiburg, I mean, the conditions here are going to be the great equalizer in this competition, aren't they, Glenn?
Oh, they are, but he's still, I mean, he was 3 meters better than anyone else in the elimination round, so as long as he's got his head screwed on, big, strong Frenchman, of course, he's up there with the great Tim Bradstreet, up there with the great Zach Warden when it comes to junior jumping. 60.1 meters in the elimination round. 56.7 will get him the gold. Let's see how a big strapping Frenchman makes his turn. Boat groans as it pulls him into the ramp. Oh, there we go.
Well, it's going to be close, I think.
That's real close, I think. It's going to be around that 56, 57, I think. But it's as I said, I've been getting distances a bit out here today. I'm just trying to judge it off the cut and the lift off the top of the ramp. And to me, it's not 60, I don't think, like he went in the elimination round. I think this will be close.
Right, just looking at this instant replay right now and just looking at the turn, almost.
Oh, we've got a fight on our hands here. 56.3. The Italian Florian Path hangs on with his 56.6. What a final.
Okay, so just to get a little bit more information, what brand of jump skis are you on right now?
I'm Goodman. I'm jumping with Goodman 90s.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right then. So 0.3 of a meter separates you and Paul right now. You got 2 jumps. You've got about 4 minutes to wait to see.
I gotta
if
say,
you're the champion of the world or the runner-up.
I gotta say though, and Florian probably doesn't want to hear this, but Paul did that pretty easy. Like I think it's just getting his eye.
I know.
You know, to be fair to Paul, I think it was a smart jump. He went out there, he got his eye, and he felt things out. So he still looks the goods to me to take this gold medal. Let's wait and see though. Jump number 2. Big strong pull out. Big 6.2 litre engine on this Nautic's going to be roaring Paul Freiberg into this jump ramp. Let's see if he can't get it on jump number 2. Big kick off the top. Yeah, I think he's done it. I think it's gold medal France. We'll wait and see. But to me, that's another couple of metres further than jump number 1. He certainly thinks he's got it. He's disappointing Worlds in terms of overall. He didn't slalom so well and trick so well, but in terms of jump, he has absolutely dominated the field here. Best since Bradstreet in my mind. 58 metres flat. He is the gold medalist in the Under-17 World Championships. He's taken the gold. Florian Path will get the silver medal. He's joined as well done, mate. That was sensational effort, 56.6. And of course, France will pick up the bronze. So with Marianne Antoinette. So great for European jumping, you got to say. But Paul Freiberg deserves the accolades he will get here.
All right, and that relegates Florian Path into second place with 56.6 metres. But you can't be too unhappy. I mean, you've got a personal best, a new Italian record, and a lot of encouragement for the future.
Yep. So, great jumping from Paul. That's all what I say.
And I anticipate that this rivalry between you and Paul is going to extend for years and years to come. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
You go get towed off. You've got the silver medal, so congratulations once again to Paul.
Okay, he's not done yet, though. I think he wants to go 60 again. Oh, yeah, no, we didn't see that one coming. He decided he wanted to ski in and get a big hug and kiss from his French teammates. He's happy. He fooled us a little bit there. He faked us, Tony. We thought he was going for jump number 3. He popped the handle, skied into the beach, and it is scenes of jubilation, absolute excitement from the French team here.
And some of what he's saying is broadcastable.
Yeah, half of it.
Oh, wow. So La Marseillaise will be playing for Paul Duplan Freiberg. And that concludes the on-water action. We're going to go on to the award presentations. And there you see up on the screen, Paul Duplan Freiberg for the gold medal. Then it's Florian Path for second place and in bronze.
Scenes there, don't you? Yeah, so if everybody can head, I guess, as we watch the French flag being lifted in relation by Paul Freiberg. He's just won the gold medal in the Under-17 boys jump for 2020 IWWF World Championships. We're going to be on with the medal ceremonies, and then immediately following that, we have got the start of the Under-21 World Championships. So don't go away, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your medalists in third place, Nicholas Andenson in second place, and the winner of the silver medal, Blaze Grubs, and your champion of the world, the gold medalist, Frederico Jaramillo. Ladies and gentlemen, our next awards are for the girls' slalom. In third place, and the winner of the bronze medal from the United States of America, Anne-Marie Wroblewski. In second spot, and the winner of the silver medal, also from the United States, Kennedy Hanson. And ladies and gentlemen, winner, gold medalist, and the world champion in girls slalom with a score of 4 at 11.25 meters, it is Luisa Jaramillo. Medals presented, and a nice turtle mascot. And now we have the national anthem of Colombia. Thank you again. Gentlemen, presented to you your medalist in girls slalom, Anne-Marie Wroblewski. In second place, Kennedy Hanson, and your winner, Luisa Jaramillo. Congratulations, ladies. All right, now we go to the under-17 girls trick awards. In third place, from Canada, with 6,980 points, it is Olivia Shoot. In second place, from Colombia, and winner of the silver medal, Daniela Basquevo! Where are you, Daniela? Gold medalist and champion of the world in girls under 17 tricks with a point total of 8,890 points from the United States of America, Kennedy Hanson. And presenting the awards, Karen McClintock, Secretary General of the IWWF Pan American Region.
Che stai facendo tu in barca? Alice? Scendi dalla barca.
E quindi se potete aspettate che rifinisce la situazione.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your medalist in the girls' tricking competition. Olivia Shute from Canada, Daniela Visuevo of Colombia, and your winner and world champion, Kennedy Hanson from the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, and ladies, thank you very much indeed. All right, under 17 boys trick results. Presented to you, third place, bronze medalist from Chile, with a score of 10,210, Macias Gonzalez! Second place, silver medalist from Mexico, with a score of 10,630, Pablo Font! And winner, gold medalist, and champion of the world in boys tricks, with a total of 10,790 points, Martina Font! Once again, the awards presented by Karen McClintock, the Secretary General of the IWWF Pan Am region. And with that, let's play the national anthem of Chile. You Chileans are in fine, fine voice. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your medalists in the boys' tricks event. Dominga Gonzalez in third place in the bronze medal. Pablo Font of Mexico in silver medal position. And your champion of the world, Martin Labra of Chile. All right then, folks. Now we go on to the under-17 girls jump results. Third place and bronze medalist from Canada, Shay O'Brien. Jumping 40.7 meters in the final. Silver medalist and second place from the United States with 42.2 meters, it's Kennedy Hanson. Javier Julio presents the medals, the Vice President of the Pan Am region. Let me tell you, that's the winner, gold medalist and champion of the world in girls jumping. With a distance of 44.6 meters, she comes to us from where? Chile! It is Augustina Vara! What do you say, Adam? Do we let them play the instrumental version, or do we let them sing it? Macias, come here and lead off in song. Ladies and gentlemen, please let our Chilean audience sing the Chilean national anthem. Go! All right, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your girls jump medalists. In third place, Shay O'Brien from Canada. In second, Kennedy Hanson of the United States. And your world champion, Augustina Vara. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies, thank you very much. Okay, under 17 boys jump results. Third place, winner of the bronze medal from France, Antoine Morin. The awards are being presented by Javier Julio, former world overall champion and current vice president of the Pan Am region. In second place, runner-up, winner of the silver medal from Italy, Florian Parr. And ladies and gentlemen, presented to you, winner, gold medalist and champion of the world in boys jump, it is none other than Paul Dupla Freiburg! Awards presented by Javier Julio and Corey Picos. And ladies and gentlemen, please be outstanding as we play the French national anthem, La Marseillaise. I guess he's going to get married next. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, please, for our medalist in the boys jumping competition. In third place, Antoine Morin. In second place, Florian Parr. And your champion of the world, Paul Dupla Freiburg. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. And guys, thank you very much indeed. Okay, let's continue on with the awards. We go into the overall section right now. In third place in the girls competition and winner of the bronze medal from Chile, Augustina Barra. Presenting the awards in the overall section is Antonio Perez Priego, the president of the International Waterski Wakeboard Federation. As we continue on to the girls' overall competition, second place and winner of the silver medal, coming to you from the United States of America, it is Alyssa Drake. And ladies and gentlemen, presented to you the winner, gold medalist and champion of the world in girls overall from the United States of America. It is none other than Kennedy Hanson. Ladies and gentlemen, please be outstanding for the Star Spangled Banner. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your overall medalists. In third place, Agustina Varara of Chile. In second place, runner-up, Alyssa Drake, and your champion of the world, Kennedy Hanson, successfully defending her title from 3 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now down to the final individual award. This is the boys' overall championship of the world. In third place, representing France, Paul Duplan Freiburg! Presenting the awards here are Antonio Perez Priego, the president of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation. As we continue on, second place, runner-up, and silver medalist. It's Blaze Grubs from the United States of America! Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you winner, gold medalist, and champion of the world in boys overall competition from Chile, Martin Labra with a new world overall record! And ladies and gentlemen, please be outstanding one more time for the Chilean national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your medalist in boys overall. In third place, Paul Duplan Freiburg. In second place, Blaze Grubs, and your champion of the world, Martin Labra. And whilst they celebrate this win, let's give it up for this kid over here who sings the Chilean national anthem so passionately and well. All right, we're now down to the final medals to be presented in the U-17 World Championships. This concerns the team competition. In third place in the team competition, the team from Canada! Once again, the medals are presented by Antonio Perez Priego. He is the president of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation, and a team that is coached by Cole Grant and Steve Bush, doing a fantastic job there. All right, in second place, winner of the silver medal, the team from Chile!
Chi, chi, chi. And ladies and gentlemen, presented to you winner, gold medalist and champions of the world in the under-17 team competition. The team from the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, the team from the United States, coached by April Cobuella and managed by Eric Hochbrenner. The gold medalists, and with that, before we play the national anthem, let me remind you that the under-21 tricking competition will start immediately after the end of this award presentation. So under-21 skiers, get ready. And now, for the last time in this U-17 World Championships, we play the Star Spangled Banner. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your teams in third place, Canada, in second, Chile, and your winners and champion of the world, the United States of America. Okay, so before we go into tricks, we have one set of awards. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go into the under-21 tricks, but we have one set of awards left. They are for the organisers, and accepting the award on the behalf of the organisers from the IWWF. Can you please give her a big round of applause, Caitlin McGinty Pico! Caitlin McGinty accepting the award on behalf of the organisers for the Under-17 World Championships. Congratulations to the organisers for a great championship so far. Okay, also a last award accepted on behalf of USA Waterski.
Okay, so how much longer is there? Time running now is... All right, then. So our the Under-17 World Championships are officially concluded. We now go into the U-21 World Championships. My name is Tony Leifert. Glad to have you on board. We're going to have 3 series of tricks. Series 3 for the women, Series 5 and 4 are for the men. And we're going to start off the Women's Series 3 with Lillian Leonhardt from Germany. Okay, so Lillian Leonhardt will take to the water first. It was actually scheduled to have Lily Steiner, but I believe that her injury will preclude her from competing in this competition in the tricks. So we go straight ahead with our second competitor out, Lillian Leonhardt, then Julia Macias Sedano from Mexico, then Ronia Paracel, then Martina Font, then Lara Brummell. Then the remainder of the skiers continue on for Lily Mead, Matilda Turp, Thierry Gisler. All right, so on the water right now is our first competitor. This now is Lillian Leonhardt. Looks like she's going to do toe tricks first. Going through the initial tricks. Oh, and going for the toe wake back-to-back, and unfortunately coming up a little bit short there. So good. Not bad up to that point, but losing a lot of her balance. And looking at this run from the instant replay, deciding to go with the toe five back for her initial trick. And just worked away from one trick to the next. Not particularly quick, mind you, but stable enough for the majority of the run. And then she goes in for the toe whip back-to-back and just lost her footing on the landing. So, all right then, folks. This is the World Under-21 World Championships from here on out. We got 5 days of competition. This is the first of them. Between now and Sunday, we will crown the champions in men and women, slalom tricks and jump, overall, and also in the team competition. So glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. My name is Tony. So now, here comes Lillian Leonhardt. Just to remind you that we're into the Under-21 World Championships. Trying to get an early start on the U-21 competitors because we know the susceptibility of weather in this part of the world. It could be bright and sunshine in the 90 degrees one moment, and then it could blow up to something more and more sinister in an instant. So have to keep an eye on that. But decent skiing there with some line tricks, wake line back. Good edge there and rolls to the front. Lillian Leonhardt just about makes it all the way through. A little bit unbalanced, but you know what? If you stand up all your way through your pass, it's a very, very commendable effort there. So no worries there for Lillian Leonhardt. So, continuing to roll there, Lillian Leonhardt. Our first skier out, we were scheduled to have Lily Steiner on the water from Austria, but she injured herself in the U-17 girls jumping event, so unable to strap it on so far as the tricks are concerned. But decent skiing, I have to say, and getting the U-21s off to a sprightly start. Next competitor up is going to be Julia Macias-Sandano. We'll try and get some point scores as quick as we can obtain them. So not bad, and transition to the next skier from Mexico. So not too sure who that is on the starting dock. We'll try and get confirmation of that very, very soon. Looks like a towboat is parked up at the dock for a little bit of time. The changeover going from U-17 to U-21. Try to get that done as quickly as possible so we can get tricks done in a timely fashion. At least a good portion of this series, and maybe both men's 5 and men's 4 series of U-21 tricks.
I'm trying, but I had to reset my capture card in the middle of that pass. And yeah, I think the years I sent you everywhere, you have these things out there too.
All right, into the water, our second competitor out. See if we can confirm the identity of their skier. We do have the list, but we don't have much in the way of communication between ourselves and the officials. So we're kind of flying blind a little bit, but if the running order is to be believed, then our skier on the water should be Julia Macias-Sandano. Just working our way through the step sequence, keeping everything going. Continuing to go from one side of the wake to the other, going through the tricks. Beautifully executed. Good stuff there. So going through the step sequence in that instant replay, just staying on form all the way throughout. Just keeping good tension with the line. All right there, folks, tuned in to the desk. This is the U-21 World Championships. Okay, just been informed that Lillian from Germany is actually on the water right now. So looks like Lily actually found a way to get onto the water for Austria. So our German skier is on the water. So we're on skier number 2 instead of number 3 at this point. And my apologies for the confusion. But that second skier from Germany already getting through a good portion of the run. So this is Lillian Leonhardt skiing after Lily Steiner, who skied earlier. Was the first skier out, as a matter of fact. Let's see what she's got by way of repertoire with these tricks. This is Lillian Leonhardt. All right, then. So that was Lillian. Okay, so Lillian Leonhardt. They're going through some of her toe tricks, which involved an attempt at the toe wake back-to-back. And just getting a little bit thrown over the tip of a ski, and just couldn't continue with that particular run beyond that fall. So there we go. Julia Macias Sedano is on the water, is about to take to the water right now when she looks set to be going into the course with toe tricks. She's using a smaller handle setup that's designed to be very light on the toe bridle, thus allowing her to pull far more efficiently into the toe leg and continue to trick with some pace. All right, so after her we're going to have Ronia Paracel, then Martina Font, then Lara Brummell, Lily Mead, Matilda Terp, Terry Gisler, Lena Ahama, Georgia Fern, Sophie Van Bergen, Molly Lee, Pia Matasdorfer, and Shay O'Brien. Those are the 15 skiers that we've got. We're on skier number 3 right now from Mexico, Julia Macias Sedano. A big shout out to all of you that are tuned in via the webcast comment section with their comments. Thank you very much indeed for helping me get up to speed with the trickers in the U-21 Women's Series 3. Julia Macias Sedano. Toe wake back to back. Oh, look at this though. Going in rapid tempo with the tricks. Oh my. But losing that on the toe front and not doing too badly. But getting the vast majority of our run taken care of in this first series of women's tricks for the U-21 Championship of the World. Those of you that have been using the IWWF scoring system, be advised that we've transitioned now from U-17 to U-21. And we should be getting some live results coming through relatively soon. And might even have this series published for you before we go through to the men's competition. That will be men's Series 5, followed by men's Series 4. All in all, for this afternoon, for the balance of the day, we've got 15 trickers in Series 3, 8 trickers in Series 5, and 10 trickers in Series 4. All said and told, we got maybe about 33 trick skiers between now and the end of the competition this afternoon to start off the U-21. So, working our way through the Tricks event, Women's Series 3. Glad to have you join in with this webcast. Much obliged, much appreciated. All right then, so here we go. This is U-21 Series 3 Girls Tricks. We've just seen Julia Macias Sedano of Mexico go through pass number 1. Let's see what she can do pass number 2. Little inverted sequence of tricks, including that wake back-to-back, and here's the reverse. Nice flow, good sequence in here, taking advantage of both wakes, including that wake 5 front. Here is the wake 5 front reverse, missing the handle towards the end. But a decent run there, decent looking performance there for Julia Macias Sedano, representing Mexico in this tricking event in Series 3. Thank you.
So my coach I was talking to, that told you, that asked if you were a skier, he said that a lot of the time he would have stopped looking, but you were so interesting that he kept on looking.
Good, thank you. All right then, just looking at the tail end of this effort there from Julia Macias Sedano with some 540-degree spins towards the end to round off a glorious effort there for Mexico in this Girls Series 3 competition. Now, a good portion of the Under-17 World Championship skiers are actually going to be skiing in this championship as well. A few skiers from the United States, I know, that were in the juniors are going to be representing the US of A again in the U-21s. And I think that's going to be the case with many of the Chilean skiers, and certainly a good smattering of skiers from France that are also going to ski in the U-21s as well. And why not? They might as well, as they're at the same venue. All right then, Ronia Paracel coming to us from Germany. Toe 5 back, very, very subtly working her way through these tricks. Toe 8 back to back, good. Edge there, trying to stay on her toes, literally and figuratively speaking. Oh, nice. That's good. Good effort there. A little unbalanced there with the toe wrapping, but managing to get that done. And then the adrenaline getting the better of her with the toe wake front. But still a commendable effort on pass number 1 with toe tricks. And a decent effort there, it has to be said. Looking at the instant replay again. Some great coverage of the tricks event. As we look at Martina Font from Mexico in Trick in Series 3. Getting ready to go out at it. Look forward to some spectacular stuff from her, I'm sure. Member of the Font family. We'll see how much she can produce with the 40 seconds that she has at her disposal. All right, so here we go then. My name's Tony Leifert, your announcer for the U-21 World Championships. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. We are in Girls Series 3 for tricks. And the first of our action here. Girls Series 3 tricks, then U-21 Series 5 and 4 tricks. 81 participants, 38 of them girls and 43 of them boys. Right here in this beautiful part of South Walton. And just a mile or so behind me is the Gulf Coast, Florida Gulf Coast, along with Santa Rosa Beach. The great holiday destination if you're considering travel into this part of the world. Here we go. Ronia Paracel of Germany, looking to rock our world here. Going with the line tricks, spinning it around to the front. Wake lino, unfortunately, a little bit stiff on the landing and just could not continue on from there. Ronia Paracel of Germany rounds off her effort, our 4th skier out of 15. As we continue to work our way through this list. So working our way through each trick, including the wake backs and wake fronts, and then continuing on with the wake line. Oh, almost slipping out there with the wake line back there and just trying to hold everything in check. Spinning into the front there for the wake lino, and I suspect that leg was just way too far out in front of her, and it just unsettled her balance and causing her to fall on that particular move. So we're past the skier number 4 on Series 3 tricks. We now go on to skier number 5, and it's going to be Martina Font of Mexico. So here we go, Martina Font. Part of that famous Font family that has produced a good few trickers in their time, including the current world champion Pato Font. We've seen one of the Font family produce a performance that put him in the top 3 in the medals in the U-17 boys tricking championship. Here's Martina Font. There we go. Toho wrap in, Toho out. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Settling in, toe wake back to back. Good, sensible tricks here. Standing up all the way through for the glory of Mexico. That is Martina Font. All right then, so coming in to the course, we got Martina Font now setting the boat speed. The skiers have a whole slew of options when it comes to tricking, the line length, the ski, the boat speed, the buddy in the boat. And just look at this. Almost falling there before she goes into a surface back-to-back sequence. Continuing to ski out here. And now goes into for a first of her flips. Oh, and going in on the landing, unfortunately there. But Martina Font taking a bit of a hard fall there. Pretty solid effort out there for Martina Font, at least in the beginning. Almost went down, but she didn't give up on this particular effort. And looked towards speeding up some of these tricks to allow her time to perform the backflip. Goes through to the wake back-to-back, and then with some surface turns. Then the wake back and spin to the front, and then a slight edge to the outside. The rotation looks pretty good, but unfortunately landing just a little bit too far outside the wake, or at least not with enough knee bend to compensate for something like that. Her first trick looked pretty good, though, a Waco out of the wrap. Then she goes with the hand Waco, the reverse of each trick must immediately be followed. Must immediately follow the initial trick. And if a couple of tricks, such as the Wake 5 back, in a lot of instances, are kind of disjointed because of the nature of each trick, then the skiers are allowed to put a positional in between. And you're going to see that quite a lot with our skiers between now and the end. Okay, Lara Brummell of Germany, whom we saw a little bit earlier on in the competition today in the in, I believe, the slalom event. Or maybe it was the jump event. Well, a lot of things were happening with the events taking place in the under-18s, or under-17s, I beg your pardon. It was effectively the under-18s, considering that we deferred these championships from this time last summer due to the worldwide pandemic. So it was, for all intents and purposes, the under-18 World Championships, but the U-17 World Championships is the title that sticks for the year 2020 and carried over through to 2021. All right, on the water, or rather in the water, is Lara Brummell, who starts off with a Waco, a rather dramatic start, and then goes in for her surface spins. And it looked pretty solid for a good amount of time at least. Wake 5 front, and unfortunately letting the handle get away from her, so a little unfortunate there with the fall. And now I'm guessing that the line will be changed, or one or another component of her tricking outfit. Now the skiers can actually change a lot of things between one pass and the other. They can outright change the ski. They can change the line. And as well as change up the boat speed or change down the boat speed, should they so request. Normally in this instance, if she has a handle pass and she has a second pass in toes, normally the transition would be a lower speed, because our toe tricks do tend to be a little bit more sensitive to the speed of the boat. And toe tricks do tend to be performed at a slower pace, and even though they are performed at a slower pace, they do tend to yield more points per rotation. So Lara Brummell of Germany. Right up after her, we got New Zealand's Lily Mead. Now, a lot of these competitors, I would say a good portion of them, actually ski on the collegiate water ski circuit in the United States. Skiers such as Lily Mead, who we'll see any moment now, skiing for the likes of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. And we'll see her in a few moments, Lara Brummell. Oh, bouncing around a little bit with some of these toe tricks. Very, very skittish, I would say. Not completely balanced. Oh, there we go, toe. Oh, whoa, and almost recovers out of that trick. So falling on the second toe, which would mean that the first one going in, I believe, would be credit. It's down to the judges to determine whether the prior trick actually calls the fall, then calls the fall for the second one. And then we'll maybe determine whether one or the other or both would be scored. So there we go. That was Lara Brummell from Germany. We now go on to New Zealand for our next competitor. And a skier that skis quite often in this part of the world. Skier out of New Zealand. Her name is Lily Mead. Right, looking at the second run for Lily Mead. And not doing too badly there with these particular tricks as we work on to our next. Okay, so the skier coming in now from New Zealand. It's going to be Lily Mead starting off with toe pass. My apologies for the previous comment so far as Lara Brummell is concerned. We saw her second pass. Now this is Lily Mead from New Zealand. Toe 5 back, toe back to back. Toe 5 front. Oh, look at her go. Toe out, toe straight back in. Tricking like a competitor out of Series 2 or 1, let alone Series 3. Look at that. Toe wake back to back and reverse. Yeah, there you go. The Kiwis are celebrating right now over Lily Mead's opening run of toe tricks. So looking at this from Lily Mead, beautifully executed there, reverse toe wake back to back. A difficult trick, a sometimes very dangerous trick. A lot of coaches have actually discouraged teaching. Have actually discouraged people from actually learning that trick, and some not even prepared to teach it. And I personally am one of those folks, but some continue to teach and coach that one, and fair play to them for that respect. And for my money, and I actually agree with one or two competitors, for the difference in points between a reverse toe back-to-back and a toe wake front, you know, the amount of time that you would actually spend getting the reverse toe wake back-to-back and recovering, you know, just doesn't seem to be worth it compared to the speed that you gain with the toe wake front. But that's open to a lot of conjecture, and I'm sure one or two of you folks out there either disagree or agree with me, but that's what makes trick skiing interesting, don't you think? All right then, Lily Mead from New Zealand. Let's see what she's got. She's going to produce what I believe to be something along the lines of a ski line back, but she may have bulked out on that particular start, in favor of the first trick being something along the lines of a wake 5 back, which is indeed what she does. Setting up for the ski line back. Oh, almost going down by spinning to the front, but look at her go. Lily Mead going from one trick to the next. Surface tricks. Wake 5 front. Does she go for the wake line back? Yes, she does. Tries to steady the ship here a little bit as she goes for the wake line front. Yeah! Oh, my word. First of all, it was relief. Secondly, it was elation for Lily Mead. Good on you, girl. Yeah, that was how close she was to going down on that ski line back and the recovery to the front. Oh, man alive. This is some pretty top-notch stuff. Top draw competition, folks. From Lily Mead. She could find herself in a position where she'll be in the finals. We'll see what the score is, but it's going to take 12 top draw scores from some of our competitors to come up next. Not only in this series, but in the remaining two to unseat her. But no matter what, whether she skis in the finals or whether she comes up short, she'll be absolutely over the moon with that score. So now we've done with Lily Mead. We now go on to the first of our British competitors in the U-21 women's competition. In Series 3 tricks, this is going to be Matilda Turp, who currently skis out of the Gosfield Lake facility in the county of Essex in England. I'm sure her father sure her siblings and the rest of the Turt family are watching in from their home just outside Halstead in Essex, watching as they work their way through, as she works her way through the surface tricks. Now, in recent times, the rules have been changed to allow for tricks, for similarly spun tricks to be accepted for their points. Normally, in previous rules, you couldn't perform more than one or two tricks out of the same group. Grouping tricks such as 360, surface 360, surface 540-degree spins. I mean, that rule was restricted to the surface tricks. But now, the rules have been changed to allow for tricks to be formed and to be scored regardless of their grouping. Not even too sure if grouping of these tricks is even a thing, but I've just seen that recently in competitions such as the good U.S. Waterski National Championships this past well, not this past week, but the week before. But there's a surface 5 there from Matilda Turp. And there's the wake back-to-back, and actually that was the wake back, and there was the wake back reverse, and Matilda Turp. Decent effort all the way through, nicely done. Good sprightly effort there as Tay Gisler from Argentina getting ready for her turn out on the water. Here we go, folks, coming into the course. This now is Matilda Turp from Great Britain. Toe back and toe front. Toe sides. Does she go for the reverse toe back? No, but she goes for the toe wake back and toe wake front. Foot comes out of the strap, and I think she'll go in for the line tricks. Doing the steps, learning style. And a couple of side slides at the end. Wake back, and will she go for the wake front? Yeah, she does. She's, there you go. A little bit of a smile there, a little cheeky grin there, typical of your, of a girl from Essex. And that is Matilda Turp out of Gosfield Lake in England, representing Great Britain in the Under-21 Series 3 tricks in the women's competition. Such a great array of tricks there, and performing that line back in learning style over there, hasn't got quite into grips with the line back, and actually perform that straight-legged. Now the more commonly accepted form of doing that trick, the line back, or even by extension the wake line back, is actually to roll the stepping knee over the line and retract the ankle and the foot in towards the backside. Thus, it shortens the leg, and it shortens the amount of body mass that goes over the line, making things a lot more stable going forwards. Looking at Matilda Turp there with the second and final 20-second run. Side slides to work. She's done first of all. And looking strong there as we go into our next competitor from Argentina. This is Tay Gisler. Now really piling on the pace here. There we go, wake line back, line front, line back. This is the tried and true step sequence of 4 steps. 2 of them wake, 2 of them surface. Surface back-to-back, wake back-to-back. There's the reverse. Just rolling into the Waco into wrap and beautifully executed. Good squatted landing. Stops the trick exactly where she wants it to go. Wake 5 front, a couple of sides. And a very, very good effort there. Strong skiing from start to finish. Okay, so Terry Gisler in pretty darn good shape right now. Good knee bend and just work it away from one trick to the next. Especially that one, a beautifully executed Waco into wrap. Don't see too much of that perform these days, but tell you what, you're going to see a variety of tricks and a variety of strategies going into these tricks on how they're arranged, how they're scheduled. And it's just wonderful, wonderful stuff to see. So that's Terry Gisler. And we're getting ready to bring in our final 6 competitors in the under-21 women Series 3 tricks. Elena Ahama from Austria. I'm sure that she is related to the great Carla Ama, who was a major force to be reckoned with in water ski jumping and represented Austria for many, many seasons. And there you see Elena Ama, she's skier number 9. And then we see Georgia Fern, Sophie Van Bergen, Molly Lee, skier number 12 off the dock. And yeah, some great skiing to come. Also had Lily Steiner right from the get-go, but we understood initially that she wasn't skiing, but then turned around and decided, hey, I'm going to be skiing. So good for her, battling through that injury to continue to ski for Austria. This now is Terry Gisler from Argentina. Terry Gisler from Argentina, looking in very, very good. Oh, they're all trying to recover from that toa wrap-in, but unfortunately leant away from the boat and slowed, turned down so much that she created a hole and just sank in and just couldn't really recover too well off that move. All right, then. That was Terry Gisler. We'll now go on to our next competitor from Austria. It is Elena Ama. There you see with the toa wrap-in. And you see, a lot of the reason why she fell on that particular toa wrap-in was that the foot didn't exactly come all the way in. Now, there are a few skiers that will actually perform that trick and short pull on purpose to get a little bit more speed in and a little more speed out to continue on with the remainder of the tricks. Unfortunately for this skier, Terry Gisler, she pulled about halfway through and then she decided to turn the trick. And unfortunately, if you don't pull in all the way on a toa wrap-in, it means that you're going to be off axis as you perform the tricks. And just take a look at this again from Terry Gisler. Pulled halfway down, not into the back of the standing knee, and that caused her to fall. All right, then. Now working away for our next competitor from Austria. Österreichen, Elena Ahama. Let's see what she can do. Looks like she's lined up for something like a wake line O, which she performs well enough. Tried and true step sequence with the wake line back, line front, line back. Wake line front, foot in the back binding. going for the surface tricks, a little bent over the ski, but managing to continuing to roll there. There's the wake back. Now she's going to try the backflip. Here she comes. Boom. Oh, and cases the wake coming down. That is Elena Ahama coming to us out of Austria. Not looking too bad. So, training out of the historic site of Fischlam in Austria. This is Elena Ahama from Austria, and trains with the famous Franz Oberleitner, who still continues to coach and skis occasionally these days, but just an absolutely mammoth talent there from way back in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and competed at pro level well into the 90s, and probably one of the fittest individuals you will ever see for his age. So, Elena Ahama. So, Elena getting ready for pass number 2. And speaking of Franz Oberleitner, that's the person that's in the boat right now, overseeing what Elena does. Making the turn and getting ready for toe tricks. Looking good, looking strong. Keeping everything going, and we'll see what she can do. Elena Ahama. Oh, look at this. Tricking beautifully at this point. Very, very patient. Going one trick to the next. No worries there for her. Oh, and getting in a little bit of bother there with the Toho wrapping. But she got the majority of the tricks that she really wanted to on that pass. And I suspect that the Toho wrapping was going to be a little bit of a bonus move there for her. She got caught out a little bit almost with the Toho out. But a decent effort for Elena Ahama. It looked very, very good there for the most part. Even as she went in for the toe tricks, the reverse toe back and the toe front, just steadying the ship a little bit as she got towards the end. 20 seconds would have been around about the time that she tried the Toho wrap-in. But a good, solid effort, it has to be said, for Elena Ahama. All right, so tick next to her name. Our next competitor from Great Britain, it's going to be Georgia Fern. All right, so Georgia Fern, our next competitor to go, as we see Elena Ahama, the instant replay finish up. Georgia Fern on the course right now. We're approaching the first pass. Getting set up. Here's Georgia Fern past the red buoy. Look at this. Oh, again, into all kinds of trouble there on pass number 1. Just letting the boat kind of dictate where she went with that particular run. Georgina Fern. Not too sure where in the United Kingdom she is from. But looking at her once again, just getting a little bit pitted out with that particular move. That is Georgia Fern. The remaining skiers that we got on this list consist of Sophie van Bergen from the Netherlands, Molly Lee from Great Britain, Pia Matasdorfer of Austria, and Shay O'Brien. Then that will bring to a close the Series 3 of Under-21 Women's Tricks. And then we go to Series 5 of Men's Tricks, and then Series 4 of the same event. So, skiing behind that Nautique towboat with a 6.2 litre engine. All right, there's the particulars. 6.2 litre engine, 450 horsepower, 465 foot-pounds of torque. The official water skiing towboat of the International Water Ski and Wakeboard Federation. And we'll see that boat in action at the Elite World Championships coming up this October at International Tournament Skiing in Oklahoma, Florida, the home of Jack Travers Water Ski School. And that will be midway into October, where we'll see those championships take place. Oh, almost slipping out there, Georgia Fern. Oh, and oi! And again, very, very aggressive there with the toe wake back-to-back. And unfortunately, that aggression has cost her that particular move. That is Georgia Fern of Great Britain. Started out with an attempt, a successful attempt at the toe out. Then she went in for the reverse toe back and the toe back-to-backs. Just rolling the knee over, just keeping everything going. Good elevation on the toe wake back, which was very encouraging to see. Good ebb. Couple of side slides at the midway portion of her run. And then she started to roll out the back and didn't particularly didn't get particularly balanced, and then the ski just got caught into an edge lock and just sent her outside the wake from where she didn't recover. Okay, so from the Netherlands, our next skier is about to hit the course while we look at Georgia Fern. Looking in decent shape, I do have to say. Just losing her axis one a couple of times, and that ultimately led to her falling towards the end with the toe weight back to back. But and looking at Georgia Fern one more time. Just rolling out the back a little bit as we went into that reverse toe weight back to back. Or actually initial toe weight back to back. Here's Sophie van Bergen of the Netherlands getting over the line with the step tricks. Wake back and wake front. Looking in very, very decent shape as she stood up all the way through. No worries there. Looked okay. Wasn't particularly laden with high degree of difficulty tricks for the most part, but performed them well enough for each one of them to be scored, which is a good thing. I liked where the trick pass was going, so that is Sophie van Bergen. Down to 4 skiers remaining in this event, including Sophie. There's Molly Lee from Great Britain. She will take to the water in a few seconds' time. Just staring down the lake and just figuring out what she has planned. So here we go. We've got on the water. This is Sophie van Bergen of the Netherlands. Oh, and going down quite hard there, about halfway through that particular run. But decent skiing there with the toe run, with the toe wake front. Just rolling that knee over the standing foot and using that to control her spin and stay stable on top of the ski. They're a little bit unstable there with that toe reverse back, but stopping and doing the toe side. Tried the toe wrap in, but unfortunately wasn't committed fully to turn in the full toe 360 degrees. And so with that going down and going down rather hard. So that was Sophie van Bergen. We'll see the last portion of this instant replay with her. And then we'll rejoin the live action with Molly Lee, who comes to us from Great Britain. Our next competitor. All right, here we are. This is from Great Britain, Molly Lee, setting the boat speed and to something that she likes. That is the wake back and wake front. All the initial tricks, all the reverses that she's got accounted for so far. The wake back to back reverse, keeping steady, wake 5 front. Couple of side slides at the end and does a complete repertoire of hand tricks just like that, and does it all in about 18 or so seconds. So a good tempo, good confident skiing for Molly Lee. She gets through that opening stanza. Certainly like the way that she moves on the trick ski, and doing a grand job. Like I say, very, very high tempo stuff. Could do it with about one or two more tricks on there to really boost her a point. And I think there's a clue or two as to where this young lady comes from. Of course, from Austria. That is Pia Matasdorfer, our penultimate skier in Women's Series 3. Okay, so now this is Molly Lee with toe tricks. Look at this, though. Look at this. Beautifully executed toe tricks there. Very, very squarely over a ski with some good knee and more than adequate ankle bend. Oh, and getting caught at the top of the wake there, attempting the toe wake back-to-back. Didn't really fully commit to the edge up to the top. Tried to inch away up on the wake, and unfortunately unable to perform that trick using that method. But I like what she did there. Like the way that she moves with the toe tricks for the majority of this performance. A good little hop there for the toe wake back and toe wake front. Just good knee bend upon the landing and just cruised up to the top and just actually started rotating the trick way before she got to the top. So just a little bit more in the way of aggression might have saved her, but for Molly Lee, it's a pretty darn good performance, I would say. Next competitor on our penultimate female competitor in the tricks event is going to be Pia Matasdorfer of Austria, and then we'll end off with Shay O'Brien to conclude the women's Series 3 tricks competition in the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championships. Okay, folks, let's continue on. This is Pia Matasdorfer. Who we saw compete earlier in the U-17 World Championships. Looking okay. Line back and line front, and that should be the end of her run. But she continues to roll there with the wake back-to-back, and there you go. Pia Matasdorfer down after pass number 1. We'll see what she could do with the remaining tricks on her repertoire. It would appear the toe tricks would be next. Pia Matasdorfer. All right, so that is Pia Matasdorfer getting ready for pass number 2.
Italian. Don't call in.
All right, so Pia Matasdorfer, good effort there on pass number 1, and now working her way through these tricks. Franz Oberleitner's in the boat overseeing things. Good elevation there with the toe wake front. Now she's accelerating with the toe tricks, which isn't always a good thing, but here she goes. She's going to go for a burn. Oh, tried the rotation there with the backflip, and unfortunately coming up a little bit short. But I suspect that given the amount of toe tricks that she had in her repertoire, she just wanted to use as much time as possible, or use all the time that she had at her disposal to perform or try to perform the backflip. So there we go. All right, then, last female competitor is going to be Shay O'Brien, and she is coming up next. And a quick reminder to some of you out there that the TWBC podcast has dropped a couple of episodes within the last couple of days. Episodes include interviews with the likes of Adam Cord and also Chris Parrish. And there will be more to come over the next few days. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com and click on the link at the top for podcast. Or indeed, you can subscribe to the TWBC podcast by going to Spotify, Google Podcasts, or Apple Podcasts. As we have a look at Pia Matasdorfer. Didn't quite commit herself to that move, but that was pretty much a throwaway trick anyway for Pia. All right then, Shay O'Brien now coming in, our final competitor in Women's Series 3 tricks in the under-21 women's category. I'm not too sure whether we're going to go straight into the men's Series 5, but given the availability light, I would imagine that we would be moving very, very quickly without too much of the way of pause time. This is Shay O'Brien from Canada. Let's see what she's got. She's already gotten some hardware in the under-17 girls jumping competition. And now looking to see what she could do in the tricks event. Look at her go. Some side slides and surface back-to-backs after that backflip. Nicely executed. So, a fantastic effort there from Shay O'Brien. Just going through the rudimentary series of tricks with wake back-to-backs and surface back-to-backs to continue on. Nothing too far out of the ordinary, but each one of these moves contributes her tricks to her total. And this backflip is the first one that we've seen in the U-21 competition, successfully completed. Couple of side slides, and we'll spin to the back and to the front, back and to the front. Slows everything down and just makes it to look A-okay for her. All right, so next competitor, but we're not at that point yet. We still got Shay O'Brien's second and final pass to come. So, last year of Women's Series 3, Under-21 World Championships. It's Shay O'Brien. Toe tricks. Looks like she's going to get set to wrap in for a toe 5 back or a toe 0 out. Pretty easy to see if the toe foot is behind the knee. It's either a toe 0 or a toe 5 back. The latter being the case here. We go. Oh, nice. Oh, I'm getting a little bit out of sorts there. I spun in pretty quick and then kind of stiffened her knee. Kind of wanted subconsciously to up weight on that trick, and unfortunately for her, unable to get all the way around. So, that is the last skier in the women's competition, at least Series 3. That is Shay O'Brien. All right, if we are to continue on straight away, our next skier will be Vicente Tiza from Chile. And this will be the start of men's Series 5 tricks. All right, looks like we are going straight away into the men's Series 6 tricks. Vicente Teza from the men's Series 5 tricks. Vicente Teza, then followed by Alex Menzel, then Tiono Texador, I do beg your pardon, and Charlie Westland, and the remainder of the list you saw right there. All right, this is the 2021 IWWF World Waterski Championships for the U-21s. Right here at Pecos Waterski School in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. All right, here we are, right here, right now. Vicente Teza of Chile. Rope over the head. Toe hold behind the knee, which is going to suggest a toe 5 back. Toe back to backs on the surface, toe 8 back to back. Toe 8 front, toe back, toe front, toe back, reverse. Toe side. Here he goes with the toe wrap in, toe out. Toe 8 back, toe front. Yeah, loving that one. Almost getting a little ahead of himself so far as tempo is concerned, but managed to pull it out and do a fantastic job with that particular effort. So looking in pretty good shape there in men's Series 5 tricks in the preliminary round of the U-21 men's. And these the World Championships. That was Vicente Teza. in this round of tricks. In this series, we have a total of 8 competitors from nations ranging from the likes of Chile and Germany to Spain, Sweden and Colombia, Canada and the United States. Here we go, Vincente Tisa, second and final 22nd pass and getting off to a very sprightly start. Working his way one trick to the next. Oh, a little bit short on that wake 5 front, but managing to recover well. But only as far as his ability to perform the backflip, and just unable to recover. Was getting his sights set for the second backflip before he fully landed the first one. And that was a contributing factor to the fact that he fell on that particular trick at that moment in time. Yes, almost dropped the wake 5 front, but edged out and performed the trick. But then, as he landed and was getting prepared to land, he edged his ski into the wakes, and a little bit too soon in my estimation. So, there you go. That was Vincente Tisa. And now Alexander Menzel of Germany is next.
B2, please.
Right, there's our next skier about to take to the water. It is going to be Alexander Menzel. All right, so here we go. This is Alex Menzel. Just working his way slowly and surely. Is in no rush to complete these tricks. Doesn't have too many of them, mind you, but all the tricks that he had were performed perfectly. All right, waited on dockside for his turn is Tono Tiexador. Just trying to visualize what he's going to do out there whilst Alexander Menzel gets ready for pass number 2. All right, here we are. Alexander Menzel getting set on pass number 2, which is going to consist of toe hold, and because he is left foot forward, the toe foot is going to be on the right leg. Getting a little bit thrown back with that initial toe O, but still able to rock this pass. All right, not too much in the way of toe tricks, but the ones that he can do, he performed them well enough. That was Tonio Texador. Right, so Alexander Menzel rounding off his performance with some toe tricks, some pretty rudimentary stuff here. Just keeping his knee bent, just trying to stay close to the wake. And in that regards, he's done pretty well as Tonio Tiexador of Spain. The next competitor. All right, then. Looks like a little bit of a housekeeping announcement. The pizza party at the pavilion at 6:30, where medal ceremonies where the medal ceremony took place for the closing of the U-17 Worlds. So in that pavilion area will be a pizza party at 6:30. And the opening ceremony for the U-21 World Championships will take place after the conclusion of the tricks event for today. Tonio Tiexador of Spain, getting a little bit hitched up with that wake with one or two moves, but decent moves they were for the most part. So there we go. That is Tonio Tiexador with the wake lino to get things up and running. Okay, so this is Tonio Tiexador. Tonio Tiexador now coming in on pass number 2. Oh, look at this though from Spain, looking very good from trick to trick there. There's the toe wrapping, toe wake-o. Almost getting brought forwards a little bit too much. A good elevation there with the toe wake. Line back, yeah, he stands up both runs. He's chuffed to bits out there. That is Tonio Tiexador of Spain. We're almost at the halfway mark. We are at the halfway mark, as a matter of fact, with our next competitor, Charlie Westland. We're just looking good there for the remainder of the tricks, and yeah, celebrating like it's a rock star out there on the water. Okay, so our next competitor up is going to be Charlie Westland from Sweden. Here we are. Charlie Westland, fourth tricker out of 8 in this particular series. Oh, look at this, going from one trick to the next to doing a fine job here. Continuing to get up it a little bit there with the backflip, unsuccessful with the landing, but it's going to be picked up and brought in one more time for pass number 2. So yeah, coming up a little bit short on the back flip there with that attempt. We've got there Vincent Stadelbauer in the trailer. I'm not too sure who that was in the foreground. And Connor Pauly there with the instant replay. All right then, so coming in on the second and final 22nd pass. Decent skiing so far. Almost rolling out the back there a little bit with the toe wake front. A little non-committal there with the toe wake back-to-back, and unfortunately that's the reason why he fell. And that represents the final effort for Charlie Westland. We're down to 4 final competitors in this series. Starting off with Eric Pregel from Spain. Then we've got a Spanish skier, Colombian, a Canadian, and a skier from the United States. All right, now moving right along, we have got Eric Pregel from Spain. Here we go, Eric Pregel of Spain with the toe tricks to get things up and running. Toe wake back to back. Does he go for the reverse? Not quite. And the toe wake front was a decent effort there from him. So the Spanish out in force there along the shore side. Our 4th skier from last in the Men's Series 5 tricking competition. Then we're going to Men's Series 4, which there'll be 10 skiers. And just a reminder to our good folks along the shore side that pizza will be served at the pavilion area at 6:30. All right, then. So Eric Pregel-Bowman coming in on the second 22nd pass. Up, boom. Oh, look at this. Multiple flip-looking pass. Flip twist back. Oh, and tries to go in on the second and final 22nd pass. Good effort. Okay, so we've just seen Eric Bowman perform wonders out there on the trick ski, going down on the reverse flip twist back. So now we're going to go with Sebastian Galindo from Colombia. We're down to we're down to 3 more trickers to go in this series, and then we got 10 more trickers to go in Series 4. Before we wrap up the action for today. All right, and skier on the water. That was Sebastian Galindo of Colombia. Didn't look too bad on pass number 1, which consisted of toe tricks. Not a whole variety of them, mind you. A little bit of a stall there with the toe O out. Just didn't look particularly that well balanced, and having the straight knee as he did is probably a contributing factor. All right, then. So working our way through this competition and reading through some of the comments. Looks like the latest one I'm seeing here is from a Trey Melton. Have absolutely no idea who he is, and but he does want me to say hey to him. Hey. And Vince wants to give him a shout out as well. I don't know why. We have no clue who this guy is. Maybe the name is a little bit of a funny sounding deal. It looks like Connor Pauling wants to get in on the act as well. He's fairly anonymous. All right, here we go. Sebastian Galindo of Colombia now. Looking in great shape here for the vast majority of this run. And looks like he's going to try a backflip here. See the elevate. Oh, and getting into a little bit of a half twisted motion and wanting to land it backwards, but inverted backwards though. So let's have a look at this one again. It's a rather strange looking run for the most part. There we go, the wake back. And just a reminder that that while these series are kind of seeded in order from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and so on and so forth, the skiers within each series are actually the running order is actually decided randomly. So in most tournaments, including the Elite Worlds, within a particular series, the order of the skiers is normally determined by their ranking within each series. So the skiers are ranked from the initially seeded skiers all the way through towards the better skiers towards the end. But in the Junior World Championships and U-21s, not so much. So that was Sebastian Gilando, and I don't know whether he intentionally wanted to do the half twist towards the back. But decent pass up to that point nonetheless. From Canada, the first of our team skiers from Canada, this is Carter Lucas. Oh, look at this. Grabs the line, toe wako, good rotation, good elevation. Oh, well, look at that. Toe wake line back. Oh, and going down and a couple of tricks afterwards, but wow, that was Carter Lucas there on pass number 1, and not exactly the easiest executed toe passes that I've seen, but it looks effective nonetheless. There we go, the toe O there, which was actually a toe 5 front if I'm being honest. There we go, reaching for the line, toe wake O. There's the toe wake back and toe wake front. Now, look at this trick. Trying to coordinate the pull and the elevation there. Toe front, couple of toe sides, and not too sure what he was doing with the line at that point, but it looked pretty decent up to that, up to the time that he fell. And you know, that's a rather strange way of doing the toe wake line back, because whereas most skiers would actually do it coming into the wake from outside to in, where you're actually rotating into a very light toe line because you're actually generating slack as you cut inside the wake. He was actually cutting outside of the wake, and the line was actually getting tighter and tighter as he was doing that. So it took a Herculean effort for him to get that ski and to get everything timed impeccably correct in order for him to execute that trick and continue skiing. Looks like in the boat we got Cole Grant, one of the top coaches in Canada right now. So now we're on our penultimate skier. Our skier before last. This is the under-21 men's Series 5 tricks elimination round. We're going to take 12 skiers through to the final, but I suspect none of those skiers are going to come from this series unless we see a minor miracle. But stranger things have happened in these World Championships. Here we go. Carter Lucas, there we go. Flip twist back to front. Flip twist, regular back flips now. There's 3 of them out of the 6 that he can do. Waco to the back. Wake back to back. Wake back-to-back. Surface back-to-backs here. Should be a 5 front. Oh, and he goes down. And he goes down hard and fast. There you go. Ooh. Oh, he felt the hurt on that one, I'm sure. Going down very, very hard. Flip twist back to front. And just a regular back flip, and then it's reverse. Good elevation. Just looking for about 3 more flips to really craft that run up to the standard that he's looking for. Oh, and he just looked towards the boat and looked towards the rope inside the boat just a little bit too quick. Okay, we're now down to our final competitor in the tricks event in Men's Series 5. We've still got 10 more skiers to go in Men's Series 4, but we're going to go on to our next skier, who should be Jonathan Lutz. However, the person on the starting dock is Florian Paff. I know this because I've met him before, and we actually talked for a little bit as he saw Paul Duplan Freiburg fly through to victory in the jump event. And up to that time, Florian Paff was actually in the lead with 56.6 meters, which ended up being his personal best and a new Italian boys national record pending. So congratulations to him for that. Now we are straight on to Series 4 tricks. 10 skiers present here. And Italia brings on Florian Paff. So Florian Paff, I suspect he comes to us from the northern part of Italy, the part that's closest to the Swiss border. Here we go. There's one backflip. Oh, and just initiated that one just a little bit too quick. We'll get a little bit of applause and encouragement from our folks along the shoreline. But unfortunately, that fall paints a grim picture for Florian Paff, especially if he harbors aspirations for the overall competition. Got on the back of the ski and just couldn't stay up. So there we go, Florian Paff. Now, for a little bit of housekeeping, the pizza party starts right now at the pavilion where the medal ceremony took place. 6:30 is the start of the pizza party, so get on down there right now. Obviously, that excludes the people in Series 4 under-21 men's tricking competition, who are on the starting dock right now. The under-21 opening ceremonies will take place following the tricks event. Around about the pavilion area, I would suspect. All right, so on the water right now is Florian Paff, and a reminder there that you could subscribe to the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel and hit the bell icon a couple of times after you do, and then you will be informed as to when new content is uploaded and when events go live, such as this one. All right then, folks, my name's Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have you on board, and we've got about maybe an hour's worth of coverage remaining to go in today's coverage of the event. So glad to have the pleasure of your company. What I'm not particularly glad to have the pleasure of is the person who is spamming our comment section on the YouTube channel. But I do take pleasure in hiding him and eliminating him. There we go. This is Florian Paff. Look at these toe tricks. Toe wake line back. Does he have anything more? Just continuing to roll from one trick to the next as quick as he can, trying to make up for lost time. And there you go. He's going to try the backflip with the... Oh, what the... Holy smokes. And Florian Paff actually trying to do the backflip using the toe ski, which has a lighter release setting on it. And some skiers actually use a ski that doesn't have a release mechanism at all for handle tricks. It's one of the options that you find with the edge binding that you see advertised on our webcasts extensively. And that's the reason why you see that ski release, because as you see him go through the end of his toe pass, and time will have expired by this point, he attempted the backflip and put a lot of pressure on that ski and just got totally ejected there. But there we go, Florian Paff. He's done, and now we're going to bring on our skier from the Ukraine, Alexander Hrushko. All right, whoa, and just looking at the instant replay again for Florian Paff, and getting into all kinds of trouble there. All right there, this is Alexander Hrushko from Ukraine, training out of the Sentosa Center. Wake 5 back, beautifully executed tricks, one after the other. Coming in, backflip, case in the second wake. There's the second one. A lot of high, almost over-rotated as a result. Flip, twist back. Some surface back-to-backs and capping off a great effort. Looking good, looking particularly strong with these tricks, and and just looking at that one from Alexander, an example exactly what I mean there with the height and the almost over rotation there, and almost went down on that particular move, but thankfully he's able to recover and continue skiing that particular pass. All right, now the change of ski, change of line. A lot of options exist for our skiers. Okay, so under-17 team captains, please make their way to the pavilion. And under-17 athletes, yeah, the pizza party is underway. So, all the under-17s, pizza party is underway, and we'll also have the opening ceremony for the U-21s taking place immediately after the conclusion of the tricking event today, which will occur in about 8 skiers from now. So, Alexander Hrushko from Ukraine. Here he comes. Toe weight back to back, and it's reversed. Look at this. A good axis tricking. Toe 5 front, toe 0 out, toe 0. Oh, look at that. This is some beautiful stuff here. Getting some good rotation. Toe wake line 0, toe wake line back. Does he have anything else? Toe wake line back to back, to the front. Oh, beautiful trick in there. And I think we might have seen our first dark horse in the Series 5 tricks elimination round. With the tricks that I just saw, especially that toe pass, he could well have a shot of making it through to the under-21 men's tricking final with what I've seen. Remarkable stuff, including that toe wake-o. And, you know, much like other Eastern European countries, such as Belarus and Russia, the Ukraine tricking and training program in the winter consists of them actually using an overhead cable system in a 50-meter-long swimming pool in which they have about 7 seconds to do a particular run. Used mostly for training, but they have been known to do it in competitions as well, especially in Novopolotsk in Belarus, where they do have an annual tournament in February of each year. Big shout out to the Genova family and the coaches there for making that competition possible each and every year in memory of one of their highly revered and distinguished coaches. The original coach Genove. But suffice to say that the kind of trick training that they do extensively in the winter between Belarus and Ukraine and the Russian Federation has allowed them to continue dominating the tricking event and producing such great and extraordinary talent. All right, here we are. Right here, right now. This is Benjamin Turp. Mode back to back. British skier on the water. Flip twist front. Flip twist back. Does he have anything more? Regular backflip. Backflip reverse. There we go. Wake back to back. Oh, look at this. Wake 5 front. Does he have anything more? There's a wake 5 front reverse. Accelerating towards the end. Wake 5 back. Couple of back-to-backs. There you go. Benjamin Turp. A skier who hails out of Gosfield Lake in England. And doing a fine, fine job out there behind that Nautic towboat by Correctcraft. Scintillating run, including the first time that we've seen the mode back-to-back in the U-21 competition. And it's reverse. Actually, didn't quite do the reverse. He actually did the flip twist back to front. And then restored his position in the back before spinning to the front. And then going for a regular backflip. And it's reverse. Grand effort there from Benjamin Turp. Look at that. Wake 5 front. Spins to the back. 5 front reverse. And wake 5 back, and he's got surface back-to-backs. Or actually front and a back and a front. Maybe a side slide or two. Yes. Good effort. Now, Now, Benjamin Turp can make some serious inroads here to possibly making it through to the trick final. That's if he can make it through the second and final 22nd pass, which will consist of toe tricks. All right, let's see what Benjamin Turp has got in store for us. Setting his line up, changing the skis out, and now has the toe foot in the toe strap, getting ready for pass number 2. Here comes Benjamin Turp from Great Britain. All right then, here we go. This is Benjamin Turp coming in on pass number 2. Now things are starting to get a little bit more intense now with the toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back. Oh, and going down on the toe wake back to back reverse. Yeah, it just didn't quite pull long enough into that trick to facilitate its complete rotation, and left about 3/4 of the tricks remaining on that pass never to be seen. Toe weight back-to-back reverse, getting the height, getting a good portion of his rotation, but unfortunately the light and tightening up on him way too soon. And that represents the extent of his effort, and more than likely his only appearance in the U-21 men's tricking competition, the elimination round in Series 4. All right, then. Coming up, our next competitor from Argentina. It's Bautista Humada.
Me too. Hot back? Hot back?
Hot back sounds good,
All right, looks like we got Ricky Ward, our camera person in the boat, continuing to do some talisman work out there in the boat as we continue to bring you live coverage of this event. We're into about our 11th hour of coverage of today's competition. And we've still got some more skiers to come. We've just seen Benjamin Turp out there on the water. We've got about 7 more competitors to go. And this is the first of them, Bautista Humada from Argentina. To the back. Oh, ski line back to back. Ski line back, and now accelerates up to his backflip. Boom, there's the first. Here's the second. Those regular backflip and it's reverse. Flip twist to the back, flip twist back to the front. Does he have anything more? Side slides, backs and fronts. Beautifully executed, wonderful looking pass, and now it's going to get ready for his second and final 22nd pass. Javier Julio in that boat, overseeing things. The legendary Argentine world overall champion for 2009. And certainly an inspirational figure, and continues to be so for the Argentine athletes of today and the future. Boom. Just some great trick in there. Good elevation. Hits the downslope perfectly with each of these flips. And just look at that back landing, just straight in. Oh, nicely done. I see a lot of tricks and a lot of great performances in this the young man's future. Bautista Humada of Argentina coming in for pass number 2 momentarily. Ivan Chorny of Ukraine in the water there, just getting settled in for his effort. He'll have 2 20-second passes to come very, very soon. Then after Ivan will be Alex Pregel from Spain, Luca Rackenwald of Austria, Patricio Zohar of Argentina, Danny Tiexador Jr., and then Garrett Reese. Reminder to our good folks along the shoreline that the pizza party has started for our under-17 competitors, and our opening ceremony will take place immediately after the conclusion of this series of tricks for the U-21 athletes. Here we go. Bautista Humada of Argentina. Look at that, toe 5 front, spin out with the toe O. Now stopping things a little bit just to get settled in with the toe wake O. Toe wake line back. Now D goes to the front. Surface positional toe wake back to back, and it's reversed. Look at this. Very, very good looking performance there. Wonderful skiing for Bautista Humada. Wonderfully spun tricks there, especially with the toe 5 front, the toe O out, and toe O straight back in. Just took a split second out to stabilize himself at the end of that toe O into wrap before we went in for the remainder of his tricks, and that was a wise decision because it allowed him to reset himself and continue tricking. And yeah, he's certainly chuffed and over the moon with that one. So Bautista Humada, we're now down to 6 remaining skiers. The first of which is going to be from Ukraine. It's going to be Ivan Chorny. All right, so Ivan Chorny of the Ukraine. Next skier up. We're on skier number 5 of 10, so we are at the halfway mark. Still got a few skiers to go before we round off today's action here at the 2021 Under-21 World Waterski Championships, sanctioned by the IWWF right here in Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. Ivan Chorny, wake line 5 front, line back and line front, goes in with the foot in the back of the binding. Now wake back-to-backs, some back-to-back spins in the middle of the wake. And running with a very, very short line, which means the wakes are hardly exist for him. And probably don't really help him out an awful lot with the backflips, where he's having to work exceptionally hard to gain lift, and unfortunately doesn't bend his knees particularly well on those to recover. However, the wake line 5 front looked pretty stout there. Foot in the back binding as he worked his way for the wake back to back, and there's its reverse. Fantastic effort with the 5 front, and then spins to the back to do its reverse before taking one last rotation to 540 degrees. 310 points each, those 540 degree spins, which gives them about 930 points for that 3-trick sequence alone. There's the back flip, and handle up a little bit higher. So one back flip under his belt, the second one not so much. So losing 500 points on that particular effort, and now we've got Ivan Chorny of Ukraine getting ready for pass number 2.
Is that yours, or did you bring that for me? All right. Yeah, whenever you get around to it.
Bien. Una pasada más de entrenamiento, como lo haces. Paso a paso, tío, va, que lo caes todo. Va.
All right, so here we go. We've got Ivan Chorny from the Ukraine getting his boat speed set up. It looks like this is going to be a toe 5 back for his opening trick on pass number 2. Spins to the back and to the front, toe wrap in, grabs the line. Oh, and doesn't believe in edging for his toe tricks for some reason. Just comes into, just edges just momentarily and then wonders why he's in the water, having totally missed the top of the wake. That's something it just boggles me. So, that's Ivan Chorny in the water. And there we go. Could have done with a little bit more edge into the wake on that one. Alex Pregel is our next competitor. 5 skiers from the end. Then we got, after Alex Pregel, we've got Luca Ruckenwald, Patricio Zohar, Danny Tiexador, and Garrett Reese. All right, so on the water, we got Alex Pregel. Now, this is someone who looks like he means business out there on the water. It's going to be a toe 5 back for his opening trick. Rather tall on the trick ski. Toe 5 back. Toe wake back to back. Toe wake front, bulking out on a reverse toe wake back to back. Wise decision. Toho and just slipping out in the back there, and all right then, so we're looking at our competitor on the water, Alex Pregel. Just looked okay for a good portion of the run, but just didn't quite get the toe foot into the standing leg close enough before he started the the front side of that rotation, and unfortunately, because he did that, it threw the weight towards the back and just was unable to recover and continue going forwards. All right, so Alex Pregel now. His brother Eric tricked not too long ago in the previous series. About the same amount of skiers from the end of that particular series, if we're being honest. But just a reminder that, as we see Alex Pregel with his brother Eric and the boat as release person, that the skier order in each series is actually randomized. Normally, in each series, you would expect to see the worst skiers coming out first, and then you get towards the better skiers as you go further into the series. It's completely random in each series. As we look at the dockside and see the one, the only Franz Oberleitner there, along with Carlo Baschik from Austria. Here we go. This here's Alex Pregel of Spain. Wake back to back, and it's reverse. Staying on top of the wake and setting himself rather narrow between the wakes. Oh, almost slipping up on the first flip. There's the second one. Using the downslope effectively with the flip twist back. Does he go for the reverse? Yes, he does, but unfortunately catches the second wake going into land. So Alex Pregel doing his best out there, but I suspect he may have missed a chance of making it through to the next round of the tricking competition before we even go into Series 3 and 2. All right, then. So, our next competitor to take to the water, it is Luca Rockenwald. And this will be a good time to mention that his coach in the boat, the one, the only, Franz Oberleitner, is currently celebrating a birthday today. He is 66 years of age. So when you have the opportunity, congratulate Franz Oberleitner. It's his birthday today. He's age 66, so well done to him. And here he is, Luca Rockenwald, who currently skis for the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. He's part of the collegiate circuit. Boom, look at this. Flip twist, front to back, and then back to front. Does he have anything? Oh, front flip, the first time we've seen that among the U-21s, and he stomps that one. Superb effort, Herculean effort, one would say. So, wow, just look at this from Luca, and certainly punching above his weight, I would say, with the tricks that he performed right here and now, with backflips in each direction, and then continue to work his way into the twisted backflips, front to back and then back to front. And then here is something I didn't expect. Straight up front flip. Boom. And no, not even so much as a butt check on the landing. Yes, he's pleased with that, but the task is only halfway done. He's got one more 20-second pass to come. As we have a look on dockside and see Patricio Zohar from Argentina about to take to the water. And we'll follow him with Danny Tiexador. And then last skier of the day is Garrett Reese. And the voice that you hear in the background there on the starting dock is none other than Javier Julio, trying to lighten things up along the dockside. And there's a lot to be said there for alleviating the pressure of our athletes in that way. It's certainly helped with the likes of Luisa and Frederico Jaramillo, who came through today and won their respective slalom titles in the U-17 girls and boys. But here is Luca Rockenwald set for the toe wake back-to-back and toe wake front, toe back and toe front, reverse toe back and toe front. There we go, winding on through with the toe wake front, with the toe 5 front, toe O straight back in. Does he? Just about grabs the line. Toe wake O. Oh, and almost recovers there. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that, but that's Luca Rockenwald swimming into the shore for Austria. A good, solid effort there from him. Trick after trick. I like where his mind was at here. And he certainly recovered well from the little bit of a bobble that he had, which occurred right here with the toe wrap in. Tried to grab it with one hand and then grabbed it with both. Toe wake O, and just didn't commit fully to that trick or into the landing on the downslope, so that results in the fall there for Luca Rockenwald. 3 skiers to go now in the men's Series 4 Tricks Elimination Round in this, the 2021 IWWF Under-21 World Waterski Championships. You're seeing the very first action of these championships. 3 series of tricks, the Series 3 women, then Series 5 and 4 men. And don't forget, because all of our coverage is archived on the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel, you can scrub back and check out your performances or those of your loved ones if you happen to be watching from far afield. Here comes Patricio Zohar from Argentina. 3rd skier from last. Toe 5 back, toe wake back to back. Goes for the reverse and hitches the top of the wake. Look at this, toe side. Does he go for the toe O? Yes, he does. Very close to the wake, though. Toe in and toe out. Toe wake line back. Toe wake line back to back. Just about and tries to recover and falls in the process. But for the majority of that run, looked very, very solid indeed. So we'll have a look at the instant replay. Patricio Zohar of Argentina. So Patricio Zohar, coming to us originally out of Argentina's nation's capital of Buenos Aires. Good solid effort there with the toe wake line back, and then hurling everything and the kitchen sink with the toe wake line back to back. But falling at around about the 18 or 19 second mark. So he'll have struggled to get that trick and its subsequent recovery in time. Waiting in the wings is Dani Tiexador Jr. From Spain, and then we have one final skier after him. It will be Garrett Reese. Hope you're enjoying the coverage of our tricking competition. All right, then, so here we go. Don't forget our action continues on tomorrow. I believe our start time tomorrow is going to be the start time as it's always been in this event. It's going to be about 8 o'clock in the morning. Continuing on with the with I believe the slalom in event, and we'll intersperse some tricking in amongst all of that. Here comes Patricio Zohar. Oh, and tries a backflip there for his first trick, and he goes down hard and he goes down soon. And just really, really unfortunate there for him. Edges in. Oh, and not even too sure what happened there. Well, the other view is going to be more telling. Because he's like looking towards the boat and questioning the grip on his handle. It would seem that he lost the grip on the handle from the expression that he's displaying towards the boat. But let's have a look and see. Just lost the handle. Actually, oh, the handle broke. That is extraordinary. That is like a 1 in a million occurrence. And unfortunately, it happened to Patricio Zohar, who could have had a chance of making it through to the next round of the tricking competition had his equipment been intact. All right, then. So, after seeing Patricio Zohar's equipment failure, may I respectfully suggest that he goes shopping at the Masterline booth to see if he can find a replacement for his trick handle. Just a reminder that Masterline are the official tow rope for this event, the 2021 IWSF U-21 World Championship. Here we go. Dani Tiexador Jr., our penultimate skier in this event. Look at these toe tricks. Toe wake toe wake back and to the front, toe wake line back. Does he have anything more? Toe wake line back to back. Beautifully executed toe wake front. And a throwaway trick or two there for Dani Tiexador Jr. And he's certainly loving life out there as he gets ready to get back into the course. All right, then. So, Danny Tiexador getting ready for pass number 2. He's taking about 3 minutes out to get his equipment changed. Well, actually, it's 45 seconds is the standard allotted time to switch from one ski and to another, and the rope as well. All right, let's see what we've got for Danny Tiexador. Just a reminder that we will start at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. start tomorrow morning with men's series 5 and 4 slaloming. We're going to resume the under-21 World Championships tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central Daylight Time with series 5 and 4 men's slalom. I hope you can continue to enjoy the coverage right here, provided to you exclusively live on TWBC. This is the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championship. So, here we go. Danny Tiexador. Positional to the back, wake back to back. Here we go, ski line back to back, slips to the front. Ski line beautifully elevated there with the ski line back. Now here he comes with the backflip. That's 1. That's 2. He can do 4 more should he decide to. Flip twist to the back. Here it comes, flip twist back to front. Oh, no elevation there at all. And that results in the fall there for Danny Tiexador. Not too sure that whether that will see him advance through, but certainly a spectacular showing there at the beginning, including the ski line back-to-back, skiing on that KD trick ski, in which a Master Line and Quantum, headed by Russell Gay, have just gained the United States distribution rights for, produced in Australia, and looking pretty darn good. Oh, and just taking a fall there on that particular move, the flip twist back to front. Just not getting any height at all. But wonderful to see him ski nonetheless in the U-21 competition. Danny Tiexador. First backflip looked pretty good. A little bit of a hard landing. The second one looked pretty decent as well. Flip twist back. Case in that second wake, but the elevation that he got, he used it all up on the 3 first backflips and leaving not much for the 4th one. All right then, our very last skier of the day, folks, in Series 4 men's tricks in the under-21 competition. It is none other than USA's Garrett Reese.
All right, Mario, I'm ready.
A big shout out and big thanks to every single one of you that have stayed this long to support their their respective skiers. A skier skiing independently for the United States of America, looking to set in motion his overall challenge. This is Garrett Reese. Ski line back, slips to the front. Now, backflip, flip twist to the back. Now, flip twist back to front. He's got 4 more flips that he can produce. Regular backflips from one side to the next. Now he's got 2 more that he can do. Mo back to back. Does he do the reverse? Yes, he does. Nails that one. Oh, and he does the half jack. Boom! Yeah, good attempt at the end there. Although I do suspect that by the time he attempted that half jack, he had completed his 6 flips. So let's count them off, shall we? There's the first one. Flip twist to the back. The second one, beautifully executed. The flip twist back to the front. That's 2 so far on the instant replay. Here's the third one. Regular backflip. A little casing of the wake, but not too much trouble there. There's the 4th one. The regular backflip reverse. Twisting towards the back. He does the Mo back to back. And then come into the wake. This is flip number 6. That's the last of it. The flip twist reverse. And now for a little bit of showmanship, he does the half jack, which is basically a front flip with a initial starting from the back and twisting forwards 180 degrees in mid-rotation. So Garrett Reese, he's been waiting all day to get out there on the water and not looking too bad there on pass number 1 in the under-21. So one final 20-second pass of the day will complete the proceedings here on day 1 of a competition in the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championships. Big shout out and thanks to the organizers, the officials, the sponsors, and the skiers, and indeed you fans out there for watching the coverage from dawn to dusk here at Short Line Lakes in Santa Rosa Beach in the Panhandle of Florida. Just in case you're wondering, we are on 11 hours and 40 minutes of coverage right now from the start through to the finish. So now, here we go. We got Garrett Reese. Let's see what he's got. Second and final 20-second pass. He will start with a toe 5 back. Here he goes. Toe 5 back. Toe back-to-back. Toe back-to-back reverse. Toe wake back-to-back. Toe wake front. Trying to steady the ship here a little bit here. Toe wrapping. Grabs the line. Toe wake-o. Well spun. Toe wake line back. Does he go to the front? Toe wake back. Toe front. Yeah! There you go. Oh! And what in Lord's name did he do with that final move? Exceptional trick in there and standing up all the way essentially on 2:22 pass. I mean, if you were to consider the time that he spent tricking and however many of those tricks were actually credit worthy within time. Certainly spectacular to the last. I give him that. Toe wake line back and then spun forwards, toe wake back and a good spin to the front. And then just look at this towards the end. A big old throwaway goes for the toe wake line-o. I don't think he ever expected to land at that anyway, but a good, solid exit from that particular run. So, that was some great tricking towards the end, folks. And that brings to a conclusion day 1 of a competition in the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championships. I've always said our thanks to the organizers and the skiers and the officials and all that kind of stuff. So with that spectacular exit, my name is Tony Lightfoot, and on behalf of TWBC, we are going to say until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning when we start the Series 5-4 men's slalom competition. I'm going to say ciao for now. Good night.